Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 4 of the Ashley Benefield trial, otherwise known in the media as the Black Swan trial, because she was a ballerina before. So a lot of people say, where's that? Why are they calling it that? It's a ballet reference, right? So we've watched day 1, 2, and 3 together. It's all time-stamped for you if you've missed it, so that makes it really easy to just watch the replays. And remember, we don't have any like coffee breaks, lunch breaks, things like that. So it's easy to navigate to the exact witness that you want to see again, or refer back to something or whatever it is, even if it's months from now, right? Okay, so today the defense is going to be stating their case, and obviously there's already a spoiler alert on the thumbnail and in the title because I did lurk again. Ashley Benefield took the stand. So we're going to be watching her take the stand today and see what the defense brings, right? So far, I don't think the state... I don't know if they've made it so clear to the jury, you know what I mean? So I'm not too sure how it's going to go. I'm not sure what the jury's going to decide. Of course, we are all entitled to our own opinions. You can decide for yourself. I can decide for myself. At the end of the day, the jury's going to decide Ashley Benefield's fate. If convicted, she faces 25 to life in prison. If it's a hung jury, obviously then it would be a mistrial declared, and then usually they would schedule another one. And if she's found innocent, she's walking. All right? So I know it's like stating the obvious. I'm just saying. Maybe some people didn't know the 25 to life thing. All right, please like and share so that others know that we are live right now and they can come and join us, because we are starting later than the live court feed, of course, so we can skip right over the breaks and all that. So here we go. Are we ready, everyone? Let me make myself smaller. Okay. And here we go. So let's play this. There's no sound yet right now. Okay, so there's no sound yet, and I'm just showing you that she's unpacking a bag. Let's go forward. Okay, she's looking around. Hey, Dr. Berry's here. Thank you so much, Dr. Berry, for being here. You said good afternoon from Virginia. Putting my like up now. We'll come back to finish on replay later. Thanks so much for covering this one. Thank you, Dr. Berry. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this one as well. Thank you for being here. I hope you're enjoying your time in Virginia. Cats Gallery said, great to be here. And thank you all.
Good morning, everybody. We're back.
Who got a fright? Are you awake now? Bam, the sound came on. Thank you all for leaving all your comments. I really like reading your comments after every stream as well, and appreciate all the insight. Janet says, ready for the snarky, defluff, grizzly version. We are ready, okay? So I hope that, wait, let me just make sure there's not too loud for you. Hold on one second. Okay.
On the record in the state of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. It's Friday, July 26th. We're getting ready to start for the morning. When we left yesterday, my understanding that you were off to talk to Miss Brown.
I spoke to her.
Right. Are there any matters that need to be brought up before we bring the jury in?
Not to my knowledge.
Defense? We're ready.
Okay, so remember yesterday the state rested, and then there was a judgment of acquittal hearing and a Richardson hearing and all of that and scheduling. And so they actually started right on time this morning, actually even a little bit early. But they were talking about that the state would have to speak to one of the defense witnesses, Faith Brown. Okay, and so they're saying now that they did that yesterday, and that is going to be the witness coming up.
You ready? All right. I'm not sure if they're up yet. All right. We're a few minutes early, but we'll go ahead and get started. Go ahead and bring them in.
Becky B says it's going to be snarky today, all right? Is it going to be snarky? Oh, my word. Adriana says, will she be taking the stand? I hadn't heard. Yeah, she'll be taking the stand today. We'll be watching that together. Okay, let's speed this part up a little bit. How about that while they all walk in? Step forward. Okay,
All right, y'all
1.1.
have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back. Well, you know the usual questions. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of this jury about the case or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
When you left yesterday, the state had rested its case. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge White. We call Faith Brown.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just please make yourself comfortable in that chair. Pull yourself up to you're about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, it'll pick everything up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Faith Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Ms. Brown, are you employed?
Yes,
How?
I am an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing?
Not quite 20 years.
Now I lost my train of thought as I pause. I'm like, I'm playing it at 1.1 speed, okay? 1.1 speed, just so you know, it's a little bit sped up. If I need to speed it up more, I will. But that, you guys know already. And it's no offense to the defense attorney, just sometimes it's like, he talks a little slow. You know, over here we like to keep it speedy. Curious Luke, welcome. You said judge looks like a jolly chap. Yeah, this judge is awesome. He's jolly and snarky.
Do you have a specialty?
I practice exclusively family law.
And in your practice of family law, is email communications traditionally used on behalf of you and your firm?
On a day, yes.
Okay. Do email communications, are they employed in correspondence with the various courts that you have matters pending in?
Yes.
Is the exchange directly with the judge or representative?
The representative.
And their title is what?
Judicial assistant. Or JA.
And these emails, Ms. Brown, are they ordinarily sent and received in the normal course of business for your firm?
Yes.
And are they kept under your care and custody?
Yes.
Are the emails preserved at or about the time that they are either received or sent?
Yes.
I'm going to pass to you, Ms. Brown. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm going to pass to you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 6 and ask you if you would take a moment and review that. In family court, while they're reviewing that, in September of 2020, were you representing Ashley Benefield?
I was.
In family court?
Yes, I was.
And what case do the contents of Defendant's Exhibit 6 represent?
This was in reference to the petition for injunction for protection against domestic violence that I filed on behalf of Ashley Benefield and her daughter, Emerson County.
All right. Are those emails an true and accurate reproduction of the emails that you sent and received on that day or those days?
Yes, they are.
This defense attorney is so sneaky because the judge has made it so clear. He set the boundary so clearly. It's difficult to think that the defense is still trying to bring in, of course, all the domestic abuse allegations and all of that, where the judge said this case, and I think that's why some people get upset with me, because this case, I'm like a rule follower, right? So this case is about whether it was self-defense or murder. Was deadly force necessary on that day? Even with the history of everything, on that day, was deadly force necessary? Was it self-defense? Right? That's what this trial is about. So the judge is like, this is not a battered spouse syndrome case, this trial, okay? It doesn't mean that Ashley never went through it. It means now at this point, after all the court hearings, all the divorce proceedings, on and off, everything that Ashley Benefield has been through in court, with detectives, with everyone, right? Then they had they first had a motion to dismiss, which was 150 pages, right? And the judge denied that. Then they had the stand your ground trial, which was 2 days. Ashley didn't win that. So the judge said, no, deadly force was not required on that day. So this is kind of like at least the third round, if you can call it that, right? So the judge has set very clear boundaries that this case, and I think people who are new to the case or didn't really do much homework about it, is like, it's this clouding of this domestic abuse. And that's not what it's about here. But this defense attorney is so sneaky. He brings it up all the time. Remember on day 2, I think it was, with that Dr. Quintel, that was so naughty. Oh my goodness. Just like, oh, you have no idea. Like, oh dear. So anyway, he's gonna bring it up a little bit here as well with these emails.
Your Honor, I'd move at this time to introduce that as defendant's exhibit number 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Thank you. That is a string of emails that covers a range of dates.
Yes, it is.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Brown, what date the first email starts on?
Sure. The first date was September 17th of 2020.
And when is the last email?
The last email is when I forwarded the email to my client, Ashley Benefield, on September 23rd, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. But are you referencing the last email between the three of us in the email?
My next question indeed is, would you be kind enough to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who were the participants in this string of emails?
The participants in the stream of emails was Vicki Mechanic, who was the judicial assistant to Judge Diana Moreland, who was the judge presiding over this matter, Stephanie Murphy, who was representing Douglas Benefield, and myself.
And it's normal and customary, is it not, to the extent Ms. Murphy would be representing the adverse party, that you would share all correspondence with her between you and the judicial assistant?
Yes, it was a requirement.
Okay. Do you recall, having reviewed the email, was there a particular issue in play?
Yes.
What was it?
We were trying to, initially, we were trying to stipulate to the release of Dr. Brad Broder's report.
And were you attempting to secure a date to do that?
Yes, we were. Well, eventually.
Okay. So I have some very specific questions for you. First, would you tell us whether or not, based on that correspondence, Dr. Broder's report was set for release on September 30th, 2020?
It was not.
In fact, based on those emails between you, Stephanie Murphy, and Judge Moreland's JA, was there even a date that existed at that time for the release of Dr. Broder's report?
There was not.
So what the defense is trying to do is debunk the state's claims that Ashley Benefield shot Doug 3 days before this next court hearing, where all these psych reports, the psychiatric evaluations were going to come out about Doug and Ashley. I don't know. So that timeline is what he's trying to show is, oh, the documents weren't going to come out. But there was still going to be a court hearing 3 days later, either way.
If somebody testified that the release of Dr. Broder's report was set for September 30th, would that be accurate?
Oh, sustained.
Would you take a moment, if you don't mind, and read the emails?
Sure. Did you want me to read them out loud or to myself?
Yes, read them out loud and start with the string in chronological order. It covers a 6-day period, 17th to the 23rd.
The 17th to the 23rd, yes. The first email was on September 17th of 2020. It was a Thursday from Attorney Stephanie Murphy to Family Division 4, which was the judicial assistant's email address. I was CC'd on it, as well as my paralegal's email address, Sarah Hawk at myflfamilies.com, and Dr. Brad Broder. It states, "Good afternoon, Vicki. I hope you are doing well and have had a good week. Please see the attached joint motion for release of psychological evaluation and report and correspondence regarding same with regard to the above referenced case. Thank you, Stephanie."
Oh, so Eva's in the courtroom. That's Doug Benefield's first or eldest biological daughter. And we saw her testify on day 1. We also saw her a little bit yesterday because she had spoken to a reporter and there was some drama in the courtroom, but that was all cleared up. How do I say your name? Terry? Thank you, Terry. You said, "Gee, you are the queen of true crime. Thank you for all your hard work." Thank you so much. So also, Stephanie, that they're mentioning here, would be Doug's attorney that we already saw testify on day 2, I believe it was.
Shortly thereafter, same day, the judicial assistant responded, "Received, thank you. Can one of you kindly prepare a proposed order in case the judge wishes to grant your motion?" About 30 minutes later, Ms. Murphy responded, "Thank you, Vicki. I will work on that right now and send it to Ms. Brown for her approval." The next morning, Friday the 18th at 10:18 a.m., we received a response from the judicial assistant, marked importance high, that stated, "Good morning, Ms. Murphy and Ms. Brown. Per the judge, she will not sign an ex parte order for release of psychological evaluation and report. The judge will allow an expedited hearing on this motion. I have available Wednesday, September 23rd at 9 a.m. for 30 minutes. However, besides both attorneys being present, the judge has stated that Dr. Broder and Manatee Children's Services must be present at the hearing as well, and must be present at the hearing as well is underlined. Further, Ms. Murphy, the judge stated that absent showing where the court granted permission for the other motions stated in your September 17th letter to her, the only, and only is underlined, matter being heard on September 30th day is the injunction hearing." And then the next sentence is also underlined. "Please advise whether Wednesday, September 23rd will work for all parties. Thank you, Vicki Mechanic, Judicial Assistant to Judge Moreland." A few minutes later, Attorney Murphy responded with an email that said, "Thank you so much for all of this information, Vicki. I admit that I did not go back to check what is scheduled for that hearing, so please accept my apology. In my mind, these cases have always overlapped so much that I just took it for granted that the upcoming hearing is just the DVI. I am available for that hearing. I will contact Dr. Broder, and we are trying to track down the correct attorney who represents Manatee County. Sarah Hawk, it appears, represents Sarasota only." The next email was actually from my assistant at the admin email address, because she handles my calendar, September 18th at 10:58 a.m., where she stated, "Ms. Brown is available at 9 a.m. However, she has mediation starting at 9:30. The next email was about 2 minutes later from the JA. stating, if this goes forward on the 23rd, it shall be via Zoom. Then at 2:09.
The photographer's like, OMG, how much is she going to read? All the emails. All of them. Well, I don't know. I lurked a little bit. I was listening in the background while I was on a train today, and like, there's going to be a few emails read, okay? Welcome, everyone. We don't want spoilers, by the way. I'm just saying. I was just trying to see today if Ashley's going to take the stand, and I'm very excited to watch that with you.
9 p.m., Attorney Murphy emailed, "Good afternoon, Vicki. Ms. Brown and I are both available next Wednesday at 9 a.m. on Zoom. Dr. Broder is not available as he is out of town on an anniversary vacation with his wife. I've called into 3 different people with Manatee Children's Legal Services, including the DCF regional headquarters, to find out who needs to be included from the organization in the hearing. We have been directed and redirected to the wrong people several times. Can we go ahead and set the hearing?" The next email was about 15 minutes later from the JA stating, "Good afternoon. No, per my email to you both this morning, the judge stated that Dr. Broder must be present at the hearing. Vicki." So that was Friday, the 18th. The next email was Tuesday, September 22nd at 2:20 from Stephanie Murphy, where she wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicki. Dr. Broder never got back to me regarding whether he could appear at the hearing even by audio only while he is on vacation. So I wanted to let you know that per your prior emails, we cannot have the hearing tomorrow morning. When Dr. Broder did speak with Attorney Faith Brown on Friday, he told her that he would be returning Wednesday night. Is there any chance that Judge Moreland could schedule the hearing for Thursday? We will be in mediation in this case, but we can take a break to do the Zoom hearing."
What is the JA, Ms. Mechanic's response to that request?
Unfortunately, no. The judge has a full docket on Thursday, and even if she didn't, Manatee Children's Services would need to be present as well.
All right.
That was Tuesday, September 22nd. So then on Wednesday, September 23rd at 1:02 p.m., Attorney Murphy wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicki. I've spoken with Attorney Kimberly Griffin, who represents CPS, and who confirmed that she is the attorney who will need to be present for the hearing per Judge Moreland's instructions. Now that we know who the hearing needs to be coordinated with and Dr. Broder is returning tonight, can you please forward additional hearing dates and times for this matter?" To which the judicial assistant responded about 25 minutes later. "Unfortunately, there is no availability before the injunction date of the 30th.
All right. Was there anything unclear about the fact that the only thing being heard on September 30th, 2020 was the injunction?
No.
Was there any chance, under any circumstances, Dr. Broder's report was going to be released on September 30th, 2020?
No.
Okay, so that's what all that was about. Were there going to be reports released on the 30th of September, 3 days after this shooting occurred, right? Wait, I saw something I wanted to put on the screen. Where is it? Oh no, I can't see it. There we go. AC said, "I feel like it never goes well when defendants take the stand." I've seen it go very well for defendants in self-defense cases. We just recently, I didn't stream it. I was just watching that little bit, that Marsha Thompson case. She took the stand and she was found not guilty. There's actually quite a few cases that I've seen when it is self-defense claims that, I mean, and so in some cases, obviously it is self-defense. On this one, I'm not sure, but the jury will have to decide. But sometimes it actually goes really well in these types of cases. So let's see how you perceive it when Ashley takes the stand today. Like, I'm going to ask you later, do you think it's going to help her case or not?
I don't believe I have anything further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes. I just went through these emails along with you, and you say it's very clear that the release of the report was not going to be heard on the 30th. In reading this, it's hard to get that because the last email says, unfortunately, there's no availability before the injunction date of the 30th. But that still means if the attorney got the doctor and the appropriate people present, that it maybe could be heard on that date, correct?
No,
Okay, so it was your understanding it was not going to happen?
correct.
All right. What was your understanding of what was going to happen on that date, on the 30th?
The injunction for protection against domestic violence hearing was going to be held that afternoon.
Okay, so you were going
Oh, now the state walked right into that one because they're not supposed to be mentioning in this trial the domestic abuse allegations, you know? So now it's like, and what was that hearing going to be about? And it's just like, okay.
to call witnesses. You were prepared to call witnesses?
Yes,
Okay, and have a full hearing on Ashley Benefield's motion to get an injunction against Doug Benefield. What?
I'll overrule.
I didn't.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the hearing on 9/30 was, in your opinion, only to hear the motion to get an injunction that was filed by Ashley Benefield against Doug Benefield, and that was the only thing to be heard on that day.
Correct.
Okay. And wasn't it true that previously you had agreed to drop that injunction?
Sustained.
No further questions.
You ready?
That's all, just a request to publish the email.
Absolutely. By passing? Okay, and can this witness be released?
Yes.
And can the witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're releasing your subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. No,
Oh, so sorry.
pass it around.
Thank you.
Quick pause. Okay, so for the judge, Ms. Kim said, if this trial is too much, it's okay to step away and take care of yourself. Thank you for reminding everyone of that because it is true. This trial is very triggering for a lot of people, right? It obviously has topics of coercive control, domestic abuse, possibly even stalking, none of those which are supposed to be mentioned in this trial, but they are, okay? And so it can be very upsetting for people. Just remember, the boundary is clear. The judge said this trial is only about proving whether it was or was not self-defense. That's it. It's not about proving domestic abuse. It's about was it self-defense on that day. All right, so let's see what the judge has to say and what happens next. Okay, I think paper shuffling. So I think the jury now has to go through all those emails. So it takes a little bit of time here. Okay. This is what we call fluff. Here is all the paper flapping. Oh my word.
Right.
You saw this girl.
Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. Are we ready, guys? Oh, we ready.
All right, the jury has completed their review of Defendant's Exhibit 6. Mr. Taylor, your next witness.
Yes, sir. The defense calls Ashley Benefield.
You saw this girl affirm the testimony about to be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I don't know if I expected this one. Huh? What do you think? Obviously, it goes the defense is going to decide strategically throughout this trial, like, how is the state really doing? Like, should she take the stand or not? And I think before we see anything, I think it's a good move from the defense to do this, because, as I say, in self-defense cases, it actually can go really well for the defendants. And so she's going to take the stand. I just didn't really think that she would, although why would I think that? Because she was a performer, she was a ballerina, and she said that she can put on a hell of a show. That's one of her quotes, right? I think it was from the Vanity Fair article, which is linked in the description box if you want to read that. But can she? I mean, she's used to putting on a performance, a hell of a show. Would she be able to in a scenario like this? I don't know, but I'm a little bit surprised, but at the same time, I guess not. If I really think about it, I'm like, yeah, probably not. Okay, so Ashley Benefield, the defendant in this case, is about to take the stand, which, here we go. Buckle up. Are you ready?
Good morning, Ms. Benefield. As you've heard me tell other witnesses, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Nervous.
All right. Try the best you can to relax, and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type of family values were instilled in you?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, empathy, honesty, hard work, accountability.
What type of work did your father do?
My
Objection relevant.
I'll allow it.
My dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I grew up an only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Hold on 1 second, I'm sorry. You need some, get some headsets. Headsets.
Sorry.
How many? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood. All right, Ms. Benefield, if you could scoot a little bit closer and speak up so the jury can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the best
I
you can.
apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
You know, when she says like ballet, I think that's based on the interview that she did before this trial of like, she said, I get it, the Black Swan trial, it's catchy. And she said it's sensationalizing her life and her situation. But I mean, I don't think the jury knows it's called the Black Swan trial, right? So, when she's like, and ballet, this is the first time that they're hearing that, right?
What type of high school did you attend?
Objection. Can you move on, please?
I'm going to sustain at this point.
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
All right. If it's related to something specific, then yes.
Sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in particular in high school?
I was focused on pursuing ballet.
Was ballet a large part of your curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an accredited homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did the two of you meet?
We met August.
Oh my word, Eva is she's giving her the snarky bear look. Oh my word, she's like, you know, because Eva says she's lying. That's what she said in the interview we looked at yesterday, right? And the interview was actually from last year, after the Stand Your Ground hearing. And she's like, yeah, she's lying and I would like justice for my dad, is what Eva said. So for her to sit there and be like, let's hear this. This must be very difficult for her as well, right?
August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted you to him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming. We just instantly clicked.
Was Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
Specifically, late in the afternoon. Would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions?
I know it's just a word, okay. Pre-staged in the garage. Okay.
Between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck, and when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together, and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. And he said, it shouldn't be your stuff, my stuff, your house, my house.
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do?
You ask him to get you some more boxes at Lowe's, some tape, suggest where to go for lunch. Okay then, Kathleen said the ballet is being brought in because it speaks to her being graceful, poised, and controlled. Smart. I think this defense attorney, I think he's got some strategic moves there, but he's very naughty, very sneaky, likes to slip in lots of things here. So if he's the cause of a mistrial, I wouldn't be surprised if the judge is like, that's it. If the state says we'd like to file for a mistrial because he brought in all this stuff, I don't know what all's going to come out today. I can imagine a lot. I won't be shocked. Ellie B from Tennessee said, if you'll see me crying, it's for Eva. Just to make it clear, my heart goes out to her for the loss of her dad. Thank you, Ellie B from Tennessee.
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done. Saying I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked like right into me, like a body check. He like bumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I like stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile. He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
I could see that it was escalating, and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage, and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day, and he, as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway, and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box. And as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye, and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
Indicating on your right side.
Yes, sir.
In the hip area?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
A moment, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, just do me a favor, whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10?
Yes, sir. Will you tell us what exhibit 8 represents, Ashley?
It says scratch right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
The night of September 27th, 2020, at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
Also scratches on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close-up.
Do these photographs, Ashley, truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes.
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Will be received.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Where does Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with the box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth. about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and what I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom, and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
At that point, Ashley, how did you feel with respect to your own personal safety?
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house.
And where did you run to?
To the front door.
Did you make it?
No.
Tell us what happened.
He stopped me. He grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he spun around so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So,
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
"Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out. I said, "I'm done and you need to leave now."
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, "You can't fucking leave me."
Then what happens?
He hit me on the side of the head.
Actually, I'm going to ask you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7. Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay. Now,
It's so weird how they bring up this photo the whole time, because I wonder what the jury will think, because the investigators showed the photo, said there were no injuries, took more photos of her 3 days or so later, and still said there was no bruising, there were no injuries. That's what the investigators found, right? So will it help the defense to do that, right? Jenny B says, "Why are pro-Ashley comments disappearing?" I'm sure it's not pro-Ashley comments. It would be depending on what's being said and how it's being said, right? But all opinions are welcome here, just to make it clear. So, okay, it's very interesting to see all your comments as we watch this. So I'm just watching what all of you are saying while I'm also watching this. Okay, deep breaths, buckle up, here we go.
what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side of your head on that day by Doug?
That side of my face is swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping
Yes.
on the side where you were hit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move defense exhibit number 7 into evidence.
It feels like gaslighting, because we saw the evidence, we saw the photo. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't see drooping, swelling, and that's not, again, the boundary of this case, based on all the previous cases, the stand your ground trial, all of that. The boundary of this case is that it is not about domestic abuse, but about was it self-defense that day or not. So if she's describing that he hit her, and investigators saw no evidence of that, it's an interesting strategy, unless, of course, the defense is just unraveling this day, right? Which, that makes sense. Let's hear more.
Evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you...
So I know that domestic abuse doesn't just include violence, like hitting, right? It's all can all fall under the coercive control banner. There can be stalking, there can be control, there could be verbal abuse, there could be throwing of things or shooting into the ceiling. I'm very aware of that, right? Just note, though, that she did just say, he has never hit me before, which is also why I guess in all her court efforts, all the claims were unfounded because they couldn't find any evidence of that, you know?
Do.
I ran
Where?
to my room
Why?
because I was scared.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is flung open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, he didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I just held the gun like in front of me and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like, it was like a fighting stance. I got low and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. He was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me, and then he lunged at me, and I started pulling the trigger. And he just kept coming. And I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to get home.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was gonna kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. In my own house, he wouldn't let me leave.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child.
And that is the moment that I would have to eye roll. He's the father of my child, the one that you wouldn't even name on the birth certificate. You feel horrible because he's the father of your child. What? That's the number one thing. Is the jury going to believe that? I mean, the state has presented their case saying that the only thing she wanted to do was keep her child, their child, away from Doug. And now she feels horrible, not because she shot him, not because he died, but because he's the father of her child. Now, see, the jury doesn't know the other stuff because it's not allowed in this trial. But all those child abuse allegations, physical and sexual abuse allegations, which were unfounded. What was that? Wow, that's a turning point for me. That's a turning point for me. In this testimony, I'm like, what is going on here now? Thank you, Nora. Karen's like, are they tears? I don't know. We'll have to really look close now, right? Oh, my word. Okay. I'll go back slightly so you can see it.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was gonna kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped in my own house. He wouldn't let me leave.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child. It's okay. You have to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, let have her compose herself?
All right. This is the jury. If you could step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your notes where they are. You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside the jury about the case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we're going to talk anything about. Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, you can have a seat. You need to take a moment to compose yourself?
Yeah, would it be all right if she stepped out?
No, sir.
May I approach her? With no conversation?
As long as you don't say anything. Yeah.
Not say a word.
Yes.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you. Those.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
All right, Judge, I think you can bring him back in.
Okay, great. All right, let's go to the jury.
With shame on the judge, with how quick that was, like, okay, judge, can we just have a moment so she can regain her composure? And then the jury goes out, but it was quick, huh? They're probably like still just walking down the corridor, like, okay, come back in. I think it's an effective defense strategy, I gotta say. Right? Ursos, arctos, Horribilis says she moved away from him, induced the birth, refused to ID him on the birth certificate, refused to tell him the baby was even born. Yeah, and now she's got her daughter standing outside with a sign saying, please keep my mommy free, which is a lot of child abuse, in my opinion, to put on a child's shoulders because she shot her daddy. You know what I mean? Like, that is, like, will the little girl grow up believing that her dad abused her? Oh my goodness. Kim Watts said defense's trickery, he and his client are a lot alike. Thank you for being a member for 21 months. Now, I see a lot. Majority of the comments are saying, you don't buy this. Like, this is, you guys are saying Amber Heard, that this is the performance of a lifetime and all sorts of things like that. I'm thinking the jury, they don't have context. The state, in my opinion, did a terrible job at presenting this case. The timeline wasn't clear. There's a lot of gaps, you know, and there's a lot of things, obviously, that also can't bring in, but the defense is very strategically and naughtily bringing in a few little things, enough that I don't think the jury will find her guilty, honestly, you know, but we shall see. Let's see how the rest of this day goes.
Jury back in. Yes, sir. We might have stepped into the facility, so we'll wait a minute.
Behavior panel, we need you. Guys, please, let's all tag them on X or something. We're like, can you please analyze this? Can I analyze it? Because that would be interesting, right? You know what's so interesting is, Rando, I'm just going to show you a comment quickly as an example, okay? You said, dear naysayers, I'm a survivor, so I know how I react in the situation. If you haven't been there, you have no way of knowing how you would react. You know what's so interesting is throughout this case, because it's a very triggering case, especially for domestic violence survivors, right? But it's like, I would say almost like a 50-50 split. I was going to say like 80-20, where 80% say, I'm a DV survivor, and this is not it. This is lying, it's fake, all that, right? And then the other percentage, let's just call it 50-50, will say, I'm a survivor, and therefore this is exactly how it is. And that's the thing. You can't, you know, each person's trauma is unique, individual, even though there's patterns. We all experience trauma differently. So otherwise, you know, I don't know, PTSD would all look exactly the same and the experiences would be exactly the same. It's all different. So just try to look at the case only with the evidence in front of you, and not blend it with your experience, because it could like cloud it a bit and it could trigger you as well. So please, if you feel triggered, take a time out, okay? Take a time out, look after your mental health, because I know this case is very, very triggering for many, many people. And so I just find it's interesting always to hear the comments, and I'm getting lots of long emails. Please remember not to trauma dump on me because I have my own trauma too. So I can't read like hundreds of emails where people are trauma dumping me. It's very difficult for me as well. But there's a lot of like different opinions. People saying this is a lie, and then this is exactly how it would be. It's like, that's why we like the comments. You can all have your own opinions. You all come with your own experiences. Everybody from different walks of life. Everybody from different places all over the world. So it's so interesting to hear what you all have to say. Kim Dracula said the women on the jury will be seeing through this. I wonder, right? Okay. I wonder also, I can't think now, where are they sitting in this room? Are they on the, because someone asked, is her hair covering her face for the jury? I actually think they're on the other side, but I'm not too sure now.
All right, let's bring him in.
I like that, Tracy Jones. Not biased, but not gullible. Yes.
Bless you.
Okay, I know we can just skip forward, but I want to see all the body language in the room. I'm looking at everybody.
All right, it'll be a couple of more minutes till the jurors are finished with their break. It's 9:56. Let's say at 10:05 we'll reconvene. Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow you to leave the stand. However, you are in the middle of your testimony. You may not communicate with anyone at all during your testimony. Do you understand? So you can step down and use the facilities, that's just fine, but you cannot communicate even with your attorney while you're testifying, all right? Okay, you need to step out, you can do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so.
Okay, so we go forward. She looks like she's about to pass out over there, oh my word. Sure. Awesome Natasha says, in my opinion, the jury might come back not guilty because the prosecution didn't prove anything. Yeah, in my opinion as well. I really think, unfortunately, in my opinion, the state, oh man, they didn't, I don't know why they rushed so much. I mean, imagine even when they had Eva on the stand, if they asked her, tell us about your dad. Oh, there she is, okay. Like, tell us about your dad. And if she said, my dad, like, he was the greatest person, he was so sweet, he was whatever, that could help the state's case. Like, use your witnesses effectively, ask the right questions. Now, please remember, I'm not a lawyer, okay? I'm just a commentator. I'm literally nobody. I'm a South African in Switzerland, and I'm watching a trial with you, but I like strategy and boundaries and studying these types of things, and I really like watching trials with you. And it just, we've seen such cases where the state was so brilliant, like so effective, where timelines were unforgettable. Like we still talk about those timelines, right? Like Kevin Clark's timeline, we talk about from the Letitia Stark trial. Remember the Burgos Aviles? Remember how the prosecutor was? Oh my word, like it's unforgettable. Now sometimes like this one, what's the rush? Why rush through the witnesses like that? Why not ask them powerful questions, even if they powerful emotional questions as well? Because the defense is sure doing it. They're sure doing it, So anyway, let me know what you think there. Okay, so while I'm yakking over here, I'm sure you guys are also watching. Again, behavior panel. we need you. Right? Okay. That Minky said, crocodile tears. She could have waited for her mom to return, then call 911. Or grab her phone and call 911. I don't know. Eileen. Ooh, how do I say your surname? Ooh, I want to try. Thank you so much for the sticker. Eileen Vacheries. I don't know if I said it right. Okay. Some people who have survived domestic abuse have said that they would, if they were on the stand, and again, that would be projecting, right? We can't project in this case. But some people have said, based on what they know and have felt and have been through, they would feel relieved to be testifying, like I killed my abuser because I had to survive. You know what I mean? They're saying, people are telling me in comments and on emails that they would not be acting like this, but I guess it's different for everyone. That's why we can't judge somebody's trauma. But it's interesting that most people don't buy this. I just wonder if the jury will. Let me see what you say quickly, then I'll go forward. I said, what do you think about her taking the stand? And so far, 17% say it's helping her case. 42% say it's harming her case. That's quite a big number, actually. And 41% say, not sure yet. Okay. So here we go. Let's go forward. Taking that break. Okay. Cha-da-ska-dum. It says poor low budget movie acting. I see a lot of people saying, my dog stepped on a bee, which is an Amber Heard reference, right? Okay. Paula said I was trying really hard to believe her. You know, man, when she said she feels horrible because he's the father of my child. That one made me. That's where my red flag for this testimony went right up.
All right. Thank you, be seated. All right, I checked. The jury is all back. They're ready to go.
Ready?
Come on back. Ready?
Yep.
State.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in.
And action. Okay, Miranda A. said, the judge outlined the burden shifting yesterday. 1, the state proves she killed Doug. 2, the defense proves self-defense. And 3, the state proves not self-defense. Okay, I can't wait for the cross-examination of this witness, right? They're going to ask her questions, right? I really hope so. I wonder what she's thinking about right about now. What do you think she's thinking about right about now?
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did anybody begin deliberations or talk about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody communicate with anybody outside the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White.
Put a pause. Okay, Brando says people need to ask themselves if the gender roles were reversed, in this, would you still think the same way? I would, because the dead person is not here to speak for themselves. So I'm pretty skeptical. I know it's innocent till proven guilty, fully aware. Doesn't mean I can't have my own opinion about a case. And if this was a man on the stand and claiming self-defense, and those were the same facts that we know and circumstances, I would feel exactly the same. Like, yeah, I'm still like, I don't know about that. Given everything that we've learned so far, not from the state, that we've learned so far, from the stand your ground hearing, from all the documents, from all the homework that we did. So, I don't know, but what do you guys think there? Here we go.
Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No.
Whose firearm was it?
Mine.
Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, let me see now. Let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The
The
left side.
left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right?
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, is that the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
And did you say it back? Yes, yes, I did. And okay, did you agree to marry him? Yes. Okay, I'm just saying. Now we're going to hear the rest. You know what I mean? She was married before too. He was married before. His wife had died 9 months before. They met at a political rally of sorts, and they hit it off, right? But it's like 4 days later. Yeah, it went really quickly, which could be the classic curse of control love bombing, right? Real fast. But it works both ways because the text went both ways. They were both saying I love yous very quickly. We've seen some of those text messages before, right? Dr. Berry, wait, the comments are flying. I've got to catch it quickly. Dr. Berry, you said, if you guys haven't checked out Dr. Berry's channel, go check it out, okay? Go subscribe over there. You said, catching up, thanks so much for mentioning how everyone experienced trauma differently and how triggering this case can be. Yes, I have a lot of people, sharing their trauma in my inbox with me and assuming that I have none, which is also unfair. We've all been through stuff. A lot of us here in this community understand coercive control, domestic abuse, and all that kind of stuff. Lots of trauma, lots of things. Our community, we are very strong together, but we must never assume. And everyone experiences it differently, and everyone can react differently. This we know. Okay, so how long after they met did they start saying I love you to each other? Of course, this is the defense's case. So he's only going to ask it a one-sided way. That's strategy, important, sure. But 4 days.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54.
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed 8 or 9 months before, and I was a complete stranger to her. Now I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship,
Pause. There's many lessons we can learn along the way, right? Don't marry anyone that fast would be a lesson. Maybe sometimes we've got to spell it out. Don't. If it's love bombing and super quick, like let's get married in 13 days, don't do that. That's a red flag. Don't move so fast. Take your time. Take it easy. Get to know each other in many scenarios. That's one lesson to learn already here.
Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very loving and attentive. He was always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had met him, I had planned a trip, and so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Oh, 3, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, the ones that we did, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay.
Claire Warrington says, ach, asseblief, Alicia, gedra yourself. Then liar. It means, ach, asseblief, Alicia. So behave yourself, right? And then you say liar. And her second name is, wait, it's Ashley Christina. Yes, that is her second name.
Do you want me to read all of them, or?
Yeah, go
Okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Are those text messages actually a true and accurate copy of the messages you received from Doug Benefield while you were on the cruise?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Can we approach this?
Yes.
KJ says each case is different and should be looked at individually. Yes, and while one might have some experience, put that in a box and just look at the case. That is what one needs to do. Put the empathy and the trauma in a box. I will show you guys the box because I would literally do it in my own mind. Okay, I'm like, okay, we're gonna put it in the box now. Okay, now let's look at the case as best we can, just based on the legal documents and the facts presented. And of course, here, the facts presented, the state, man, the powers in the questions. They didn't ask very powerful questions at all, I don't think. And I think the defense is doing a pretty good job at asking some interesting, intriguing questions that will stick in the minds of the jury. You always got to think, what will the jury remember, right? So, yeah, but based on everything that we've seen, many of us have come to our own opinions, which is perfectly okay. We're allowed to make commentary. We're allowed to have opinions. So let me just see what you guys are saying while we're waiting here. Okay, I don't want the sound to give us a fright. Wait, the sound gives us a fright when it comes back on.
Reduce.
There you go. Okay.
Move to introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
May I take a look again?
Now, these are the text messages that the defense tried to bring in yesterday, because I remember these little text bubbles when they talk about the blue and green bubble. So is the defense attorney just going to charge ahead with this? Is he going to cause a mistrial? I wonder.
I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug's green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed. and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about like a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So more than that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rexy says, I thought this was not allowed. Same. I thought this was not allowed. So, as I say, I'm not a lawyer. But if I read the room and I'm like, whoa, the state's really quiet, they're not objecting right now. Maybe they still will. But if they're not objecting, maybe they just let him keep talking then. You keep talking, buddy. You know what I mean? And then they might file for a mistrial at this point. Oh, my word. Because what is he doing? Like, why is he reading those? I don't know why it's allowed right now. Also, Zencat asked, seeing in chat that Ashley was married before, where is that info, please? So yesterday, it's timestamped for you. We went over it before we started watching the trial day at the beginning of the stream. We went over a few documents and talked about Ashley's ex-husband, who was also a Marine that she went to the shooting range with as well. And he says that the relationship ended when he found out that she had an affair.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at
it
the
was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very, like, controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I wore my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
A friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me, was offended. He started screaming at me and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. And he kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
So Emily said, Weinsap. Are you American or not? Or is it like Weinsap? I like all these cool names in chat. Okay, you said, gee, the judge ruled that Ashley had to testify to the context of these texts before Taylor could use them to question other witnesses. Very interesting. Okay, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me and with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he'd be very sweet and apologetic. And he'd be kind. And things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch. And something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing. And I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads. And I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Oh, damn. This defense is good. They're bringing it all in. Naughty, but good. We'll see what the state and the judge do about this, but they are bringing it all up.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going to read this to you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon, finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Tell us, please.
We were having an argument, and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog Sully jumped up in between us, and he punched him in the face so hard that he knocked him out. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat multiple times. One time he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley?
Sorry to interrupt his question there. In part 3 of our trial prep, we went over Ashley's side of the story, and we looked at a website that her protesters have started called westandwithashley.com, and I linked it in that episode. So if you haven't seen part 3, we actually looked at that text message that is one that allegedly Doug Benefield's ex-wife Renee wrote. Right? I say allegedly because it's just a screenshot, and they are showing it here. I just don't know how they could prove that it was her that wrote it, you know what I mean? But that's that text message about, trigger warning, being kicked so hard on honeymoon, all that, that was from Renee Benefield, Doug's previous wife. I think he was actually married even before her, so I think it's his second wife, Renee. She died 9 months before he met Ashley, and then he married Ashley within 13 days, of course, right? So that timeline we know. But if you've never seen the text message, because they're not showing it to us now, watch part 3 of the trial prep, which is on the playlist, and then we went over that. And yesterday we went over how Ashley's ex-husband described her, and why their marriage ended, and that they went to counseling and all that. So there's little bits that I could see people have missed along the way, so I'm trying to point you in the right direction. It's all on the playlist.
In June of 2017 that you vividly recall.
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument, and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out, and he was like waving it around, and then he threw it at me, and it hit the wall behind me, punched a hole in the wall. When I went to run to try to leave, he pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's gonna blow his fucking brains out, and I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking about your marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was going to get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it was the last thing on my mind at that point.
The last thing on your mind. She literally convinced him to reverse his vasectomy and got pregnant within 3 months. Like, if you look at that timeline, whoa, and she's like, it's the last thing on my mind, as if it was such a surprise that she got pregnant. It wasn't a surprise. He had to go for a medical procedure to do that. And Tommy Benefield testified on the first day that she got pregnant within 3 months of him reversing his vasectomy. So, like, completely out of the blue pregnancy. Last thing on her mind. Okay. And also, as Kathleen said there earlier, why would she then, after having the child, flaunt an engagement ring in front of someone that's this jealous and angry? Why would you do that? There's a couple of things that just don't really add up for me. Let me know how you think, right? Legally, Red 1 says, you made him reverse his vasectomy after this? Yes. Okay.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get my stuff. And I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
We went over that entire letter in the trial prep, okay? I think in part 2. We did a part 1 a year ago, and then we did a part 2 and a part 3 deep dive before this trial started. So, and if you have never watched the Stand Your Ground trial that lasted 2 days, go and watch that as well, especially day 1. It was very interesting. So we didn't watch it together, but I have watched it, and many of you have watched it. So that's also where a lot of information comes from, not from this trial, unfortunately. One would think the state would have made a lot of this clear. But anyway, yeah, Jamie Billy said there's 3 things the prosecution should remind the jury of when they cross Ashley. Good work, G.
I'm going to have an objection.
Do you approach?
Okay, so they're approaching. By the way, for those who don't know about the letter, let me just see if I have it still. Do I still have it up here? Ooh, I might actually still have it. Wait. Okay, so bring it over. Bring it over. So many documents. Where's the letter? There's the picture. And she's been out on bond this whole time. Oh, here was all these allegations, all the cases that, Ashley had about domestic violence, child abuse, all that was unfounded, is what they said. Where's that freaking letter? There we go. Okay, so hold on 1 second. It says, Doug, this is the letter she took back. She wrote this letter, so she got pregnant, okay, after asking him to reverse his vasectomy, got pregnant within 3 months. And then very shortly after that, she moved in with her mom. She wanted nothing more to do with him. So, okay. I'm just seeing what you guys are saying as well. Let me just quickly take this comment off. I just have to quickly click on one. Sorry about that. Thank you, Helen, for your comment. There we go. So, she then decided after living with her mom for some time, yeah, she's done with him. I wonder if her mom has any influence over that at all. I don't know. I'm just speculating, okay? But anyway, she left this letter for Doug. She said, Doug, I can honestly tell you that I'm completely heartbroken. Please do not be rash. Hear me out and read all the way to the end of this letter. Over the past year, we have had good times, yes, but you've also displayed scary and irrational behavior with sudden outbursts of rage and fits of anger. Extreme and uncontrollable anger. This has left me constantly stressed to the point of nausea and scared for my safety. I never know what will set you off, and so I always walk on eggshells to try to keep the peace. It's like it's like you are two very different people, and I'm never sure when you will lash out and be overtaken with rage. You yell, scream, and cuss at me, even telling me we should get a divorce. That's another interesting one. That Doug was telling her, you know what, we should get a divorce. Like, that's a little uncommon, but okay. That you don't want to see me or touch me again, and that you don't love me. With like a paternity test, okay. You have put my life in danger multiple times when you had a sudden fit of anger when driving with me in the car. You have driven erratically, way too fast, broken traffic laws, crossed in front of incoming traffic or oncoming traffic, driven up over a curb, through grass, almost hit several trees and acted like you were going to crash the car. Sometimes you break things, smash drinking glasses on the counter, in the sink, or even in your hands because you were so full of uncontrollable anger. You have thrown and broken things, chairs, cups, books, anything you can get your hands on, even a loaded gun, which left a giant hole in the wall in the kitchen. You even pointed a loaded gun at your head and then shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen. There are holes that you have punched in the walls all over the house and even in a door from when you got angry and were yelling in a fit of rage. You use very scary and threatening language that makes me fearful of you and what you might do to me. You even say things to make it sound like I'm lucky that you punch, to make it sound like, okay, I'm lucky that you punch walls instead of me because you don't know what I have done or what I'm capable of. You have intimidated me by getting in my face, even cornering me in either the closet or the bathroom and blocking my way out. Okay. You have even grabbed my arm and squeezed and yanked me. I have even seen you get mad at the girls, yelled, screamed, and cussed at them. I wonder if Eva, will she take the stand again? I now understand why Eva used to tell me that she was afraid of you. Just my side note is just that she plays Eva and Doug against each other. Because she would read Eva's diary and then go and pick a fight with Doug about what Eva wrote in her diary. And then she would pull Eva aside and be like, I think your dad poisoned your mom. You know what I mean? So she was trying to break the bond between Eva and her dad, which I'm not a fan of that. She said, you are possessive, controlling, and manipulating. All of this is not even to mention the conditions I've been living in since moving. Oh yeah, do you guys remember this? Okay. She's complaining about the house not being 5-star now. All of this not even to mention the conditions I've been living in since moving in with you the beginning of last November. The house has not had heat or AC since before I moved in, but you made it sound like it was about to be fixed. I will try to keep a straight face this round. It's difficult because these really sound like first world problems, but I mean it like as in princess mode, like why? Okay, listen. The house is falling apart in many ways. Cracked tile floors in the bathroom that pinch your feet when you walk. Toilets that don't work all the time, and places where the ceiling is literally falling down in giant chunks. There are exposed outlets and wires where I've electrocuted myself. There's black mold on the walls and ceiling in the kitchen pantry. The sink in the master bathroom was broken for months, so I had no hot water all winter. The electric and water have been turned off because of unpaid bills. We even got a notice in the mail that our house was going into foreclosure. We did not have a working dishwasher for months. Stefan, stop it. Stefan broke my composure. He knew it was coming. No dishwasher. Ooh, that one got me. I'm like, oh man. Yeah, no dishwasher. Like 80% of the world. Okay. So okay, focus. We didn't have. So it's weird complaints. You see that? You see that? Wait, there was something I also wanted to. Oh yeah. Remember how she said to Doug, "You ready? You sure you want to come stay at the slum?" When he was going to come over and stay at her mother's house. They joked about staying at the slum. Well, she's making like this was a slum. So she just calls wherever she stays a slum, it sounds like. Unless she was at Mar-a-Lago staying with Trump. Okay, that one, it didn't work out. Okay, so anyway, we did not have a working dishwasher for months. The tap water is unsafe to drink. It smells and tastes like chemicals. And we know it killed our fish. The water filter broke in the refrigerator and we have been left without safe drinking water or ice. Okay, forcing us to buy bottled water. Okay. A lot of places in Africa just wish that they had water every day. Running water, safe, clean running water. She's like, we have to buy bottled water. We have run out multiple times now and have been without water for days, even over a week. This has been going on for months. The freezer does not work and it leaks all over the wood floor in the kitchen, which now is molding, rotted, and caving in. All these things and more I have overlooked and I have lived with for now a year. So in this letter, she complains more about the, in her mind, 1-star accommodation than his abuse. Can you at least acknowledge that? In this letter, where she's breaking up with him, like a child, not actually just going to file for divorce, explaining to him, these are the reasons I'm leaving you. The dishwasher hasn't been working for months. Okay. So she says, all these things and more I've overlooked and lived with for now a year because I love you. But even since finding out I was pregnant, you have continued to display psychotic, irrational, and unsafe behavior that has left me fearful for my life and safety, as well as that of my unborn child. She doesn't say our, my, right? Okay, I have come to get only what belongs to me. And what is that? Okay. Do not harass or try to follow me, or I will call the police and have a restraining order against you. I will talk with you only via text, starting Tuesday, September 19th. Do not call me or my mom. We will not pick up. Thank you for your understanding, Ashley. Like, this is not a high school breakup, Ashley. If you want to divorce the man, file for divorce. He's the one who first filed for divorce because she came there flaunting an engagement ring. Okay, now that you've heard the letter, you're going to, let's see, you're going to hear if they're going to bring it into evidence or not. Are they going to be able to question her about this or not? Let's see. I'm actually glad we quickly went over that again. Let's go. Okay, so they're doing sidebar. Oh, man.
Him a letter?
Who's this lady? She is not amused. She's like, what the hell is this? What is going on in this case? Is it Doug's mom? I don't know. The sound will come on any minute now. Be warned, be warned.
All right, Ashley. Can you identify what we marked for identification of the defendant's exhibit number?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Well, she can't even identify it.
No, sir. I need my one.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What?
I used to be able to lip read quite well. I was actually deaf for like 2 years, so I picked up that little skill, but I couldn't tell what she was saying there, but I would love to know. What is this lady mumbling there?
Did you tell Doug?
Objection, consent.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
Okay.
What was it that made you uncomfortable?
It was a lot of things. It was the things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
Add the no dishwasher and no dishwasher.
And were you afraid for just you?
I was pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Were there instances, Ashley, where you felt that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
I guess one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me, like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of things that would be done to intimidate you.
He would get in my face. He'd yell at me. He'd come at me like he was going to hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things, threw things at me.
How would you describe, if you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, scary, unpredictable.
Ashley, did you take any steps in addition to leaving this letter to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes.
What did you do?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
Ashley, I'd like to pass to you what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 13A and 13B and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay. Um, 13A is the
Objection to
Okay, approaching sidebar time. Whoa, look at that. I'm just looking at all of them in the court. Okay, let's keep looking at them a little bit. Kristen, welcome to Grizzly Supporter. Thank you so much. Angela says, I'm afraid the jury will believe her crap. They might. Pamela's like, and then invited him to help me pack and get a chai tea in boxes, tape. I mean, let's go for lunch. It's Selby. Okay.
Okay, now, was that order that the judge decreed violated?
Yes,
By who?
by Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida? From
Yes.
South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And did you open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell, and I got like an instant headache.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
He sent her a box of exotic tea. It was Tivana tea. And I think it's one of those that it's like a flower that's like, it looks like potpourri because it literally is tea that like blooms, right? So there was a glass teapot, I think, and some cups, because we read this before as well. This is all part of the trial prep that we did. So if you missed it, please check out part 1, 2, and 3, then you'll be all caught up. But yes, that's what she's talking about. And she was convinced that he had replaced the tea with potpourri, and that's how he was going to poison her and the baby. So she literally, once their child was born, which she didn't tell Doug about, she had them both in a hyperbaric chamber for 40 hours to test for zinc poisoning, which turned out they had no poisoning. I was like, was it not just like a very expensive exotic tea? I feel like here her mental health is a bit of a question for me. I'm just like, I wonder, it sounds like a bit of paranoia, right? I don't know, because this is where she decided, oh my word, he's trying to poison me and the baby, and he also killed his ex-wife with poison. That's where her mind went. She connected all of those dots, right? So the thing is, though, that if he was a coercive controller, okay, normally a child would seal the bond even more. It makes divorce even more difficult. So I don't personally think he would have wanted to kill his unborn child or harm her, right? In my opinion. Okay, so anyway, so she's talking now about the tea. We've gone over that before. If you want to go over that document, check out, I can't remember, I think it was part 2 where we looked at that Tivana package.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you if you can identify it.
Okay. So what do I do with these? Okay. Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of the package he sent to me.
Is it a true and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November?
The outside of it, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No, Judge.
Now, I know that each case is different. Okay. We've looked at a lot of poisoning cases. That would be incredibly creative of a man like Doug to be like, I'm going to put potpourri in here. I'm going to take these tea bags and I'm about to put some potpourri in. You know what I mean? And the investigators, they did investigate this claim. It was unfounded, and Doug produced the receipt of exactly where he bought it, exactly when he sent it, which was before the protective order was even in place. And so the gift arrived for her birthday, but there was no poison in it. It was just an exotic tea.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back up and I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, aside from the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina restraining order.
Yes.
Did you, when you contacted the police, request that they take some action?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Okay.
Sidebar. Here we go. Lots of sidebars.
Were you subsequently notified, Ashley, by the state attorney's office here in Manatee County that no charges were to be filed?
Yes.
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
Not off the top of my
Let
head.
me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th, 2018.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have contact with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
Does there come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring?
Yes.
So at or about the time of that, what steps, if any, did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction here in Florida.
What was the result?
It was denied.
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
There was a time-sharing agreement set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you
Sorry, quick pause. Sorry to pause it like that. I just want to show you where is this picture now. So V Aguilar said, sent you an email with a Tivana example. Thank you so much. That gave me an idea to show you. If I could, where's the picture? Like, hello. Freaking picture. Here we go. We've got to make it bigger. Tivana. This is like a Tivana gift box because she talked about having in her gift box there were 4 teacups and a glass pot, I think, and then also like special teas. But just like look at it. So when she saw this, she's like, "Oh my word, he's trying to poison me." But they both love tea. That's another thing they had in common, which is why in those text messages we saw in the week leading up to the shooting of Doug, he asked, "Do you want some chai? You know, for chai tea." All of that. So, okay, here's an example. It's not the example, but there's an example of a Tivana or a tea, exotic tea box or something like that, which she thought was potpourri and said that potpourri can, I think she said it's got urea in it and it can poison her and the child. But then she went to a hyperbaric chamber for 40 hours, which some also say is child abuse, and it was hectic. Like, we've seen pictures of that as well. I don't know if you remember that. But yes, it seems to me like it was a little bit of paranoia at that point.
recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, Did you tell the court,
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead and finish the question.
did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic acts of violence by Doug?
Yes.
Overruled. I'm sorry. Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, or can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my head.
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection.
Gee, Mommy says, newsflash, a lot of makeup has urea in it. Just quickly pausing. Mark Benson, you say, I don't know who you're addressing, but yes, the ballet dancers for the American National Ballet Company that Doug had started for Ashley, and then she just abandoned the entire ship. They were from all over the world. Yes, indeed. We went over that in part 2 as well, part 1 and 2 of the trial prep.
Would you like me to read the whole thing, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No. I would just like to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay, then without referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Can I finish reading this section?
Remove the document
Yeah,
from.
you need to remove the document if the memory's been refreshed.
I just said I didn't finish reading that part.
So he needs to finish reading.
I'm sorry, take your time, finish reading.
Okay.
Yes, Dorothy, she didn't even meet the dancers. They were just completely abandoned. After they had all their hopes and dreams invested. Sure.
I don't expect you to remember all the details. I'm going to ask you for the high points.
Okay, sorry, there's just a lot in here. Okay.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, the things that you had to say.
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking him, throwing our cat Snuffy, about him trapping me, grabbing me, yanking me, tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. I trap me in the closet, smash things like that.
All right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was a deposition taken of Doug.
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you able to hear the entire proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Did Doug make
Objection, Paulson.
Approach.
And she wanted Doug arrested in court in front of everyone so that she could have her daughter to herself. Remember that? That's what one of the detectives testified on. Day 1, was it? I think it was on day... Maybe it was on day 2. I think it was on day 2 of this trial. Okay, not part 1, 2, 3. That's the trial prep. Day 2 of this trial. Interesting. Okay, so let's keep the sidebarring. So let's go forward. There we go. Sure. That must be awkward, sitting there with everyone and Eva staring at her. By the way, it was Judge Moreland that they're talking about from these depositions and the injunction hearings and all that said there was not a scintilla of truth to Ashley's allegations.
Ashley?
Can you oppose based on this as well?
Okay.
Caroline, with your dark sense of humor, you're like, whenever I am on trial for murder, I hate it when people stare at me. I hope you're never on trial for murder, okay? But yeah, she's just sitting there, look there, sure, long times. I'm sure Eva's still just like, yeah. Okay. Well, long sidebars today. That's why we like to start late. Look how we could skip over all this.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17.
Okay.
And ask you if you can identify it.
I don't know if it's like one person with the same account or two people saying the same thing. I don't know. Some golf girl said Doug admitted to all of it, and Jenny B said Doug admitted to all of it in court. Yes, without embellishing at all. Like saying, push the dog off his lap. That's what he testified to. He admitted that he shot a round into the ceiling, and he admitted to punching the wall. Yes, he did. And throwing a gun. He did all of that. This trial is not about that. And I don't know why people are reading, like, why try to convince, because we know that, right? Aren't we all on the same page? Don't we already know that Doug admitted to that? Like, that's not news, right? Meaning, this trial, as the judge has said, even though now that she's on the stand, it's almost like a loophole. Like, the judge I mean, the defense can now ask lots of these questions, but ooh, I can't wait for well, I hope the state will do a good job. Can't wait to see how cross-examination goes. I think it's going to be intense. But what was I saying? Oh, this trial is about, was it self-defense or not? And that's all. That's what this trial is about. Not were the allegations true. They said there was not a scintilla of truth to her allegations. You know, to domestic violence, sexual abuse on their child, physical abuse on their child. There was no truth to that. No poisoning. The other stuff, yes. Okay. So let's keep going here. And we know that the court systems, they've got work to do when it comes to domestic abuse. We know that. We've covered so many cases where many victims of domestic abuse have to go multiple times to the courts, multiple times to the police stations, have to keep on reminding, keep on calling, keep on begging for help. I know that. We're well aware of that, right? But this case was on that day, was it self-defense or not? And they're still talking now here about like this was now 2018 when this injunction hearing took place. And so the murder happened, or the shooting happened on September 27th of 2020. In case you're not aware of the timeline, this injunction hearing was in 2018. Okay.
Ashley, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is.
They're text messages between me and Doug.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence, defense exhibit number 17.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Ashley,
Pause. Sorry.
in the
Sorry, I can't put on a good pause there. Miranda said her DV case already went to trial, ruling not one scintilla of credibility to her allegations. So a lot of, I wonder if people missed that. Like her DV cases already went to trial. Her stand your ground trial already happened. So this is almost like we could kind of put as trial number 3. And this is about, was it self-defense on the day or not? Did deadly force have to be used on that day?
defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
And does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, he does not. Those text messages do not say that.
If I'm going to sustain, if you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct. Was a tracker at any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug no, hold on. the state is reviewing that, Ashley, I'm going to pass to you defendants exhibits 19 and 20. Tell us, if you would, what they depict.
Holes in the drywall of the house, our house in South Carolina.
Refer to them specifically. Exhibit number
19 has a
what does
picture
that show?
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it. It's kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a true and accurate production of what existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move them into evidence.
I don't know if they're going to show them now, so let me just quickly bring something over for you. Hold on. Okay. Go. Let's show you this. This is from the westandwithashley.com website. And, oh, sorry about that. Okay, wait. Trying to zoom in on this one. Here's some of those pictures. Oh, sorry, that they show here. The hole punch in the wall. Okay. What is this? Doug's anger and aggression continued to escalate until one day he pulled a gun. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the gunshot in the ceiling. So this is westandwithashley.com. Her protesters have started this website. And we went over this in part 3 of our trial prep. I'm getting an extraordinary amount of emails of people saying, please, just, she's a victim, think of her. But I say, please do your homework. Watch the Stand Your Ground trial. Read all the documents. There's many of them. I posted probably 20 documents yesterday on Patreon that you can read at your leisure. Read the documents, watch part 1, 2, and 3, and then maybe we could have a civil conversation and agree to disagree if our opinions are different. But if you don't do your homework, it's just like, there's no point, right? So, but this is part of the homework. It's part 3, okay? Which actually half of the people that watch part 2 ended up watching part 3. So watch part 3 if you want to see all this, because we went over all of this. We heard her side of the story. We put ourselves in her shoes. Literally. And then you put it all together. All of it. Stand Your Ground, all the other court records, the legal documents, the everything. We've gone over everything, right? Oh, shame. Those are the pictures of the child. Okay, I'm still not going to show pictures of children. westandwithashley.com if you want to go check it out. So it's here. There's also a picture of the dog. If you guys haven't seen it, there's the cat that he allegedly threw. And there's text message screenshots that they have there. And here's the dog as well that he says he pushed off, hit. She says punched until unconscious. So here's all of that. Okay, part 3 on the playlist, which is linked in the description box for you. We've literally looked at every angle of this case. It's not biased. It's not one-sided. I have an opinion. You have an opinion. But just make sure that we're like on the same page, that we all have looked at the information, right? Okay. Now, let's go back to the trial. Sorry, I just wanted to show you that in case, sometimes as we can see in court, they're not actually going to show us the exhibits. So now at least you've seen that.
State, any objection to defense 19 and 20?
No.
Received. All right.
Sure. I mean, it's to be expected. I know there's a lot of sidebars in trials, but there's a lot of sidebars today. Here we go.
Did you
Wait.
also during the time?
At places that
Here we go.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
yes, in a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give
I-
us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was, just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
He was driving here.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley,
She.
were you present
Yes.
for the incident?
Yes. He was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft.
And was this reported to the police?
Yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
Now that we've seen in many cases. Example, Micah Miller. Not to trigger that conversation now, but yeah, stalking. Ooh, that's a difficult one. That I think there's still a lot of work needed worldwide on that one. It's very scary, right? And even if one feels like this person is now harassing me, they're stalking me, all of that, and you feel like you really want to shoot them, you still can't. You can't just shoot them and say self-defense. But it must drive you absolutely bonkers and must be very scary. And in some of those text messages on We Stand with Ashley, they show some of those where, and it's actually in some of the court documents as well, where Doug admitted to putting Eva's tracker on her car. And that was, if I remember this timeline correctly, after she'd flaunted the engagement ring. Then he filed for divorce and he was like, who the hell is she engaged to? So he started, I'm not justifying, stalking. I'm just trying to fill in, well, when was that? So from the timeline that I put together in my mind here, tell me if I'm not correct, but what I remember is when after Emerson was born, and she dropped her off to spend some time with Doug, then she had an engagement ring, and then Doug was like, the hell? Yeah, and started tracking her and looking into the windows, apparently, and doing all of those things so that he could see who she's with, because they were still married, right? And he at that point was so confused, like, what? I didn't even know before that. So didn't know my child was born, and eventually found out. Now I'm fighting to spend some time with her. Now she's saying she's engaged to someone else. You know what I mean? So
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 23 and 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right, and what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
Does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those.
no, it doesn't. No, they said he was 5'9" and like 160 pounds. He was skinny at the time, not all buff like they showed in those photos that they showed in the opening statements as well. And we've looked at it in documents too. Okay, it's like, that's just how he looked. Are you sure? Because we saw his very small shorts and very small shirt. You know what I mean? He was apparently quite scrawny at that time, the day of the homicide.
Those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? No. Received?
I always have to have a disclaimer, because I know people are going to be like, shouting at me for something. It doesn't mean that if he was 5 foot 9, 160 pounds, that he was weak. I'm not saying he was weak. I'm not saying he can't be strong. I'm saying that the pictures that they show and that she's looking at now, that we've looked at before in all our trial prep, might not be that accurate for the day, how he was on that day.
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2020 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection. Previous ruling.
Sustained.
Ooh, this guy's so naughty. He's trying to bring in those Google searches now, like how to co-parent with an abuser and all of that. Oh my. Okay, do you guys want to see the pictures of Doug that we're talking about? I've got them. It's the motion to dismiss. Wait, I'll bring it over quickly. We did go over this, but I'll just show you quickly. Motion to dismiss. Wait, is it here? I think it's in here. There. Those are the pictures they're talking about. Okay, there. Those are the pictures. A selfie and him doing a push-up. Okay, that's what they're referring to in this document, saying, look at him, look at him. The motion to remember, actually, there's, like I say, it's almost like trial number 4. There were the DV cases, the motion to dismiss, denied. The stand your ground trial, 2 days. She didn't win that. Now we're here. Okay, so there's a lot that happened before this day, which is why this trial has so many boundaries, because it's been a long road to get here. And yeah, all this time, if you didn't know, if you knew here, she has not been in jail. She spent 2 weeks in jail, and then she bonded out. Okay, so we looked at that as well. The other day, she's got this, it's called Big Johnson Bail Bonds. It was a $100,000 bond, and she has been at home since. Okay, so we've got that now. Then we bring this over here again. I don't want to lose it. Let's bring it over here. I'm sorry, if you wonder where I'm bringing it over, I've got 3 screens, so I like bring stuff over so I can monitor all the things as I go. It makes me feel like I'm a pilot all over again.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, the previous ruling to these emails.
Can you approach?
Julie Brown says those Google searches would give her a lot of ideas for stories. And if we look at it from one angle, perhaps she was a victim of stalking and coercive control and domestic abuse, and that's why she was looking at it. If you look at it from the other side of that fence, well, she was getting ready for injunction hearings where all she wanted was to make sure that Doug was no longer in their daughter's life. She wanted to keep her daughter to herself, right? And so, you know, maybe it was in preparation for all of that, because she had told investigators or detectives that I will do whatever it takes to keep my child. And she said, you a-hole, to the detective, remember that? Like, no matter what. And if it doesn't work out, I'm going to take things into my own hands. Remember that? So, I don't know, if the Googling would be part of that timeline of preparing for a court hearing or something, that would also make sense to me. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it could be. Okay, sorry, they're coming back. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to pass.
Defendants. Oh, go ahead. It's got to be.
Thank you. I'm going to pass you Defendant's Exhibit number 4.
No, I already ruled on authenticity in the past. So, over the state's objection, admitted.
Thank you. Take a look at Exhibit 4A, Ashley. What's the date?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search on 5/11/23?
2020, yes.
2020 rather?
Yes.
And will you tell us what the subject you researched was?
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
So that was in, wait, 5/11, so May of 2020. May, June, July, August, September. 4 months before the shooting. Okay, that's what she was Googling. And they were still going through a lot of court proceedings at that point.
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the subject?
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting with an abusive ex, the Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment.
Also, I apologize, Grizzlies. What I was doing there was just Mr. Grizzly came in and asked if I would like any water, more water with ice or something. And yes, please. Yes, it's very hot in here. So if you saw me like talking, don't worry. I wasn't talking to the defendant or anything. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh, well, we're ready almost for cross. Maybe they go for lunch first, right? Pinche, Becky, 0 F's given. I haven't seen a Walmart in this case. Sorry.
Actually, I'm going to pass you what's been previously admitted as defense exhibit number 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a whole chain of emails that were forwarded to me by my attorney.
And what is the date it was forwarded to you on?
It says Wednesday, September 23rd of 2020.
Did you read it?
Yes. I mean, do you want me to reread it now or?
Did you read it when it was forwarded to you?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. Can the attorneys approach, please?
Okay, let's just read the room quickly. Okay. Kim Watt says, no Walmart, just Lowe's. Yeah, there was no Walmart in this case. I'm just going to make a joke for a light moment. That's why we know it's not real. Where's the Walmart? That's why we don't believe her. I'm just kidding. We're always like, oh my word, a Walmart. What? No, there was no Walmart. There was a Lowe's the week leading up to the shooting where Ashley had asked Doug if he said, can I get you anything else? Do you need something? She said, can you just go to Lowe's and get some more medium and large boxes because she was running out and some more tape. And then he also said, can I also pick you up a chai? So we saw those. That was from, again, I think it was day 2 or 3 of the trial. It's all timestamped for you, okay? So every witness is timestamped for you. If you want to go watch the replays, I've tried to make it as easy as possible for you, right? Okay, Stella's like, Mr. Grizzly? Yes, are you new here? That's what they call him. My husband's name is Raphael, and everybody here calls him Mr. Grizzly. So Okay, let's see what they say.
Take your water, you can step down.
Okay, should I?
Just leave everything there.
Okay. Can I throw this out? Okay.
Whoa, the judge was like, take your water and step down. Did you see that? Just take your water and step down. Oh my word. Shells Bell said, if I were a juror on this case without previous knowledge of other procedures or processing, I would be taking this at face value. I'd be confused and a little torn at the moment. And that makes sense as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a hung jury. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Or, sure, the state will have to bring it. They'll have to make such a comeback if they have any chance at winning their case, right?
Members of the jury, it's about 11:40.
Listen. I just want to see the judge say that again. One time. Thank you for the sticker, by the way, Shells. Okay, let's see how the judge is like, take your water and step down. I don't think he said it rudely. It's just funny how he said it. Yes, Janet, so I've got my ice water now. Isn't that nice? Yeah, Phoebe says, all right, prosecution, bring it. Starter Villain said, this is about to get interesting. I hope so. Let's see. Tennis Girl's like, hey, chat of reason. Thank you, Grizzly True Crime. Oh, thank you so much. Knitting with Betty says cross-examination should be interesting. I agree.
Miss Benefield, you can step down. You can take your water, you can step down.
Okay, should I?
Just leave everything there.
Okay.
And he's pointing with a pen. Miss Benefield, you could step down. You take your water and you step down. I just love that.
Can I throw this out? Okay.
Members of the jury, it's about 11:45, so I'm going to let you go on your lunch break at this point. If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. And when I say by 1 o'clock, maybe 5 till, because the goal will be to go ahead and get you on up here and get started right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form. Don't discuss it with anybody outside of this jury, and do not do any research, watch television, read articles, anything at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, leave your notes just right there on your chair, and we'll see you back right at 1 o'clock.
Another change of demeanor, a little bit, huh?
All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, when we had taken that break earlier, I had instructed you that you're in the middle of your testimony. You still are, because now the state's going to have the opportunity to do its cross-examination. The rule of sequestration applies to you. You may not discuss your testimony, any questions that have been asked with you, anything about the case, including with your own attorneys and defense team. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys are free to go, and we'll see you back here. Just maybe a couple of minutes, as I said, state and defense, maybe just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, with the goal of getting everybody up here and started right at 1.
Okay.
All right? Exhibits, the clerk's checking right now. Parties, stay still until the clerk tells me that she has all of the exhibits that have been entered or proffered. Wait, 4A through D, you had proffered, but then you took them back?
I believe she
Okay.
has.
Those are the same ones?
Yes, sir.
You didn't remark new ones?
No.
All right.
Okay, we'll skip soon. Over lunch.
I need 13A, B. Defense 13A and B. Oh, you know what? Those weren't admitted.
Right. Not admitted.
Right. No, so they weren't admitted. It was referenced and then that was it. Okay, all right, you guys are all set. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's skip over lunch. This is one of the reasons we like to start a little bit later when it's live trials. We actually used to do a D-flat version the next day, like, be 1 day behind. But this is much better to be on the same day, just a few hours behind, so that we can do this. Like, oh my word. Imagine sitting here with all of that. No, we learned from the Burgos Avales trial. We've covered lots of trials on this channel, so we watched lots together. I love seeing all the familiar faces and all the new faces too. If you haven't watched some of those trials with us, go check it out. There's many, obviously, on the replays. There's playlists for them, and they're all timestamped for you. I see people are still, to this day, watching the Letitia Stark trial. I understand why. That was actually the first trial that I covered on this channel. And every single day, I get new comments on that trial. Okay. And we're back. And Ashley Benefield is back.
He's just talking with us.
CRISPR says, how are they going to control that? Lock her up. The cheeky Taylor would try to talk to her. It's very naughty. Calico Cat Mom, you say, does the jury know about the first trial? She lost the stand your ground hearing. No. They don't know. Okay, let's go a bit forward.
What did you refer that to, a mod?
Her face.
Wait.
Pre-objection.
Oh. Okay, here we go. And now we're only like 50 minutes behind, and there's probably an afternoon break too, right? So we will be caught up by the end of the day.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. We've had our lunch break. It's about 1:08 in the afternoon. I have both prosecutors and Mr. Taylor here along with Ms. Benefield. Before we get started, Ms. Benefield, when we took our lunch break, I gave you the full warning that I give to all the witnesses that you've heard multiple times regarding sequestration. I was erroneous, however, because my instruction to the criminal defendant has to be modified slightly. You are allowed to meet and speak with your attorney over the break. I no sooner got upstairs than realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, that I correct that now.
I appreciate it, Judge. We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
I think there is.
Also, Roberta Robinson said earlier, I wonder if she had a mental health evaluation. And she did. She did, and so did Doug. And that was going to come out sometime either on September 30th or right after that at upcoming court hearings, right? There's one psychologist who also, I don't know, she moved in with that psychologist for 8 months, which in itself is kind of odd. Anyway, yes, she did.
Will be a pre-objection to something I intend to introduce.
Okay, yeah, if you know about him now, let's talk about him before we bring the jury in.
Well, I don't know which ones it
All right. Oh, you don't have to approach. Or unless you want to. Is it something we want to keep?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's her fault because she walked first.
I did.
So I have States Exhibit 103 and States Exhibit 104.
Yes. Third.
It's their objection, so.
Okay, yes, objection.
So Dr. Berry says they did not give the diagnoses that resulted in the evaluation. I think that was from day 2. Thanks for covering that. Thank you. And Dr. Berry, don't you think it's a bit odd that she would move in with her psychologist for 8 months? Oh my word. Not? I don't know. I think that's breaking some professional boundaries there. But let me know. We'd love to hear from you.
Relevance is to the modeling photo, and mugshot we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law mugshots are not relevant.
I disagree that the case law is clear and mugshot is not admissible. But the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot that I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot of her weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to, a modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested. All right, I was just checking because there's like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture. So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think there's, I don't agree that there's a blanket prohibition on the entry of a booking photo. However, it is a bit of a more unique situation if there was an erroneous decision not to allow one party or the other to introduce evidence during the other side's case in chief. It's a fairly simple remedy that the other party can just call them in their case in chief or in rebuttal, lay the proper predicate and introduce the evidence if it's admissible. In this situation, it's a little bit different. Obviously, these would need to be authenticated by the defendant, so I don't think it's improper. I'll allow it. The only thing I'm going to require, however, is the 104 is just to be referred to by the date. On such and such a date was your photo taken.
And Judge, I respectfully disagree. There's no case law that says a jury cannot know that a person was arrested. The only case law is that a person cannot be made to sit at trial in jail clothes. But there was no prohibition. They know she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that helps substantiate the date that it was taken and the time that it was taken.
And I think you can ask her the date and time. So, yeah, no, overruled.
All right, can I see the exhibits?
Of course.
And Judge, just for the record, the state has still not received the ordered defense exhibit list that you instructed them to get.
Are there any other defense exhibits? Well, let's finish. Let's close this issue out.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
So if you guys didn't see Dr. Berry's answer, a psychologist responds, it technically may not be against boundaries, but there are boundaries about dual relationships and intimate contact with former clients. I personally would not allow a former client to move in with me. And that psychologist testified for the state actually already, Barbara Russell. And if you guys have heard of the channel Deep Dive True Crime, I think is what he's called. He covered a lot of the Adelson case. He's got some audio from that psychologist, and some people like to quote from the things that she says that Ashley told her about Doug, even though on the stand she said, nope, she never shared a narrative of why she shot Doug or what happened that day. There she says a lot, okay? And man, the way she talks about mental health patients, I'm like, sure, it's a bit of a red flag. Okay then, so let's keep going. Thank you, Ellie, for taking us with you. Okay, I don't want to miss anything. So.
so defense has handed state 103 and 104 back. The question was asked regarding defense exhibits. I don't know what's left. I don't know what witnesses are being called or when. But do you have an exhibit list that complies with Rule 3.220?
I think we gave them all.
No?
Judge, they gave us 360-something items, file folders with multiple pages in each one. That does not comport with the rule. They need to tell us what they are going to introduce specifically.
The rule calls for what do you intend to introduce?
We have them, share them with the prosecution today.
Prior to any other witnesses being called?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? State.
Judge, I just still would ask for a list because it's hard for us to, when showing us them, I don't have the ability to recopy them and do all those things like I would have if I had gotten a proper list. And so it's just hard for me to be able to then go find the things to be able to figure out if they're complete.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a mid-trial exhibit exchange. And we'll take a break. Maybe it'll be the mid-afternoon break. I have no idea.
We'll give them a list.
And you're going to get a list. And if not, you can go through them and you can write on a piece of paper exactly what they are. And if you say, I want a copy, they're going to give you a copy.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Problem solved.
He's a nice judge. Angela K., thank you so much for your £5 super sticker. I really appreciate it.
Ready? You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. When we finish, Ms. Benefield, you were on the stand, so if you could reposition yourself, please.
And if we could put the screen down, please.
Ooh,
And shut the lines.
cross-examination coming up.
Yeah. The clerk is going to leave the lights. The clerk's going to leave the lights as is. When you need the lights lowered, then let us know.
Okay. What number is that? I don't know what you're talking about. 52. I don't need it. Oh.
All right, bring in the jury.
Welcome, Maria. Curious Luke says, nah, let's have atmospheric lighting. Yes. I think she's nervous now, understandably.
Oh, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, answer 42 says she hadn't lived with him for 3 years when she shot him. She never had to let him in her house that day. I can't get past that fact, and that's a good fact, yes.
Over the lunch break, did anybody talk amongst yourselves or discuss the case in any way? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. So, State, you may begin your cross-examination.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you, ever, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you, ever.
No,
He never kicked you.
no.
He never pointed a gun at you,
He waved a gun in my direction.
but it was not pointed at you, correct?
It was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife,
No,
or a club,
no,
or a baseball bat.
no.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes,
And you got married after 13 days.
yes,
And you spoke with him about, or organized with him about starting this ballet.
yes,
Correct. And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
my mom also funded the part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it. Money.
Not from my account, no.
Okay. In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said
Shame. The way the state is like, oh, okay. Like, okay. Right. But maybe that's true. I don't know.
in the very beginning, he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No,
He didn't?
he did not pay for the cruise. No.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid for my friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go?
yes.
And he did not go with you?
Oh no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. But I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is State's Exhibit 99. If we could dim the lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, state would enter into evidence States 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
We got some sniffles. You see what I mean? Lisa says, I'm a DV survivor and I don't buy her act on the stand. Sorry. I'm so sorry for what you survived, Lisa. There's many DV survivors here, so you are not alone. It's so interesting, as I said earlier, that there are so many DV survivors and coercive control survivors, stalking survivors, all of that, right, in this community. And it's a clear split of some saying exactly what Lisa just said, I'm a DV survivor and I don't buy her act on the stand. Sorry. And then others that say, I'm a DV survivor, and then they want to force me to feel sorry for Ashley, which we all have the right to our own opinion, right? For me, I'm just like, I'm a little skeptical of what's going on here, and we may all be. But Lisa, thank you for your comment. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make is we all have different opinions. All opinions are welcome here. Thank you all for being here. Like and share so that others know we are live right now. And let's continue to watch this. I mean, they just went right into it. I was like still getting ready. Okay. Oh, we're in cross-examination already. Here we go, everyone.
Any objection to States 99? Received.
So I'm going to put this up on the board behind you, screen. Trying to get it to come up on the screen. Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these as we go through. I'm going to expand it so you can see it. Maybe you could just read these for the jury.
Okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
Okay. So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing. Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like always being armed. Yes, my love.
And the outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's up on the screen.
Where?
So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me, and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been in Charleston.
Okay. He wasn't on a business trip?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people. Then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelled on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself, and you were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said? I'm sorry, and then he said?
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
And you said?
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck and I couldn't defend you. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but...
Can we pull that back up?
He said it is strange, but there is no emotional connection. I said, well, I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad, I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
Okay. You can continue to read.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't. You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband, who is gentle to me and kind. He said, we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe? That's what I said. And I said, let's not ruin the day. He said, but kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was...
Okay, we're gonna just quickly pause there. It's pretty intense. Mac Sauce, thank you for your sticker. You said, how do these texts help the prosecution? I'm confused. It's adding context to what the defense, well, this is what I'm understanding from it. The defense presented these texts, just reading them out. We didn't get to see them like this, okay, as in us, the audience. Obviously, the jury was looking at it. But he was reading out just little bits of it, trying to paint Doug as like this monstrous killer who wants to kill, or says, but kill the bad people, and he has this testosterone rage and all that stuff. But what they're showing here is the context of the entire conversation, which also adds that, you know, like Ashley saying, tell me you love me, and that she was jealous of his ex-wife and, former wife, deceased wife, Renee died. All of that, right? So I think they're just doing it to show the jury the full context here as well. And us, I guess, right? We're watching. This is intense, oh my word.
Was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night. I was talking to him on the phone, and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top deck, and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think, I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were talking, he heard.
Is the answer yes or no?
She's saying,
He needs to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor.
let me finish your answer.
He had heard a couple guys that were talking loudly, and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me. And so he had talked about then that he imagined that, you know, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
And he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry.
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time I kind of, you know, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, you know, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right?
Mm-hmm.
About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore.
Yes.
And you want a baby.
I mean, yeah, we were married. We wanted a family.
Okay.
Ooh, I think it's going better for the prosecution now. Like, okay, with all of that you just said, with that one bit of context, but then you wanted a baby. See, the timeline helps. We did go over it during the defense statements. That's why we paused, right? To be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. AC said it sounds more like she told him something that happened to her, right? And Victoria Powell said she was claiming prior abuse by another when they met.
So the vasectomy reversal happens. And I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then, you know.
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
Okay. So you knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while, so it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did?
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall.
He threw it at me.
Shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yes.
What were you arguing about?
I think Eva was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you at that time?
I wouldn't say I had a problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that are not ideal.
You knew she was 15.
Yeah.
And you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
Yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
9 years.
10 years. 9 years, 10 years.
Yes, you were 24 and she was 15. Okay.
And this tension surprised you?
No. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own?
I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
You want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture that had like deep sides and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated. And I put it on like a black cardstock. And I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I had taken a lot of time to make it for her and I thought it was special. And yeah.
You began crying.
Yes.
And you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
Right. It wasn't that. It was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to
Okay.
Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it, in fact, what you were arguing about before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter?
Can you approach, please?
Time for a little sidebar. Oh my. Damn, like, Ashley was so freaking jealous of Eva and immature. I know she was 24, but she'd been married before already. I mean, she was starting a business, a whole company. I don't know. Maybe I just had to grow up too fast. I don't know, but 24. And it's just like, why won't she accept my shadow box? What? And there's no dishwasher. She should have also written about the shadow box in that letter, actually. Yeah. How, like, where's her empathy for Eva in that situation? Oh my goodness. Shame. Eva just lost her mom. And now here's a 24-year-old married to her dad and just like moving in. And she's like, I made you the shadow box. Don't you disrespect it now with the rose that your mother gave you. Your mother who died. Oh my goodness. Okay, we can go forward.
Stop.
Wait.
So the day that this argument happened, you actually, at one point, were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes,
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands.
I believe so.
And the entire time, you're upset about this shadow box.
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop
I guess not.
for the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop. And then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He was still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns. Mm-hmm. You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have had, at the time, more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged, as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis?
I haven't been to the range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra?
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So having a firearm in a car or in the house is not that unusual to you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you,
He did point
but
it
he
at me.
throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Lights? Aren't they done with the text messages? Put the lights on. Should we clap? Is there a clapper light? Can't see.
When was this? What was the date of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember specifically.
Okay, so even though you'd been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes, when we got married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come?
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up?
What if actually Eva wasn't there because Eva found out after they got married, which really sucks. So Melinda said, I will admit it was insensitive of Doug to bring the strange young woman into Eva's life so soon after her mother's death. Not cool. I agree. I think, yeah, people get some tunnel vision. We can all agree that's not cool. Firing around to the ceiling, not cool. Throwing a gun, hitting a dog, all of that stuff. Not cool, not okay. That's not what this trial's about. Was it self-defense on the day or not? This trial is about that. Okay, so we need to focus. Was it self-defense? Oh, this prosecutor she is grilling her on the stand here.
Yes.
You're in your wedding dress?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. I want you to tell me what this is. Or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you.
Ah, that's why we don't
What
have
is
lights.
this?
Well, I hope they show it. Okay, when I do this, camera person, pan up. Can we also see? We're going to look now what they're going to show us. I just want to say, Shauna, thank you so much. You said Grizzly True Crime and all of our amazing mods. Coffee should be at your door any minute. Thank you. We do need those. We want coffees. So if you guys ever want to send me coffees or the mods coffees, it's all on grizzlytruecrime.com. On the support page, there's a coffee link for me, and there's one for the mods, okay? Thank you so much, Shauna. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's see what they got.
A picture of?
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is that at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102. What is that?
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence states 100 through 102.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
No, you're wrong.
Received.
Thank you. And in states 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And states 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to go.
And you needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant.
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
So shortly
November.
after you moved in with your mother, couple of months, you filed for an injunction in South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the fact that, or you talked with the defense about the fact that it was a mutual injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parties agreed to stay away from each other, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it was for both parties to stay away.
No evidence was presented at this hearing.
I don't believe so.
None of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction.
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction, other than you stipulated to it.
The judge ordered it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this injunction, actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes.
It's a tea set.
Among other things, yes, ma'am.
And you liked tea.
I like drinking tea, yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box. The whole, contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office?
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
Okay. So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office, and you claim that this was a violation of injunction, right?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you. Plan to poison you.
Based off of what I was told, that was the conclusion I came to.
Ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that, correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay. So when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017,
Yes, ma'am.
and you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018,
That sounds right.
but you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and, yeah.
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T said. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct, I
And
believe.
you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date,
Yes.
about 6 months old.
And had there been any violence towards you between the time that you filed for this and the time when you had the hearing and she was 6 months old?
He had showed up at night in my driveway, but I mean, there's no physical contact if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And was this a time when the baby had been born?
I don't remember the date of when he was in the driveway.
How about, since we're talking about this, let's talk about the incident you talked about where the neighbor said that that Doug was there. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. He was outside, standing in the yard at night, I guess trying to look in the windows of my house.
And where's this neighbor's house?
She is directly across the street.
Okay. And isn't it true, in fact, that this was very dark? It was very dark out.
Yes, ma'am, it was at night.
Okay. And your neighbor told you that she saw someone in her backyard walking, correct?
I think she said that when she confronted him, he kind of ran away.
Okay. She never told you he was at your window.
What she said was that he was trying to look in the windows.
In her yard?
The way the houses are situated, where he was standing, he was looking across into the windows of our house. Yes, ma'am.
She couldn't see who this person was.
Object.
She told you.
She's asking Ms. Benefield about what the neighbor knew.
Well, overruled.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug, for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she identified him from that.
The fact is, she didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she contacted us and said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry, this is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes, oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably part of it.
People wear.
But that could have been anyone. She was a friggin' swimsuit model. I'm just saying, for a second. You can't say that's definitely Doug. You know what I mean? So I understand the state's point here. This is so intense. Oh my word, things have escalated today. I think it's going better now, right? For the state. What do you think?
Baseball cap?
But she needs to allow Ms.
I'm
Benefield
sure.
to complete her answer before she cuts her off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, I live around here, I live here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
thank you.
Yeah.
Now I want to move forward to 2019. Around this time, Judge Moreland had already ruled that you could not have your injunction, right?
She denied it, yes, ma'am.
And that Doug could have immediate visitation with his daughter.
She ordered time sharing, yes.
Did you start visitation with Doug and Emerson very shortly after that hearing?
Yes, according to the court order, yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation?
I offered, and he said he would be glad for me to come, so yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation?
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know, they'd say I thought she would never help me, but, I mean, she denied the injunction, yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of a, I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug
Yes,
and a lot of time with Emerson,
yes.
and you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No, I mean, I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's house.
He wanted to move in, yes.
You actually agreed to that.
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion, he told me.
Okay.
But it's also her mom's house. So that's also, when, trust me, I fully understand coercive control, right? But if she was living alone, that would make sense. Like, oh, he just told me he's moving in. But there's also her mom there. And she's got their daughter there. Like, doesn't the mom have a say at all if it's the mom's house? I just wonder about that. Was he controlling then her and her mom?
And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe?
I was drawn.
Sir, can you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
I love it, this judge. He picks up on all that. Who is clicking the pen? Who is crinkling the paper? Stop doing that. We've seen this throughout this trial. We like that.
So during this time, you're speaking with Doug,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you're talking with him about moving into your home.
He was insistent that we needed to
The
move in
answer is
together.
yes or no, please. You were talking with him.
She interrupting the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall,
So
as opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house
Yes.
and about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
Yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him, no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said,
Okay.
I can't do this.
Isn't it true that, in fact, you didn't tell him no, you just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. So you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, he knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day, and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay. And then you did not take his phone calls, you would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting. You ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But visitation continued.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
She also ghosted her entire company that Doug started for her and all the dancers. And it sounds like they're upset about it. Many of them, they came from all over the world, these ballet dancers, to join the company that she started for people of all races, sizes, everything. And she just ghosted them too.
And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at that time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with an engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we dated. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my word. Okay, time for that paternity test, everybody. I'm just I know that yesterday people did bring up a good point. If Emerson wasn't Doug's child, then Ashley may have wanted to get a paternity test just to say, look, it's not even your child, goodbye. However, maybe she wanted to just keep that sneaky secret. Who knows? I'm only speculating. I'm just saying, whoa, they were still married but separated. He had filed for divorce when he realized, wait, you're engaged to someone else. Why does she like to get married so much? Oh my word. I know he did too. I'm just saying, damn, she was married before she met Doug. Then she married Doug after 13 days. And while being married to Doug, and she moved in with her mom and telling him, okay, you're going to move in. Okay, actually, I don't want you to move in. Then she's already dating some other guy and got engaged to him because she started flaunting the ring around. What? Oh my word. Yeah, Kathy's like, I don't know whose word that is. Ghosting. Don't know whose word that is. Everyone's. Right?
And isn't it a fact that Doug filed for divorce after one of these visitations?
I'm not sure when he filed for divorce specifically.
Yes, he did.
He filed for divorce after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
That's the timeline, ma'am. That's the timeline. Yes, indeed. Yeah, how did he? Oh, I'm so glad she's asking this. Bring up all the receipts. Finally, we're getting a little bit of facts of the case out. Oh my goodness. Maybe this is what the prosecution was waiting for. So, I'm not shaming her or shading her. I'm only telling you bullet point facts, just as a recap from what we discussed before in the context of marriage, okay? Ashley Benefield, previously Byers, was married to another man before Doug, and they got divorced because she had an affair. Now, she married Doug within 13 days and convinced him to reverse his vasectomy, got pregnant, and then ghosted him, pretty much. You know what I mean? She left to live with her mom. And then said, oh, you can live with us. No, actually don't. And then he found out, oh my word, you're dating someone else, not just dating, engaged to. And it was Doug fighting to see Emerson that led to him even then seeing this engagement ring that she was showing him, which brings up the question, if she was so scared of him and he was such an abuser, why would you flaunt an engagement ring in front of him? That is just whew, that's a lot. Anyway, so in the context of that, okay?
Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. No.
Well, it was a ring. Did he see the ring on your finger?
I'm not sure what he saw. I wear rings all the time.
Okay. So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden, you file for, you start a bunch of complaints, correct? About his treatment of Emerson. What you say, his bad treatment of Emerson.
Well, she started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Yes.
Okay.
You see, damn, I'm telling you, man, the state is doing a good job here. I wonder what the jury's thinking now. What is the jury thinking? They must be like, wait, what? Now they're laying out some sort of timeline and showing that the defendant was very jealous too. You know what I mean? Because he filed for divorce and then I'm going to speculate, okay? Because I wasn't there. I don't know these people. I'm going to speculate. It sounds to me like as a retaliation to him filing for divorce, she's like, okay, you're abusing our child. You'll never see the child. You see what I mean? The parental alienation started right then. Oh my.
And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done, is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made,
About,
Emerson and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Object. Can we,
Yes.
Sidebar time. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you, Peniel, for reminding everyone differing opinions are welcomed. With that, we can be civil, not seek attention, be combative or disruptive. Absolutely. Also, remember, I don't know why people do this. You don't have to convince other people of your opinion. Whatever your opinion is in life, be confident that that's your opinion. You don't have to like convince other people and like, you know, just it's fine. You can have your opinion. I can have mine. You can have yours. Everybody can have an opinion. It's kind of the whole point of, you know, talking about it. We're like, you know, the peanut gallery. In case you didn't know, we're not the jury. We're the peanut gallery, known as Grizzlies. And we're just talking about what's going on in this case. And damn, oh my word, this cross-examination is going better than I thought it would. Because it was very concerning how much the state had left out. The opening statements were okay, but like the witness questioning was like, oh, they were saving the best for questioning Ashley. Maybe they thought, yeah, she's gonna take the stand, but that was a risky little game, right? Oh my goodness. I'm glad she took the stand. I am so glad she took the stand. I still don't know what the jury will decide because I don't have a crystal ball, and they can decide whatever they want to based on the evidence that they see, what they heard, and collectively will decide. We don't have to collectively decide. We have like, I don't know how many people are here now, 3,000-ish people. You don't have to agree. It doesn't have to be unanimous. All opinions are welcome here. No one's shaming anyone, downing domestic violence abuse. Downing abusers, yes. Downing survivors of any kind, actually. You all welcome here. Okay, so, and again, as I say, I will always say a disclaimer, just so that people don't read it wrong, even though they still sometimes might. I'm not shaming any of these people involved in this case for getting married a lot or getting married too soon or whatever it is. It's just we can learn lessons from this. And a big lesson would be don't get married after 13 days or even a month, 2 months, 6 months. Just take your time. Take your time. You're worth it, okay? So here we go. Oh my goodness. Sidebar time. We're going to skip forward here. This is so intense. You, sir, stop crinkling your paper. You paper crinkler. He's very naughty. Look, he's in the naughty dark corner for crinkling his paper. Oh, wait. There, the sound comes back on soon. That's true, Emily. Oh my word. It's almost like they played the defense in a way, but it's still risky. But you said, gee, the prosecution couldn't question anyone else about this information because it was only Ashley and Doug involved in the conversation, which makes it hearsay or anyone else to testify to it. I know. So by the defense being like insistent on bringing this up. Well, defense, look at the door that you just opened. Oh dear. And he so badly wanted to open that door. Well, it's wide open now. It is flung. Welcome to it. Now we're getting to that timeline, right? Carla said, my dad's been married 4 times. It's fine. Mine too. My biological dad, yes. Let's go. I don't want to miss it now. Let's go forward a little bit, little few seconds. Sound coming on soon.
Specifically what time you're referring to?
There. Okay. Ooh, my word. What a day. Happy Friday to all of you if you're watching live with me. Healing art. Bring on the hot chilies. It's getting spicy. Oh my. I could pick the jury's brain right now.
During this time, did you speak with members of the sheriff's office?
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
On numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5?
Probably yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was explaining the injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay. But you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
Objection. What's your answer, ma'am?
Well, after showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also call and make a report.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video when she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them.
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming that he caused injuries to Emerson.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time.
You filed.
But, okay, again, let's look at two sides of this fence, okay? On one side of the fence, you could say that a 2-year-old has bruises and he's falling, crawling around, walking, doing their thing, doing her thing in this case, okay? There's that, okay? And then, or maybe not being quite as supervised on those visits by a dad, I don't know. And then falling a bit, or whatever it is. And then on the other side of the fence is the abuse allegations, of which it was investigated, and those allegations were unfounded. There was nothing there. But I do know that we cover many cases where we've seen many CPS utter failures. Okay? So we like to sit on the fence. I just think if Doug was plausibly a coercive controller, why would he want to harm that which holds them together and makes divorce so much more difficult, which is the child? Now, people will say, if he's able to punch a dog and throw a cat, then he would be able to. I agree. Then he would be able to. If you can harm animals, you can harm children, you can harm people. I understand that. But if you look at the We Stand with Ashley website, that is where I've not shown those pictures. I don't want to show the pictures of Emerson like that on here, but I've linked the website for you, and it's called westandwithashley.com. And if you go to, I just want to show you quickly, if you go to Ashley's story, that's the tab, and you scroll down past those, I think it's there. Yeah, you scroll down past the, the punched walls and things like that, then you'll see pictures that they've shown as exhibits of like bruises on Emerson. Okay, if you want to go have a look at it and decide for yourself. I'm not here to convince you. You're not here to convince me. Go look, decide for yourself what you think. Heather, whatever. Thank you so much. So let's continue to hear. But what we hear from the timeline is Doug learned that Ashley was essentially having an affair and wearing a ring from some other guy. She admits she's dating some other guy. Paternity test, where are you? Okay, and then he starts stalking her because, I can't say because, if I were to speculate, it seems like the timeline fits for he's like trying to figure out who the heck is this guy, and we know he's already a jealous type and he's married to her. She's giving mixed signals of like, you can move in with me and my mom. Okay, don't move in. And then also I have an engagement ring. Whoa, that's quite something. Maybe you'd want to be like, what? Anyway, so there's all of that. That's that timeline. And I think they're painting it very well, right? Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. Let's continue to listen. I don't want to talk too much. Let's go.
Petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
At the advice of my attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
Didn't finish the last sentence properly. I remember where my train of thought was going. So it sounds like when Doug filed for divorce, that's when these allegations started, that he was abusing Emerson. All of a sudden now he's abusing Emerson. So that I hope for her sake that wasn't just retaliation, because you don't play games with children. And we've seen that now in Alison Chow's case. Yeah, we've seen games being played by allegedly the mother based on documents, which we'll go over at some point.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland.
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing was supposed to take place on September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day,
Yes, ma'am.
and there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we both filed for divorce at that point. Yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce, you file an injunction petition, then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay.
I believe.
And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30. Yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just
Yes.
heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything. Yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was. That there was not going to be any mediation, really, because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we close things down, that it would make it easier, like legal-wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do.
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland, yes.
And drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're getting everything together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on that injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape, you asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about whether to go forward on an injunction
Yes, ma'am.
while you're out.
Okay, whoa. Pause. Yes, we went to Selby's. It was her suggestion. We saw that yesterday based on those text messages. If you didn't see day 3, go check it out. But Ashley suggested, when Doug's like, can I get you anything? She's like, maybe some more boxes, maybe some tape. He's like, okay, lol, can you also take the dog? Can you take the dog to the groomer, to the doggy spa? Yes, he will. Why would you let a guy that punches dogs take the dog to a doggy spa? Okay, that tells me that she embellishes a lot, okay? She takes something small and makes it big time. All right, so then you're claiming that he is sexually and physically abusing their daughter, your daughter. But then you're like, yeah, we went to Selby so that Emerson could play. With the abuser present, the child abuser present. Why? Packing up with him? Packing up so that you could all move to Maryland? What in the heck? Now, if some people, because there will be people, I know already how this trial has gone, you're going to email me and trauma dump and send novels. And no, I'm not singling one person out. Many people have done that. Okay, many. It's a lot, okay? If people say, but she was scared and she was just that's too much. Don't do. Then the lesson is, don't do that. Don't appease them. Don't give them a false impression. Call the police. Keep calling the police. Don't stop calling the police. Get your paperwork done. Say he's on the property again. Now he thinks he's moving. Now he's taking the dog to the freaking groomer, but he punched the dog. Talk, okay? A lot of times, and I've been through a lot of trauma myself, I didn't talk a lot before, okay? Believe it or not. Here I am on YouTube. Hi, everyone. So the thing is, talk. Express your boundaries, set your boundaries, talk, and talk to the authorities. Call the DV shelters. Call the police. Make it official. Don't appease them, especially when I did the course with Laura Richards, who's an expert in coercive control. It's a university accredited course, okay? With Laura Richards. You guys can do it too. Go check it out, thelaurarichards.com. That's where you can start and read up all about it, right? Her channel is called Crime Analyst. Her podcast is also called Crime Analyst. It's very freaking brilliant, okay? If you want to learn about all this stuff. When I did that course, my word, what a breakthrough. When it comes to coercive controllers, don't feed the parasite. Don't give them a drop. No contact. Police. Okay, that's the lesson to learn from this. Instead of saying, this is how it could be and should be, that's fine. I understand that. Many people go through it. I don't want people to go through that. Cold turkey that.
Now, having these types of experiences with them.
Yeah, sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see. This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
Oh boy, that was loud. They're showing that video again that they showed from yesterday. But they were like, this is State's Exhibit, this and this. Oh, I was finishing my sentence in text here. Don't appease them. It's very dangerous. Don't give them false impressions. And get protection. Take your life, your child's life, your dog's life, your cat's life seriously, because you can get away safely. There are resources. It will take time. But you can't just shoot them and say self-defense. Because if one can do that, should we all just, should we rent a U-Haul and then like invite some people over? Can you come help me pack that U-Haul? It's just not how it works, okay? It's not how it works. If it's not self-defense, you can't do that. Now, they're going to play this clip that they showed again yesterday, and it's of Ashley Benefield, her mother, Doug, and Emerson in a restaurant. Did they clarify the date yesterday? I can't remember quite what date this was. I think it was on the 20th. The 20th, so 7 days before the shooting. All right? So, and they're going to show her demeanor again. Now, I've got to put on normal speed. It's at 1.1 right now. They're going to show that she's laughing and all of that. And I understand that victims of coercive control, stalking, domestic abuse could be like, oh, I'm just laughing along, I'm fine, everything's great. And she said she can put on a hell of a show. She could look happy anytime she wants. That's what she's quoted to say, right? Because she was a ballerina, she says she's a performer. She could be performing here. She could be scared. But then tell your mom. She's right there. Maybe your mom can call the police. Tell a neighbor. Get help. Help is available. I want everyone to stay safe and to be free, okay?
You know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
Is it like with words? I'd say not safe.
Get real.
Second word.
Real.
Working mother. Not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother.
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum.
People said earlier, like
It's running out of time.
I live in a
House. Real house. White.
so put together.
Oh, housewives of.
Real housewife.
Oh, real. Oh.
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
I don't know the exact date.
When was, I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure it was right around then. I don't remember when it was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on?
No.
No?
I guess not, no.
He's not hitting you?
No, ma'am.
He's not choking you?
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around?
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on?
I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with them.
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking me.
physical violence during this time.
He could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent?
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
And it is. Domestic violence doesn't just mean hitting someone. It could also be intimidation. It could be verbal abuse. It could be throwing things. It could be punching walls and animals and all of that. Domestic abuse is all of that. Okay. Because some people, one would think it's 2024 and people have come a long way, but sometimes not. They really think like if you were not hit, then it's not domestic abuse. It could be. Remember, this trial, though, is not about that. But the defense opened this door, which is why it's now become part of this trial, which is interesting. Because this trial is about on that day, was it self-defense? Was deadly force necessary or not? Right?
So hang on just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday.
I believe that's correct, yes,
And you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. It seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together to go to Maryland.
Yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words, no.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug.
Objection here. Sustained.
So you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him?
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, you know, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, you know, together, and I told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you say that in Dr. Broder's office? In front of Doug?
No, not in front of him.
So when you're with a safe person, a psychologist, you're not telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
You're saying that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times, yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So the plan was to load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction, so you knew on the day of that hearing, he was going to know, right?
I'm sorry.
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
We had the conversation many times. I think he understood where I was at.
Okay. You saw the text messages between you and him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that those text messages do not indicate that?
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't say we're not going to reconcile.
I mean, not specifically, no, I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that day, September 30th, how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
I'll sustain.
What was your plan if that injunction was
Speculative.
granted?
Different question, overruled.
Objection. Speculative.
No. You can approach.
Oh my, okay. Charlene said, did Eva leave? It looked like it. I don't know if she just left for a break and she's back. They haven't really shown who's in the courtroom right now for a bit. So, Oh my goodness. If you were on the jury and now, does this change things? Does this change things for you? You guys watching? Especially if you came into this case without any prep work at all or no? Do you think deadly force was necessary on that day? That's the question. Because I'm sure many of you, I'm sure not any of you have used deadly force, even though so many of you are survivors, right? So was it necessary for her on that day to use deadly force? That's the question. That's what the jury has to decide.
So if the injunction were granted on that day, what was your plan about moving to Maryland with Doug?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
Okay.
There's something sweating.
Take care.
What is that? What happened there now? Would you say squeaky, squeaky? I don't know what that was.
Okay, so I want to get to the night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate to your community.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. Yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over?
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park?
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch?
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid?
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay.
Oh dear, just a quick pause there. Bert and Ernie's adventure says, as a survivor, don't get me wrong, the thought crossed my mind, but I hate guns, he tortured us with them. I'm sure the thought crossed many survivors' minds, right? I'm sure if you've had the experience of a coercive controller or a stalker or a domestic abuser, I'm sure the thought has crossed your mind. That is another important angle in this case for me. I'm sure many people would love to shoot those abusers and say, self-defense. This cannot be an example of that. You cannot do that. Unless we all need an updated memo. And then it's like, sure, you can do that. Oh, okay. I didn't know we lived in that society. What? If it's not self-defense, you can't do that. That's against the law, and you're going to serve prison time because you're taking someone's life, right? If there's other options other than deadly force, even if, and I wasn't there, I don't know, we're hearing more things as this trial goes on. But if she disarmed him by shooting him in the leg and ran to the neighbor, that would be interesting as well. But to shoot like 4 times, hits him twice, and leave him there alone to die where he's lying for an hour and not tell anyone, I shot him, but he needs help. He needs medical attention or anything. That's just like, it's a lot. I think that if Doug was not a good person, if he was a coercive controller or abuser and he's not here to speak for himself, well, it still doesn't mean he had to die that day if there's other choices to be made, right?
It's okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, at that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me, he hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket. The laundry
Where was
basket.
the bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay. So it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug...
Pause. There's a lot of I don't remember, right? Jill says, remembers everything but the confrontation. Right, and someone said, oh yeah, Stefan has made up a new word for us here. Cross-X amnesia. I don't remember. And Kat said, in a parental custody case, one parent cannot leave the state without consent of the other parent or lose custodial rights. So, yeah, hence also this, like, fantasy plan that, like, we're all going to move together. Oh, dear. Okay.
Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate how this...
You may.
If you could just come down.
Oh, my word. Oh, they're going to make her demonstrate. Oh, okay, defense. This is what happens when you let them testify. Okay, it's part of the trial, I know, but like, damn, now she's going to have to demonstrate. You flung the door wide open. Now look at all of this. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Carolina Hurtado said, it's never okay to kill someone unless you are really fighting for your life. In this case, no one was threatening losing their lives. It's a lot. I mean, he wasn't even touching her. He wasn't near her, but yes, okay. I agree. So, and I would fight so hard, you know, before killing someone. I would then shoot them in the leg or something and then run and then call the police or whatever it is. But sure, taking someone's life, that's hectic. That's very hectic. Okay, so moving on.
So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway. Kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me. I said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting pose where he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
Well, he looks like a fighter. Like I don't know, like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh my word. Oh dear, guys. Okay. This is like, it's difficult to watch. Yes. Like, where's the warrior pose? Exactly. Like, no warrior pose? Now it's a ninja pose? What kind of pose? Show it. Shame. I'm sure. Let's look at two sides of the fence again. We're doing this a lot. Of course, we have to. In every case, but especially in this case. Okay, so on one side of the fence, maybe she was so traumatized and felt like she was going to die and her memory's a little fuzzy. On the other side of the fence, she did not anticipate that she would have to perform to this level this day. Oh my. And it's okay, whichever side of the fence you're on, or if you're on the fence, that's fine too.
So he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
Like that.
Well, show me. What was he doing?
Kind of like, I don't know, he got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
And he lunged at me, he came very quickly.
Okay. Not to trivialize anyone's trauma or this moment if it was traumatic for her and she felt like her life was at risk. I just want to paint the picture of what Doug was wearing. Do you remember seeing the shorts? It was like white denim shorts with those like rips, you know? Like white ripped denim shorts in small size and a small t-shirt. And then Sorry. But he's like moving his hands and she's like, that's it. Deadly force required. Like, oh my word. Wow. This is so hectic. I can't. Okay, you guys, I just want to hide under my desk a little bit.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he lunged?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Did they go over his head?
I don't know. It's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat.
Here's Doug's cousin, Tommy, looking like, oh dear. Yeah, so Paula's like, so Doug was dancing. What if he was doing a little dance? I don't know. Yeah, Hope and Fear is like, you got your wish. An interpretive dance. Oh dear. Wow. Do you guys think that was real? Are you believing it or no?
So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
Okay, we're back on the fence. On one side, one could say that right now she's crying because the trial is going so poorly, which she would be worried about. On the other side of the fence, she might be crying because she's so traumatized.
It's going to take a minute. All right, here's the jury. Can you please close up your notes, put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we've talked about. All right, the jury's out. You can have a seat.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Turn over to counsel.
Yes.
Yeah, Stefan says, let's see how fast she stops. Okay. Phew. Spicy little penguin. I always like your name. You said, I hate to be so dismissive because DV and coercive control are so real, but I feel like she's now grasping at straws. But that's the thing. It is so real. And if somebody is, I don't know, man, if this case is not real, that would, if deadly force was not required, whoo, I mean, and that's actually beside the point. Let's say it again. If she experienced coercive control and domestic abuse, okay, events can lead up to that. But on the day, was deadly force required? So you couldn't, even if you shot him in the leg, and people will say she wasn't thinking rationally because she was traumatized and she feared for her life. I understand that. I get it. Okay. But if you can call the police, call your mom, shoot him in the leg, run, whatever it is, like to take someone's life is so hectic, which is why this trial is happening. She's charged with second-degree murder, for those of you who don't know. And I know some people have said that you feel like, why is she not charged with first-degree murder based on the whole timeline and inviting him to move to Maryland and all that stuff as well, right? Sure. But this trial is about, was deadly force required or not? Do you think it was at this point? Do you think deadly force was required? Sure. I mean, if she thought so in the moment, was he really threatening her life? Or is there like a perception that she had? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like the same as the perception is that, oh my word, the tea is poisoned. Wasn't true. He's abusing the child. Unfounded. All the judges, detectives, everyone is like not a scintilla of truth. So like, is it in her head? Or does she really need to use deadly force that day? You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. Okay, so that was, someone said she didn't practice. Yeah, that, I don't know. She could be very upset with her performance there. That's one side of the fence, because she said she's a ballerina and she's one hell of a performer and she can put on a happy face anytime. And that would obviously also mean maybe she could put on a sad face anytime too. How do we know? Or now she's just been super triggered, okay? As I'm sure some people in this chat are. It is a very triggering case, so make sure you look after your mental health. If you're not doing okay, it's too triggering for you, it hits way too close to home, step away and do something nice for yourself, okay? Take care of you first. YouTubing says, amazing, she's filing claims about poisoning and sex abuse of their toddler, but she couldn't say she didn't want to move in at therapy because she didn't want to make him look bad, right? That was quite something. You guys are like the bailiff's expression. He's like, okay, so let's just watch what goes on here a little bit. There's no sound, by the way. There's no sound. We're just observing now. Maybe he's like, don't worry, you're doing well. And she's like, no, I didn't do it. Okay, again. That wasn't good. Or is she traumatized? Deb S says she had to step over him to get out of the room. It sounds like it. That's also scary. My goodness. Brandy Oldfield says no deadly force was required here at all. Leo's mommy said he had not even touched her and she shoots to kill. Yeah. Okay, let's skip over this break. Looks like Eva's back in the room. Are they putting comments on? Yeah, they are. Yeah, wait. Eva's back in the courtroom.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Usual questions. Did anybody discuss the case or anything about the case amongst yourselves with anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So, after this incident, you said you had swelling.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
Now, I'm going to show you state's
Tommy's like, nope, 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 nope. So she's lying about when the photo was taken? Oh, yeah. So did she just say when she met Doug? That was a photo. When did she take that photo? It was posted on the American National Ballet site, which is still there on Facebook. We looked at that in part 1. Okay, so if you didn't see the deep dive, there's part 1, 2, and 3. And I would recommend watching the Stand Your Ground hearing as well, particularly day 1. All right, so
Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions.
All right, man. You can retake.
oh, not even redirect. Oh my goodness, the state did very well there. Redirect. Nope, no further questions from the defense. He's probably like, oh crap. Yeah, so if you look up American National Ballet, is it still on there? I just want to see it. Is her picture still on there, or did they take it off? Not sure. I'll have a look while we're looking at other things. Sure, yeah. Okay, so she's done from the stand. She's done with her testimony.
Take your seat. Just leave that exhibit there. No, you're not. You can take your water. I meant the paper.
Okay.
There you go. Just, yeah, the clerk. Thank you.
For those who don't know, investigators on the day took photos of Ashley Benefield, of her face, of her hands, of the scratch on her stomach or her side, all of that, okay? We've looked at those pictures before. And then they waited and took more pictures. I think it was 3 days later, but it's within a week, to double check. They said, that's why I watched the Stand Your Ground hearing day 1. Okay, those detectives say a lot. And they say we wanted to do a thorough investigation because she claimed self-defense, obviously from day 1. So they gave her the benefit of the doubt and did a thorough investigation and found this is why they arrested her, because they're like, this is not self-defense. And that's why she was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Okay? So the thing is, they took pictures on the day that she said she was hit and she felt she had to use deadly force, and then they took pictures later and there was no swelling, there was no bruising or anything. Especially if you look at the original pictures. There are some where the contrast is changed and the defense is in their motion to dismiss that was 150 pages circling her eye and trying to show that there's like bruising on her eye, but she didn't say she was hit in the eye. So there was no bruising, no swelling. They didn't find anything. The only person who says that there was, what did she call it? Barbara Russell, her psychologist, the one she moved in with for 8 months at some point, said that she had like edema, like it's like water retention and like sweat on the side, but not bruising, not swelling. Okay, so I'm just pointing out that that's what investigators' findings were, because they were willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. It happened in Florida. It's a stand your ground state. I think Ashley Benefield and her defense really thought that she's going to win that defense, that trial, the stand your ground, was going to be a slam dunk for them, and it wasn't. It unfortunately wasn't. After hearing all the evidence, the judge decided, nope, sorry, you didn't win this one. You're going to trial for second-degree murder. We read through what the judge's report said yesterday. So if you didn't see that, go check it out. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, defense, call your next witness.
I believe it's Samara Sweet, Your Honor. We're just checking to make sure she's here.
Judge, I think we need to have a conversation.
Okay.
Let me know in the comments, okay? Like now in the live chat. You can also in the comments if you're watching the replay from the future. So Shauna said, what was the purpose of showing that picture? Maybe something flew right over my head, but I don't get why the prosecutor would finish like that after all the hoopla. I mean, they said they want to show, I mean, they can't be showing that she wasn't like all swollen because that was in November and this happened in September. So it can't be about the injuries. It might just be, I don't know, a little bit of a, I'm not sure, a chameleon effect. Like look at her, you know, they see the jury doesn't know that. They haven't seen her at other court hearings. They haven't seen her all dressed up. They only see her like this, right? I don't know. Tell me what you think that was all about, right? Okay, so let's see who the next witness will be. Wow, another witness. Ooh, Book Mama says she could have run into a door jam on her race to safety after she waited to see if Doug was going to die quickly, right? Oh boy. So many possibilities. Beauty from within. From within, out, nails and makeup says she has no claim to self-defense. She shot him so many times along with the planning. I wonder if the jury can see that. I think at this point, the picture's becoming quite clear. Okay, sidebar time. Let's skip forward.
Thank you.
She counts.
Thank you.
Okay. What happened?
I'm sorry. So I'm going to let you step in the back so we can have our legal conversations. I'll get you back out as soon as I can. Don't forget your deliberations. You're free to use your phones, but don't communicate about the case with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on those things.
By the way, this is the picture they showed. And it's from the Facebook page called American National Ballet. It's still up. We looked at this in part 1 because Ashley Benefield had this picture. It says May 25th, 2017. Meet our founder and executive director, Ashley Benefield, a proud Maryland Youth Ballet graduate and retired professional ballerina. Check out her full bio on our website. #PowerfulWomen, American National Ballet, all of that. We speak ballet, we embrace diversity. And then she just like ghosted them all. And people are saying, yeah, now she's a killer. Yes, she shot him from behind after she opened the door and let him in. She was definitely the domestic violence perpetrator in the home. She had an alternate, and that was not to pick up a gun and shoot her husband. Damn. Okay, people are commenting on there. So this is the picture that they showed. This and then the mugshot. Okay, so let's go back to the trial day.
Before you start on that, can the clerk just confirm she got all those exhibits back?
You can all have a seat.
Natalie says, I think it was to demonstrate she had a droopy, slightly swollen left eye in general. That's a good point, but I mean, if it's not 100% clear to us, how's it clear to the jury? Like, what are you trying to show? Then ask those questions, State. Spell it out for people. Sometimes you need to spell it out, okay? Don't leave it to interpretation, right? So, like, look at this picture. How does your left eye look? Okay, look at the other one. I don't know. Maybe that's why they showed it. Okay, so Angie said, I think she was abused before Doug and she was paranoid. That's a possibility as well, right? That's a possibility. Okay, so now let's keep going here.
Okay, thank you.
She counts it on a regular basis.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have any over here.
Draft. I'm sorry.
Oh, we can hear the microphone. Got a hot mic. We got a hot mic.
Okay, so we got a proponent, we've got an objection.
Oh. Defense attorney says, I'm sorry, Ashley. Oh dear.
Is the witness in here?
She's right outside.
Okay, good. I want to make sure she stepped out. Okay, so the defense has called a Miss Sweet, who apparently is a former prosecutor in the 12th Circuit.
Yes.
And she, if I understand correctly, she was assigned in the misdemeanor division, the domestic violence division, and the case, the alleged violation of domestic injunction regarding the T-set was assigned to her.
Correct.
And you expect her testimony to be that she intended to file the charge, she was waiting on some receipt,
Receipt is the package.
like a mailing receipt,
Yes.
that would have shown what, the return?
That Stephanie Murphy gave to Detective Gillen.
I'm still here with you guys. If I don't get up now and stretch my legs, I think they're going to be in their seated position forever. They feel as stiff as it can be. I need to just get up and stretch a bit. It's also good for health. I mean, I sit here for way too long. Anyway, so I'm just going to take myself off camera for a second, stretch my legs, and I'll be right back.
And then you believe her testimony would be that she intended to file the charge, but then she was transferred out of that division.
She left the office.
She left the office, okay. Because that's one of the temporary assignments that they give to misdemeanor folks. So she left the office, and that's it?
Well, and her training, based on domestic violence training, she believed Ashley to be a victim of domestic abuse, and that Ashley exhibited all the symptoms of domestic abuse. In particular, remaining quiet as a result of intimidation, and going, for example, the state's case is predicated on Miss Benefield going along with Douglas Benefield. For example, on the first parent sharing exchange and the week leading up to the shooting, they put in those 263 text messages and the video at the restaurant, all showing Miss Benefield in Mr. Benefield's company as apparently happy and not afraid. And those are the classic symptoms exhibited by abused women. They are afraid to reject the abuser for fear of reprisal. And what happens is, after a while, they reach a state of compliance where physical threats are no longer necessary because they know what the potential is. So they become compliant. That's also what Bruce Ferris is going to enlighten the jury on. And
I'm so sorry that was a normal speed. We're now at 1.15.
I remind the court that this is the state's theory. They have put into play. They injected it, they raised it, initiated it, that because Miss Benefield didn't look scared in the company of Douglas Benefield, and that she was exchanging these text messages with him for the week leading up to the shooting with smiling faces and basically compliant behavior, that shows that her claim to fear of Douglas Benefield on the 27th is a fraud. And we now need to explain to the jurors why an abused woman would act like that and would, for example, not agree to be present at the first parent-sharing exchange. When a child is involved, it magnifies the situation so that mom, if she's afraid of, in this case, Mr. Benefield, because of prior acts of domestic violence, she's even more afraid for her child. So the mother's going to make it a point to accompany the abuser in an effort to protect her child. That's what we are now obligated to show to properly defend this case. And we can do that through the training and expertise of Samara Sweet, as well as Bruce Ferris.
Judge, first of all, this witness was not listed as an expert, because if she had been listed as an expert, I would challenge the qualifications to be an expert. just for your honor's knowledge, we did not have a domestic violence unit at the time. I know our office has in the past. We did not have a domestic violence unit, so she was not in any domestic violence unit. Even if she were an expert, there is absolutely no way that she could testify that she felt that Ms. Benefield was exhibiting behaviors of an abused person. I think it's completely improper. And the issue of the decline of the injunction, or the fact that Ms. Sweet...
Pause. Thank you. Kristen said, gee, you are delusional. She was abused. I've never said she wasn't. Get it clear. This trial is about, was it self-defense or not? It's not a DV case. I'm not saying DV didn't exist. Domestic abuse. I didn't say it didn't exist. It's not supposed to be part of this trial. Why is it part of it now? Because Ashley was on the stand. That changes things. But this case, the judge made very clear from the start, because there's already been so many legal proceedings. She's already lost her motion to dismiss. She's already lost her stand your ground trial. That was a 2-day trial. Go check it out if you haven't seen it. And here we are now. Was it self-defense or not? Was deadly force absolutely required on that day or not? That's the question. Okay, so there you go. Let's keep going with this argument. Let's see. I mean, it's so weird. They're like, we're going to call this expert. They're like, he or she, they were not on the list. Come on, defense. Why are you calling them if they were not listed?
Intended to file is irrelevant. I can tell your honor, and for the court's knowledge, it's because when we got the receipt of when that package was sent, that receipt showed a date that was a problem for us. And that is why that case was declined. So the decision was made after Ms. Sweet left the office and we received the receipt. So the fact that she would be testifying, I believed her and I wanted to file it, is completely and totally irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Yeah, so the court may recall that Deputy Weber had issued a capias for the arrest of Douglas Benefield for the delivery of this package. Detective Gillum came into court and told us that he suspended Deputy Weber's request for a capias, and we have a communication from Deputy Gillum that we got by way of a public records request, where he acknowledges plain as day that it was a violation, that it was during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in effect. But he nonetheless refers it to the state attorney's office. This is the assistant state attorney that was working that case. She would testify. We'd like to put her up for a proffer that she fully intended to file. She believed it was clearly a violation based on the fact that the court...
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to proffer, let's get her in and proffer, because then all these arguments would happen after the proffer.
Okay.
I mean, but I haven't made a ruling, so I'm just, you can make your argument, I can make a preliminary ruling, and then you can proffer?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you didn't go outside. So, listen, how about I do this? The jury's out. It's about 3 o'clock. I'm thinking maybe give them a 20-minute, a longer afternoon break. When I do that in the afternoons, I will typically have a deputy escort them down to the jury assembly room where they can kind of spread out. The machines are there, the restrooms, but deputies are with them. Okay? All right, deputy, can you excuse them until about 3:20? We'll get them back up as soon as we can. Thank you. Yeah, it's a proffer.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. The whole truth.
Okay, I might have to put this down to normal speed. What speed are we on? Now we're on 1.15. Okay, I'll make it 1.1 or so. It's a proffer, so let's see if they're going to let this witness testify.
Cool, man. My name is Judge White, I'm presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself, go ahead and sit down, make yourself comfortable in this seat. pull yourself up so you're about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. There you go, to adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice, you'll hear everything. As you can see, I'll tell you, you're a former prosecutor and attorney. Jury's not here. At this point, the defense is going to proffer your testimony.
Okay.
Afternoon, Ms. Sweet. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Samara Sweet, Sweet.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What's your title and where are you employed?
I am the trial lead of counsel at Lydecker, which is a civil litigation firm.
All right, and you're a Florida bar licensed attorney.
Yes, sir.
At one point, were you a staff attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office?
Yes, I was.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
I was there from 2018 to 2022. It's about 4.5 years, I believe.
All right, and during that 4.5 year stint, was there any special assignment that you held?
I began with the misdemeanor division here in Manatee County. After 6 months, I moved to Arcadia, so I was in DeSoto County, where I started in misdemeanors and moved up into felonies, where I would have dealt with anything from possessions of controlled substances all the way up to child sex crimes and murders.
Specifically, did you have any training in domestic violence?
We did. Every attorney at the state attorney's office does go through CLE's trainings on how to deal with domestic violence victims, because especially when you're working in the misdemeanor portion, a lot of your crimes are batteries and a lot of them are domestic violence victims.
Can you give us an idea of how many cases you handled involving domestic violence?
Oh, I think at one point my caseload was 700 when I was in Arcadia, and at least a third of those were probably something domestic violence related.
Did you deal with not only abusers, but the abused?
Yes, most of the cases I had as a prosecutor, my victims were abused individuals.
Were the majority of your victims in domestic violence cases females?
I would say a large amount were females, yes.
Were you assigned, while in your capacity as an assistant state attorney for the 12th Judicial Circuit, were you assigned to a matter involving Ashley Benefield?
I was, yes.
How did that come to pass?
So when I was in Manatee, I had the caseloads with all defendants that had the last names with B, D, or I. So Ashley Benefield's case came to me, and she was the victim in the case that had been assigned to me for a violation of an injunction.
Do you recall specifically the nature of the violation?
It was a package that had been delivered to her allegedly from her ex-husband.
All right, and the domestic violence injunction that was violated, do you recall from where it had been issued?
It was from out of state. I believe it was South Carolina.
And did you meet with Ms. Benefield?
I did.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
I believe it was twice, because when the case first came, there's elements to a violation of injunction that have to be met. We had not yet had all the information, so I did meet with Ms. Benefield, got some more information, and then had to follow up on the investigation. I had to meet with her again after that.
Did there come a point in time when you made a filing decision?
I did not. I had left the office before a filing decision was made. I had been moved to Arcadia at that point.
I should have articulated that question better. Had you, as part of your investigation, individually reached a conclusion as to whether or not you felt it justified going forward and charging?
I did. I think I was still waiting on some information to prove if the package had actually been sent by Mr. Benefield, and that was the last information that I had left to my predecessor before I left. But I did think that if that information was given, there was enough to file.
And would it help refresh your recollection if I suggested that you were waiting on a copy of the receipt for the package?
Yes, I was waiting on to see who had sent that, and I know I had been in contact with the officers involved.
Do you recall whether or not you were dealing with Detective Gillum?
That I'm very bad with names, so I do not want to say yes or no, sir, if it was Detective Gillum or not. That does sound familiar, but
I might have worked with him on other cases as well.
All right. How was Ashley Benefield when you first met her? Can you describe her demeanor?
Yeah, she was very upset. She seemed scared, worried. She had come to my office and she was crying when she was sitting in my office with me. I did think that she was worried about the package that had been received.
Now, was it your practice generally to always meet with the victims in the cases that you were prosecuting?
Yes, it's office policy.
Had you formed an opinion about the genuineness of the fear that Ms. Benefield expressed?
I did believe that she was in fear and worried about that.
And from the investigation that you conducted, did it vindicate, other than the actual label for the package, the factual representations that Ms. Benefield had made to you? You want me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that didn't come out too good. Did your investigation corroborate the facts that Ms. Benefield related to you?
It did, yes. There had been a package received. The package, I know she believed had some weird smell coming from it, and my recollection was that had been investigated, but the package had been delivered to her. I think she said it was close to her birthday, around that date. I can't remember exactly, but it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right, and do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology, but she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
Interesting. So where did it come from? Book Mama said, in a court of law, a proffer is a way to present or offer evidence for immediate acceptance or rejection during a trial. So the jury is not present right now, right?
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser. We have the abuser who has abused someone. By the time they're coming to us, a lot of time has passed. So we always want to explain to them that normally we see a cycle. You have an abuser, he does something wrong. Then it's, I'm sorry, I'm very, very nice. They come back, and then we end up again in this situation with more abuse.
Kind of like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
Okay. Also, so Sherry's News said, Grizzly, please let me know why the jury is not present in this. So they are questioning the witness to see if the judge is going to allow her to testify. So it's kind of, I'm just going to use layman's terms because I'm not a lawyer. It's kind of like a practice round to see, is the judge going to allow this witness to testify in front of the jury? Okay?
Did you form an opinion as to whether or not, in your discussions with Ms. Benefield, that she fit the profile of an abused woman?
I did. When we discussed, she did seem that she had been isolated at that time. She was very scared. The way she had spoken to me did give rise. She had mentioned some minor physical issues that had been occurring. But abuse doesn't always have to be physical. Sometimes it's psychological, mental, emotional. And she was in my office when she was sitting. She did seem to be presenting like that.
Is it a pattern and practice of abusers to employ psychological intimidation?
Normally, a lot of the times in the reports I would have, we would have something of threats or some sort of information leading up, text messages, Facebook messages, things of that sort.
And let me ask you this. Are these abused women, despite their fear, often in the company of the abuser?
A lot of times I've seen them return back to their abusers, yes.
And have you experienced abused women when in the company of the abuser acting as if everything is fine?
I wouldn't be able to say I've seen them with their abusers, but a lot of times if we were in court trying to present, I would see them come in to defend the defendant that we had or to withdraw claims and that kind of thing.
I guess the point of my questioning is merely because the woman appears content, is that an indication that she's happy in the company of the abuser?
No.
Why is that?
I have more facts by the time I've seen the investigations, I've seen interviews, things of that sort in our caseload. They might be presenting, telling the judge something, but clearly we've seen, photos of abuse. They've sat and given us recollections of abuse, that kind of thing.
You left the office before you were able to actually conclude and file a charging document.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, do you know what the disposition was?
I believe it was decided to not move forward, so it was dismissed.
That's all, Your Honor.
Close.
When you were in the misdemeanor division in Manatee, I think you said 6 months.
Yes.
So what was the time frame then?
I know I had started, I want to say April of 2018. So it would have been 6 months from there because I think I got out to Arcadia around October, November-ish.
Okay. And was the misdemeanor job in Manatee your first job out of law school?
No.
No. Okay. Did you work, where did you work before that?
Before I worked with Eric Reisinger, I actually did criminal defense.
Okay. All right. So when you talked about the domestic violence training, were you referring to the domestic violence training at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the normal domestic violence that everyone is sent to, the class?
Yes.
And how long is that class?
I think it's 4 days.
Okay. And is there any other domestic training?
I know the office does some pretty good domestic training. They'll do PowerPoints, luncheons, things of that sort. I think there's some, I don't know if they still do it because now I'm aging myself, some field trips to like the TILA and some of those organizations that work with abused women.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
No, I think that's got it.
All right, ma'am, could you step back out to the hallway, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh dear. Okay, let's see what the judge decides. Do you think that the judge will decide? Okay, if you know, don't give us spoilers. Do you think the judge will decide that this witness can testify in front of the jury or not? I wonder. Yeah, if anyone's looking for clues, how old is Ashley Benefield now? 33 years old. She's charged with second-degree murder, so it's all on the banner on top there, for the shooting of her husband, Doug Benefield, on September 27, 2020 in Florida. Okay. So.
All right. She's out. Proponent, you can start with your. There you go. She's waiting in the ante room. Now we got her in the hallway. Proponent of the evidence, argument.
Yes. So, Your Honor may remember that Detective Gillum made the allegations 2.5 years later, despite the fact that there was no earlier report documenting what he alleged 2.5 years later in any of his 2 or 3 prior supplements, that Miss Benefield acted completely inappropriately, that he did not believe that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction was in effect because even though the hearing was on November 3rd, the judge hadn't signed the order till the end of the month. And therefore, he countermanded Deputy Weber's request for a capias. This witness impeaches the statement by Detective Gillum because she was the assistant assigned to the case at the time, and she had made a decision that, in fact, she was going to file, but for the fact
that she left the office beforehand. She had conducted the investigation, completed it. All she was waiting on was the label of the package, which, interestingly enough, the court may recall, Detective Gillum recovered from Stephanie Murphy. But it apparently didn't make its way to Samara Sweet until after she left the office.
All right. And the objecting party?
Judge, I would object. I don't think she can testify as to anything she just testified to. I think most of it is opinion, and she is not an expert. And even if she was an expert, she wasn't listed as an expert. So she cannot give opinions. And any opinion about whether someone, as a prosecutor, whether someone violated the law or not is inappropriate testimony for court. A lot goes into filing decisions. The prosecutor has discretion the same way police officers have discretion. To add any significance to that, I think would be completely improper. And so I would object to anything to do with her decision-making with the state attorney's office. And also, as I said, I think there was some information that was gained after she left that played into that decision. But additionally, I think she would not qualify as an expert of domestic violence, and I think even if she could, a lot of those things would be inadmissible anyway, what she would say.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have any final thoughts you wanted to put on the record? Any final thoughts? Rebuttal?
That's good.
All right, thank you. So one of the very interesting things about this case as we have gone along is there's been some very interesting, and I think I said the other day, unique legal arguments that have been made. Certainly, I would like to think it's in honor of the Olympics starting tonight that you guys have put me through my mental gymnastics for the last couple of months. You know, another judge that's here in Manatee County, I hear him say this a lot, and I think it rings true. There are some very difficult decisions that we make as judges, emotionally difficult, legally difficult, factually difficult. This is not one of them. This is a very, very clear and easy decision. I'm going to put the part about Ms. Sweet offering any sorts of opinion as an expert kind of to the side, because I resolved this matter well before I consider that she wasn't listed as an expert and the Richardson aspects of that. And what I want to focus on is the purpose of allowing these other incidents of violence or threats is, as we all know, it's one of the carve-outs of obviously case law provides an exception and stand your ground in self-defense cases for battered spouse syndrome. Normally, any peculiarities for a particular defendant, PTSD, low IQ, mental health, are the ones that come to mind quickly, are not relevant and not admissible in a self-defense case because it's a reasonable person standard. So battered spouse syndrome is the carve-out, and the idea by once the defendant has laid the predicate of the overt act, allowing either reputation, and if it's reputation in a relevant community, we've all agreed, well, should agree, the case law says that the defendant doesn't have to know about that. It's just reputation evidence. On the flip side, whenever you want to get into specific acts of violence, threats, intimidation, and I know our net that we've casted here is beyond just prior acts of violence. There's also been issues of threats and intimidation. It's come in, it's in. The case law talks specifically about why that evidence is allowed and why all of that is not hearsay, because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show the jury what did the defendant know at the time that the self-defense was used. And unlike the mental ailments I mentioned earlier or other peculiarities of the particular defendant, this is just to show
why the defendant would have stayed, and even if there wasn't an imminent violence at the moment, why that person would feel terrified, and all the other bad spouse. I won't go into the whole thing. So the issue is not, did this assistant state attorney believe the defendant? Did this police officer take a report and submit a capias, or not issue a capias and send it to the state as a non-arrest? Did this ASA file it or not file it? Did this ASA believe that the defendant was the victim of domestic violence or not? All of those things are completely irrelevant, not to mention prohibited from the witness commenting on ultimate facts or invading the province of the jury. The issue is not the truth or falsity of the violation of injunction or the shooting into the ceiling or any of those issues. That's not the issue. The issue is, was the defendant aware of these prior acts? Example being that the evidence came in regarding domestic violence by Mr. Benefield against his first wife. The way the defendant learned about that was some sort of text message by or between Mr. Benefield and the former Mrs. Benefield. Clearly hearsay. But why does it come in? Because she was aware of it, and it shows some violent tendencies, so she can testify about it, she can talk about it, the jury hears about it to help understand what she knew, and this is in the jury instructions as the attorneys know, what she knew at the moment that this incident was happening. So Ms. Sweet's testimony about whether she believed the defendant or not, whether she was going to file or not, the conversation, whether she thought that the defendant was genuine and legitimately a victim, the testimony that she had some report and she called someone and there were some sort of abnormalities, unspecified abnormalities in some lab test, that she, characteristics of domestic violence victims and so forth, is just of no moment. So it's irrelevant. It's commenting on the testimony of and the credibility and veracity of other witnesses. It's commenting on ultimate facts. If you want to talk about the expert portion of it, as the defense said, this is all the same things that Ferris is going to testify to. So in essence, I haven't heard his testimony, but what I understood was everything, I believe it was something along the lines of what she's going to testify to is the same as what Mr. Ferris is, and I only say Mr. because I don't know his professional designation. So Mr. Ferris is going to testify to. Finally, on the issue of 403, Ms. Sweet's testimony, the probative value of that is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues and misleading of the jury, because it does not matter whether that particular person believes it was a violation of injunction or not. The point is, the testimony is out. It's been demonstrated that the defendant knew about that. She's alleged it was a violation of injunction. There's a dispute. That'll be a factual issue for the jury to determine. But she's alleged it was a violation, which she took as intimidating, and the smell that caused her headache was some sort of physical ailment that would have been caused by the present that was provided. I understand that's her position. The state may have a different argument on all that. But this is not even a difficult question. Ms. Sweet is not admissible as a witness. I am glad you proffered, though, because now it's all on there. But no, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what I heard today. Do you have another witness we can call?
Yes.
All right.
Ferris.
We have an objection to him as well, Judge. We filed.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferris is the expert.
Yes.
And the state wanted to have a...
Judge, I'm sorry. We do have a lay witness that we want to get on. Amy Carlton. She's going to be quick. We need to get her back to work.
Oh, hold on. Amy Carlton. And then, I assume, I know that's bad, that Mr. Ferris, tell me, does he have a professional designation? Is he a doctor or?
He's a licensed mental health counselor.
So he's Mr. Ferris.
Former deputy sheriff. His practice and his law enforcement experience has been combined exclusively to domestic violence. He teaches batteries.
I just want to know if he was had he a professional designation that I should use. All right. So Mr. Ferris, looking at the time, I would think that after we finish with Ms. Carlton, the Daubert hearing is very likely going to take us to the end of the day. So I expect that we would probably start with Mr. Ferris on Monday. Mr. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, actually, we have some case law that I was hoping would obviate the necessity for Daubert hearing.
All right, well, do you want to handle Ms. Carlton first?
Please.
All right.
Ms. McDonald just needed to go to the ladies' room, so.
Oh. All right.
If you want to bring her back in, that's fine. If you
Well,
want.
yeah, we can start working them back up.
Yeah.
I think that'll be good. So let me give you guys 5 minutes. If you need to step out, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benefield, if you need to step out and use the facilities, that'll be fine as well. We're going to start working on getting the jury up. It usually takes about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Judge.
Okay, we'll go forward. So that witness is not allowed in. They have someone called. I think they said Amy Carlton that they want to call, and then a psychologist. Okay.
Research on people. All right, y'all can have a seat. I see the jackets and the sweaters have gone on. Yeah, you would think in the afternoon it would get warmer, but I told you, even with the southern exposure, somehow it just gets cooler and cooler and cooler. So, all right, while you were out, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, talk about anything about the case, talk about anybody outside of the jury about the case, or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
Amy Carl.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right if you need it. And just speak in a loud, clear voice and we'll hear everything. Can I just move you just a little bit forward?
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Would you tell
Good
us your full
afternoon.
name and state your last name, please? Spell your last name.
Spell my last name? C-A-R-L-T-O-N.
And your first name?
Okay.
Tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
What is your first name?
Amy with a Y.
Okay, Amy. Or Miss Carlton. Are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed, yes.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Where? For who?
I'm at one of the hotels in the area.
Okay. And what capacity do you serve in at the hotel?
I'm one of the managers.
How long you been doing that?
What was that?
How long you been doing that?
I've been with the ownership for 4 years now, going on 5.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Herbert.
Miss Carlton, were you and your husband Herbert living in Bradenton, Manatee County on September 30th, 2020?
Yes.
September 27th, 2020.
Yes, we were.
Do you recall that afternoon if you were outside with your husband?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall the address you lived at back then?
It was on Newport News Street or Drive. We've been renting, so to be honest with you, I don't recall the exact
street, the number of the street, but it was Newport News.
Hello, Court TV. Nice to see you in chat. Thank you so much for being here.
Do you recall, Ms. Carlton, whether or not, what was the reason why you and your husband were out that afternoon?
I have a mini golden doodle, and we were taking a walk.
Did anything unusual occur while you were out with your husband and the dog?
Reason I'm here, you know it. I mean,
Would you share it with us? What happened?
we were taking a walk, and Newport News is a couple streets over from the incident area, and it was probably 3 houses down where we were, and at the time, my dog was probably just over 1. So I don't know. I'm a big dog lover, and she's my life outside of work with my husband. He and I both heard what I don't know. I didn't know what it to be, and he kind of grabbed my arm, and I kind of got startled because it did sound like gunshots. I don't know. You know, at the time we didn't know what it was, and but we heard one right after the other. And me, because of where I work, I'm trained like the attack or panic mode. I am thinking of myself, sorry to be selfish, and my dog and my husband. And he's looking ahead too. And I just remember being a little bit terrified myself and thinking of myself, my family. And so I remember looking up and telling him, well, let's go, let's turn around, let's go back behind the house, because at the time we weren't sure what it was. And also being trained, you don't know what is to come next. First of all, you don't know what it is. So as I'm telling my husband, I told him, call 911. As I'm telling him that, I'm sorry, I'm backing back behind the house because you don't know what's coming next.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions, if I can.
Yes.
You say you heard some gunshots.
It sounded like gunshots.
All right. Now, after you heard the gunshots, did you observe anybody exit a house?
Quickly, as we were trying to make sure of our safety, we saw someone leave the house, a lady leave the house. It was, I mean, I don't know exactly, like timing-wise, because it's like I said, my mind was going through a lot of things.
Let me just keep you on the questions, okay? I'll help you. I'll lead you through it. You hear the gunshots. The next thing you see is what?
A lady came from the house, and
Describe.
I remember screaming, and that's just the vivid recollection and memory that I have, just the screaming, and came from the house running to the neighbor's house. I don't remember too much other than the screaming and pounding on the neighbor's front door.
Shame. Okay, so we've read some of the documents where they did say that they were people walking their dogs, like people that lived in the area, so neighbors, who heard the gunshots one after the other, and they were, as she said, with their dogs. It's just nice to put a face to the story there that we've read before, right? And so they witnessed Ashley Benefield after hearing the gunshots, and then they witnessed her running out of the house. Okay.
Is it a safe bet for us to say that this lady that you saw exit the house screaming was hysterical?
Yes, yes.
I want you to tell us, Miss Carlton, after the gunshots, approximately how long it took for that woman to come running out of the house.
Oh. So I'm not sure I recall. It was within seconds, though. It was, I don't know, it just, I mean, I didn't even have time, like I said, to pursue any hiding places. It was so quickly.
Do you remember speaking to the police about the incident?
We had an interview, yeah. It was probably 30 seconds, a minute. I don't know, 30 seconds.
Okay. So you hear the shots, and within 30 seconds, a screaming, hysterical woman comes running out of the house and goes to the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Did you hear banging on the door at the neighbor's house?
I don't I don't recall if I remember stating that or not, but I remember the hysteria of the screaming.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Rexy says, how is this relevant? I think it would be to debunk any claims that Ashley Benefield shot Doug and then waited around for a while in the house before running out of the house. It's to kind of, the defense is trying to prove that she shot Doug and ran, like bolted out of that house to the neighbors, because they heard the gunshots and they saw her running and they saw her run to the neighbor as well. So, okay, that's what we have there.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carl.
Ma'am, you've been released from your subpoena, so you're free to go. Thank you.
All right, go ahead and approach.
Sidebar time. And we're going to go forward. We're less than an hour behind the
You
stream.
can take it or tell you, one or the other.
Yes.
Wait, there we go. Okay. Please like and share if you haven't yet so that others know we are live and watching this trial together. Day 4. Happy Friday to those of you only joining now. Book Mama says he's really grasping at straws. She literally added nothing. Shame.
There's the jury. So the attorneys and I need to talk about what's going to happen next week. We got to do some legal matters that are outside the province of the jury. So at this point, I'm going to let you go for the weekend. It's about 10 till 4, so you're free to go at this point. Remember the rules for the weekend. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anybody else outside of the jury. And certainly don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. And that includes being very mindful of watching out for any media that may be on anywhere you go and wherever you might be to avoid all of that. Okay? Listen, do you still have your parking passes?
Yes.
Everybody's got that. If you've lost your sticker, is there somebody downstairs in the jury room? Okay. Oh, you've got a bunch of them?
Yes. He got us a bunch.
It's like pads and everything. We got them everywhere. Okay, great. So make sure you keep that parking pass. If something happens and you lose it, you're going to have to come in Monday, see the jury coordinator to get another one, and then go park, because they will give you a ticket or tow you, one or the other. All right. So thank you very much. It's been a great week. Yes, ma'am.
What time do you want us here Monday?
I always forget that part. We're going to start at 9 o'clock on Monday. So if you could be downstairs, 8:30, 8:45 is just fine. Listen, I will say this, though. Remember on this past Monday how there was a whole bunch of people? That's how it's going to be this coming Monday, because we're going to be picking another round. Other judges are going to be picking other rounds of juries. So you don't have to necessarily stick together, but you're probably going to want to be off a little bit. Unless you want to tell the other folks there how great jury duty is. That way we'll try and get out of it. All right. Great question. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Thank you very much. You are free to go for the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so the jury's going home. We're not. They're going to have I think the judge mentioned a Daubert hearing. The first time that I covered one of those was in the Burgos Aviles trial. Do you guys remember? I will never forget that. That was so exhausting. I'm sure nothing could be like that, right?
All right, you all can have a seat. I will tell you, I don't think I need to hear a whole lot more about Mr. Ferris. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm ready for the hearing. I will say this: it is a hearing, so if you want to make an opening, don't feel like you can't. You're absolutely free to make an opening if you want, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, so a Daubert hearing. I'm asking Uncle Google. You guys know I'm not a lawyer, and I don't have to be to watch a trial with you, in case somebody thinks I have to be. No, we're just watching this trial together. And so a Daubert hearing, Uncle Google says, permits the parties to examine the challenged expert in open court to develop his or her testimony for purposes of evaluating its admissibility. So I think that's what they're having now. Catherine, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All right. So Let's play it.
So please don't let me dissuade you. If you want to make an opening, make an opening.
Not necessary.
State?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
I think we've talked about it.
Stand right here, you face the clerk, raise your right hand this morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. We're going to have a Daubert hearing. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
So just put yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Okay.
And we'll get started with the hearing.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your full name, please, and spell your last name.
Bruce Eric Ferris. The last name's Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I do individual therapy, and also I do consulting on domestic violence and expert witness testimony.
Let's discuss your education. Would you inform us, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering. I also graduated the local police academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
Do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
I do. If you look at my curriculum vitae, I think there's over 100 items listed where either classes or seminars or teachings and certificate training that I've attended.
And included in that, would domestic violence be a major part of it?
That was the definitely predominant theme of whether it be a specific class or a conference, et cetera, on domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And if you'd like, I can explain the difference.
Please.
Domestic violence has to do with what we might think of people that have a child in common or family members. And that doesn't necessarily mean an intimate relationship. It could be two relatives living in the house together. Intimate partner means there's an intimate relationship, a spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, so there's a little difference there.
Try to make sure you voice in the microphone because it tails off.
Thank you.
I am going off camera again because I need to get some water. Okay, so I'll be right back and I'll make sure it doesn't pause.
Mr. Ferris, have you taught any courses or presentations in a specialized field?
I have.
Please enlighten us.
If you look at my CV, I've given, I think, over 40-some presentations and teachings. For 8 years, I taught Batter's Intervention Program class to offenders, uniquely that. And for anyone that doesn't know, Batter's Intervention program is for offenders. It's usually court-ordered, part of probation or part of a sentence or part of an injunction or a restraining order. It's a 6-month psychoeducational class. I've been training for that and teach that. I also I used to teach Gardner Lightham volunteers about domestic violence and effects on children. I've taught the 8th Circuit staff at the state attorney's office about domestic violence and impact to women and children, and Batter's Intervention, how to interview people. From 2008 to 2020, I taught at the University of Florida Law Clinic on intimate partner violence to law students about the same type of subject, domestic violence and intimate partner violence and effects, and also enforcement of the law. I also trained police officers about domestic violence enforcement. Currently, since 2009, I've been teaching officers how to de-escalate confrontations as part of the crisis intervention training team. I teach the de-escalation part of that. There's a lot more I could talk about, but that's the nature, and you could see in my CV.
All right, let's talk about your work experience.
Okay, so I have an affiliation with Village Counseling Center, doing therapy, DCF cases, and domestic violence related cases. I used to also work with Creative Counseling in Gainesville, doing teaching batterers intervention program classes and doing individual therapy. I also have my own practice now, and I do individual counseling. Recently, I just looked up, since 2014, I've treated almost 1,000 individual clients or patients as an individual therapist. Work experience we're still talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, of course I mentioned the doing consulting for attorneys on domestic violence and being an expert witness. You're gonna want to know my current work or my past work?
Well, let's stay in the past. How about any experience with the Gainesville, Florida Police Department?
Yes. I went through the police academy in 1993. I was sworn in 1994. I retired from there in 2013. The last 10 years of my career there, I was the lead detective in the domestic violence unit, part of the Investigations Bureau, uniquely just looking at domestic violence cases, enforcing the law, training officers, doing some public outreach, and being on various task forces.
Can you give us an idea over the course of that time, approximately how many cases you would have handled?
Yeah, I was a lead detective on close to at least 500 cases I looked up were resulting in arrest or charges being filed.
And what kind of professional credentials do you hold?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. I have certification to teach batterers intervention program classes through the state. I also received certificates to do threat assessments, domestic violence threat assessments through Jackie Campbell at Johns Hopkins University. Also trained in doing counseling and work with adoptions through Rutgers University.
Have you been the recipient of various awards and recognitions?
Yes, I have. I was chosen by the Alachua Board of Commissioners to be recommended to Governor DeSantis to be on the Alachua County Child Fund, tax fund, I guess they call it, trust fund, excuse me. I've also received various awards as the for my domestic violence work through the local shelter. I received a statewide award from Attorney General Pam Bondi and Governor Scott at the time for my work. In 2010, I was awarded.
I'm so sorry. I can't find a good breaking point. He talks like a lot of. I just want to say, someone asked, was it Kim? Where? Saying, is this the psychologist she was living with for a time? No, that was Barbara Russell, who testified for the state. Actually, I think it was on day 1. It's all time stamped, okay? So if I don't remember the day, don't worry. On day 1, 2, and 3, now we're on day 4, everything is time stamped for you so you can see exactly when each witness took the stand, all right? Okay.
Awarded and recognized for.
Was a battered spouse. Like, as far as battered spouse syndrome.
Oh, sorry. Wow. It was like, YouTube was like, you know what? Let's just skip forward to present time. Sorry, we're going to get there now. Now we have to find our place. Oh, crap. Okay, wait.
Of the law. I also trained police officers about domestic violence enforcement, current therapy. Detective on close to at least 500 cases I looked up were resulting in arrest or charges being filed.
And what kind of professional credentials do you hold?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. I have certification to teach batterers intervention program classes through the state. I also received certificates to do threat assessments, domestic violence threat assessments through Jackie Campbell at Johns Hopkins University. Also trained in doing counseling and work with adoptions through Rutgers University.
Have you been the recipient of various awards and recognitions?
I was chosen by the Alachua Board of Commissioners to be recommended to Governor DeSantis to be on the Alachua County Child Fund, tax fund, I guess they call it, trust fund, excuse me. I've also received various awards as the for my domestic violence work through the local shelter. I received a statewide award from Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Kim said, did we just teleport? Yes. Our teleport machine booted up and was like, you know what, just go to the end of the day. Just, oh dear. We're listening. If you guys want me to speed it up a little more, I could.
And Governor Scott at the time, for my work in 2010, I was awarded and recognized for my work with victims of crimes in the state. There's several other ones. Without looking at my CV, I don't recall them all.
Sure.
So we were ahead of this, right? Because he just said CV and people were asking, what's a CV? It's like a resume. I'm going to go forward a little bit. How about that?
Are married, living together, maybe had a child together, but have never lived together. People living together as a family in a house. It doesn't include, let's say, cousins that never lived together. So it's unique in that way.
And is there another definition of domestic violence?
Yes, and in my practice and in my training, this is a pretty accepted concept, that domestic violence is actually a pattern of power and control. And the key word here is pattern. That's repetitive. And the criminal definitions, the physical things, those are used by perpetrators or abusers to control their victims. But along with that also is used control tactics. We often think about emotional abuse or those sorts of things, and they're defined in the Duluth Power and Control Wheel.
Would you explain to us what the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is?
Okay.
So the Duluth Power and Control Wheel was developed up in Duluth, Minnesota by a group of researchers who deal with domestic violence. And what they did is they looked specifically at domestic violence cases that have been criminal cases, that victims who came through shelters, DV shelters, and they were looking for what were the tendencies or the tactics used by abusers against their victims. And they developed this power and control wheel. It's used around the country. It's the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is the basis for the Batter's Intervention Program class I mentioned. DCF, Department of Children and Families, has accepted that as a reality, a fact, and that was the criteria or the curriculum for the BIP class used statewide and actually used around the country and internationally. So there's these 8 inner items, and on the outside of the depiction, I don't know if...
All right, yeah, let's see if, Judge, with court's permission, we put the screen down.
Yeah, probably a little bit so we can see.
I think we saw this power and control wheel. I'm trying to think which trial, but I think it was the Daniel Howard trial. Do you guys remember?
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
What I mean is we're probably all familiar with it, right? But we saw it in a trial. I'm like, in which trial did they show that again? I think it was the Daniel Howard trial.
Judge, may I ask you a question? Could I stand over here?
Sure.
Rather than try to do it for you.
Reposition as you need, it's just us.
Okay, thank you. It's a little easier to see this way for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you know what though? The only thing is you can't be so far that the court reporter can't hear you, and she's listening to these microphones.
Okay.
So why don't you turn that?
Okay.
And then if you just position so you're facing there.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, there
Can
we
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes.
So change that. So okay. So you can see that.
Yeah, I was going to say, let
Yeah,
get
sure.
you closer.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for reminding me. So this is the Duluth, as I said, if you look here, Domestic Abuse Intervention Project. And this was established some, I don't know, maybe 30 some years ago, 30, 40 years ago. And this is the standard used around the country and used for the Batter's Intervention Program class and a lot of counseling I do, and this is part of the counseling along with cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the therapies I've been trained in graduate school and my work. So on the outside here of domestic violence is physical violence and sexual violence, and that's covered in the state statutes, the criminal law statutes. Then there's these 8 items that are part of the power and control. And remember, I said it's a pattern of power and control. So that means it's repetitive, a way to get your, it's a way for the abuser to get their victim to comply, to get into a compliance mode. I'll talk about that in a moment. So the first item is using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons. Those are I run into this all the time in terms of using intimidation. Using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy. It's very common. Playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty, using isolation. Controlling what she does, where she goes, who she sees, oftentimes spying on their victims, checking their phones, tracking them, etc. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. I find this in almost all the cases I work. They make light of the abuse, say it didn't happen. They shift responsibility. It didn't happen, it wasn't that bad. It was your fault. So minimizing, denying, blaming, using children, sometimes put their victim, the mom, in fear of what he'll do to the child or that he'll report her, etc., that she might lose the child. Male privilege, this has to do with the role that he makes the decisions in the family or in the relationship and gives her a specific role. Economic abuse, this would maybe be preventing her from having a job or money, or she should have an allowance, etc. And then the last item is using coercion and threats, making, or I'm just having problems reading the fuzz here a little bit, making and carrying out threats against her, threatening her to leave, using coercion and threats. So I'm going to sit here, that can stay up, and I'm going to make a few comments about it.
So this is the power and control wheel, a useful lens for examining domestic violence. These are tactics an abusive partner may use in a relationship, is what it says, right? So we've looked at this one before in many cases. And I remember in the Daniel Howard trial now, and now he's also, remember this is a Daubert hearing. The jury's gone home for the weekend. They'll be back on Monday. This is Bruce Ferris, a psychologist. And I wonder if the judge will have him testify in front of the jury.
So the main issue here that, as we understand the power and control wheel, is these are techniques that the abuser uses to control their victim. And like we say, it's a pattern, so that means it's repetitive. And so what's the purpose of that? It's to get them to comply. And so the victim ends up trying to avoid the perceived danger that they'll experience if the abuser perceives that they're opposing them. That's particularly true for mothers that are, not only are they trying to protect themselves, but they're protecting their children. And I found that there's victims of domestic violence tend to get into what I call equilibrium sort of stasis experience. In other words, they avoid the perceived threat, so they, the proverbial, the old phrase of walking on eggshells, so they end up being in this compliance, kind of like they don't want to poke the bear, so to speak, so they find this narrow way of coping by going along with the perpetrator and don't want to make him angry at them, because that's when the violence occurs, or the threats, or the emotional, the hardship. And that's exactly what the perpetrator, the abuser, wants to happen. He wants to keep her in line, so usually to manipulate, to get her to do what he wants to do, that they feel a sense of ownership, and they use these techniques to control. They also, the victim wants to appear to be going along. They don't want to anger him. They'll actively hide that abuse from family and society, because if it gets out, he's going to be mad. I could speak certainly a lot more about that.
Are there, Mr. Ferris, common characteristics that abusers share?
Yes, they could be anyone from any socioeconomic group. I've been involved as a therapist and as a detective enforcing the law with all types of society and sexual orientation, from wealthy, well-known NASA scientists, doctors as a perpetrator, to the homeless person, and everyone in between. And in Gainesville, where I worked, we have a great population from all around the world there. And I didn't find a difference other than sometimes attitude, but every socioeconomic group, it's very, and also they tend to be males, but females also. Just yesterday, I took on a new client, spoke to him. His wife's in jail. He has 4 children with her, and he's a victim. So, he's a victim. So there's female abusers and male abusers. Males are predominant. I know when I was working, I ran some statistics on cases, and I found it was about over 2/3 of my cases were males, and less than 1/3 were females. And some of those, and that kind of reflected also when people would, kind of want to debate that issue about men or women. One thing that always struck me is when you look at fatalities, the statistics are about the same. There's usually the murderers are mostly men, by about 2/3 over the women. So the actual victimization cases and then the actual fatality cases, kind of the statistics I found ran together.
And what do they have in common?
Usually that they want to control their partners. There's kind of an ownership attitude. They use the power and control techniques I described to do that. I also find that they're missing true empathy. I've kind of nicknamed it to myself is they're missing an empathy gene. And empathy has to do with the ability to feel someone else's feelings. And I find many of the perpetrators that I've counseled and also worked with in the BIP class, and certainly in my police career, they tend to be very selfish, a lot of narcissistic sort of ideas. I kind of image it as many of them, not 100%, but a majority. It's kind of like their point of view is, I'm here, and everyone and everything around me relates to me. I'm the center of the universe. As opposed to a healthy relationship, there's an equality. I'm being thoughtful and considerate of my wife as she is for me, and there's some balance. They don't necessarily adhere to that. They disguise how they treat their victims. Usually they don't want to let other people know about that, much like the isolation element. They want to keep it And there's reasons for that. And some of it has to do, they don't want to go to jail if it gets out. And then they don't want, I found this a lot, that perpetrators don't want their victims to get the idea that they're not a good deal, that there's something they're doing that's wrong, so they isolate them from society as such. And they'll put on a real front. I have numerous cases like this, how they disguise, how they treat their victims. There can be, the victims, the perpetrators, can oftentimes be very appealing, and they're very good at convincing people of things. I found a certain finesse amongst those thousands of BIP clients I had, that there were some very good talkers. I'll just leave it like that. But the emotional,
as Laura Richards would say, charm, red flag.
and physical abuse is certainly what we think of. I've certainly worked a lot of cases where there was, broken bones and bruises, etc., and emotional abuse and isolation and coercion threats, etc. But many of the cases I see, there isn't acute violence. It's emotional abuse. It's these techniques. The question is, can the abuser convince the victim that and put them in fear so they adhere to what they say? If they can create the fear, like this one lady told me, she was in fear of him so much, they would be in a public place and they're separated and they're across the room, and if he saw her talking to a male, he looked at her and she knew right away, end the conversation, move on. There was a fear, and there was no violence in that relationship, but she was scared of him. Also, as we know, as Judge knows, and Mr. Teller and the ASA knows, battery, in the state of Florida, there's assault and there's battery. Battery is the unwanted touching, that's the hitting, the punching, etc. But assault is also a crime. That's being in proximity to someone, showing a threat. I'm bowing up, I have my fists up, and the victim has a perception that the violence is going to occur. That's a crime, though there's no marks, there's no scar, there's no hitting, but there's fear. And so sometimes there's assaults that are taking place that aren't reported, and if on top of that, if they can create that fear to go along, that's a common technique that I see happening. It's all about keeping control, their victim, and one real common thing that I've seen is obsessive jealousy. And when I worked with batterers, I was surprised, and I came to learn very quickly that they oftentimes equate jealousy with love. And we all know jealousy can be very detrimental to the object of the jealousy, and also to the person having the jealousy, being obsessed and worried, etc. Love, we all know, is something else, completely different, very kind, considerate, and very empathetic, very different, but they didn't understand that dynamic.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ferris.
I think we've still got about an hour to go of the Daubert hearing, just letting you know.
Do they exhibit, with respect to these characteristics in common, what is their behavior relative to animals, pets in particular? Domestic pets.
Yeah, I understand.
Cats.
So cats, dogs, etc. So there's above average abuse of pets by domestic violence abusers. So I have two explanations for that. One is what I talked about, their missing empathy, that they don't feel for a dog or a cat like I might feel. I'm very empathetic. I am in love with Rosie, my poodle. So is my wife, So that means a lot to me. But to an abuser who doesn't have empathy, it's not a big deal for them. They see it as an object. That's one thing. The more important item, especially in terms of power and control, has to do with to get back to the controlling of their victim. If that victim is attached to that pet and I abuse that pet, now I'm putting you in fear for what I'm doing because I'm hurting your animal. So I'll attack that pet as a way to control you. You better not oppose me again, or you better not leave, or you better not go out with your girlfriends when I say you shouldn't, or I'm going to hurt your pet. I'm going to kill your pet even. So it becomes part of the continuum of power and control. And the sad part is I've also found that many perpetrators have that same mentality they use against their females, children, in the sense that the women are highly protective of the children. And so he's using the child as a way to gain control over the female.
And what about the abused, Mr. Ferris? Do they have common characteristics as well?
Yes, the majority are female, though, like I say, I treat male victims of domestic violence also. I'm still kind of surprised at times when I meet a new victim for the first time. And remember, for 13 years, I've been getting clients from our local DV shelter as a consultant and a therapist working. So I get kind of a constant feed of them. And then I also have my other sources and attorneys, and just my people know who I am, so they come to me if they're victims. But I'm always amazed at how many don't truly know what domestic violence is, and even I've had I've had clients who don't think they're a victim of domestic violence. They'll know there's a marriage problem, but they haven't been. I'm refraining from being too graphic because I've seen it all in terms of broken bones and types of violence in families. So they haven't been violently attacked and hit with the 2x4 or something, but I go over the power and control wheel, and
which is under the banner of coercive control. It's a very interesting topic to, educate oneself on. It's very helpful to understand what that is. And so, yes, that's why domestic abuse would be a great phrase versus violence, because otherwise people just think, oh, yeah, violence. No, I'm not, being hit or whatever it is, and so it can't be that. But it can be, because domestic abuse comes in many forms, right?
They say, holy cow, this is my life. This is what's been going on with me. I remember one crime scene I was at, and the woman had been a victim of domestic violence, and she wouldn't talk to us. And I had a moment to speak to her, and I showed her the power control wheel and had a moment. There's a victim advocate there too, and we went over it, and all of a sudden it was like an aha moment, and she goes, darn. And I think it was a strangulation case, and she realized, and I've had some specialty training and some certification about being an expert in strangulation with the state, another subject, but she realized that she came within 4 minutes of dying for lack of oxygen to her brain. And once she realized the power and control wheel and how dangerous it was, she opened up and shared information, and that suspect who had left was eventually found. Also, statistics show that domestic violence victims will leave, on the average, about 8 times they'll leave their perpetrator before they finally leave. It often happens. And there's also socioeconomic and ethnic groups that have unique attitudes to domestic violence. This idea of protecting a child for the mother as a characteristic is very, very significant. I guess I'll take a short moment. There was a particular case that comes to mind. This mother was very abused by her husband, and he made her stay.
I'm going to object. We've just gotten into a narrative. I think he's established this fact.
Sustained. To the narrative.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to skip the story?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Describe what coercive control in a relationship means.
Coercive control are acts of assault, threats, humiliation, trying to create harm, punishment to frighten the victim, much in the manner that we're talking about a pattern of power and control. By creating fear, it's all working towards controlling the victim. Of course, like I say, the power and control wheel. is the tactics along with physical violence and sexual violence. And then we get into that appeasement or compliance that I've talked about. They want to avoid the pain of the conflict. And pain can be emotional pain. I've had women tell me, I rather get slapped upside the head, excuse me for the phrase, but then be told I'm ugly or fat or my self-esteem totally crumbled. And so don't underestimate how important emotional control is in that sense.
Do these offenders always behave violently, or does abusive behavior happen in cycles?
No, as I've explained, it's not always violence. It's perceived violence in terms of the threats or enough to create fear in a victim that because of some assaults or, like in using intimidation, making her afraid by looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying property, displaying weapons. These are all acts of intimidation that affects them and can create a great fear.
Someone says, where was it, Barbara? Saying, he's too chatty for me. Can you speed it up? Do you guys want me to speed it up a little more? I think he'll sound quite fast then. It's at 1.1. Let's try 1.15. It's like an hour. We're an hour behind the live feed.
Because of the narrative they project, the reality that they're living as the victim, and they get into this compliance mode, and it's can be very dangerous. There is, in terms of cycles in the industry, I'll call it, we recognize there can be kind of this rain, sunshine sort of a model, that there's acute abuse, and that's kind of symbolic of it raining. And then the sun comes out, and there's like a honeymoon phase with couples, and the sun, everything's nice, there's no violence or no emotional abuse, and then all that rain with the hot sun, clouds form again, and then the clouds are too heavy to carry the rain, and then it rains again. So there's in some relationships, not all, but there's this cycle of violence or emotional abuse and then a honeymoon. There's also a generational cycle that I'm aware of, that you grow up in a family where roles are very defined. The male is the head of the household, the wife doesn't, oppose him. So sometimes that cycle goes, I see it in my clients, from generation to generation until it can get someone breaks free from that, and maybe that male realizes that's not the best role to have, and a female realizes I don't deserve this, and they move on. So that's another cycle.
Does the victim, Mr. Ferris, always appear to be afraid or act like they are afraid of the offender?
Definitely not. This gets back to what I've already been talking about. They're hiding that fear from
shame, dude. We feel you, buddy. He's like taking a nap.
Friends, families, and for good reason, in the sense of the consequences of laying it out. And they may not understand all what's going on with domestic violence, but sometimes I've had victims say that they deserved it, that they caused the violence, that they didn't keep the house clean enough. They've got almost a brainwashing going on about what's expected of them as a woman, and they found this, I'll call it a dissociation from the facts, mental health term, kind of an avoidance that allows them to comply because of their fear. And so it becomes, no, they don't always appear to be afraid.
So let me ask you this. How common is it for the victims to smile and act happy?
I'm going to object. I think we've gotten far afield from what needs to be established under Daubert. As far as domestic violence, I'll stipulate he has this knowledge as to domestic violence at this point, but I think we've gotten far afield from what needs to be established.
Judge, I might recall for the court that they played the video of them all in the restaurant.
I'm not sustaining. I mean, this is your proffer, so
yeah.
Thank you. You tell me what you want me to know about your expert, and I'll decide what he can say and not.
Thank you. Would you elaborate on how common it is for the victim to smile and act happy?
Very common. And it speaks to what I've already been discussing, that they try to hide the abuse from others for sometimes for personal reasons. They don't want him to get in trouble. I've had mothers that are financially dependent, and they don't want him to go to jail or prison, because how will they take care of their kids? So they sacrifice themselves. They are afraid of what society is going to say, or they're afraid of the abuser. So especially the afraid of the abuser is a really big part, and that they stay in line. And again, it speaks to this idea of compliance, or equilibrium, as I call it, finding the lowest resistance to survive. And so they get into survival mode, and that walking on eggshells. And as a therapist, when victims come to me, we've got to kind of untangle this stress and trauma and come to terms with that, because they've gotten kind of in this lifestyle of compliance and all the hurt that comes with that, and how their self-esteem's been damaged. I could go on and on with that subject.
All right, so tell us a bit, if you would, Mr. Ferris, the role that appeasement plays in domestic violence.
It plays a huge role. We could say appeasement, we could call it compliance, we could call it walking on eggshells, we could call it don't poke the bear.
Go along, get along.
Go along, get along. It's all about avoiding pain. And that's the very technique, the fear, I'll use fear as equivalent to pain, that is a way to control, hence why this is called the power and control wheel. These are techniques, along with physical violence, that are used to control their victim and get them, and there's an ownership. I've already mentioned a certain ownership, the jealousy, etc. And also I found some of my abusers become obsessed with their partner, that ownership quality at all costs, and they're just highly obsessed, and it can get very dangerous, actually. I've worked cases where there's been...
I have to just find a moment to pause. It's difficult. Fender, welcome to membership. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Imagine if the state can ask if withholding child visitation, is that coercive control? Ooh, that'll be interesting. What will he say then? He'll be like, absolutely. And then, oh dear. Hoffy said, we have traveled back in time. Is this the stand your ground hearing all over again? I know, right? We've teleported to the wrong place, guys. Oh dear. Okay, but... We're gonna. I don't know. Are there still people here? Let's see. There's still a lot of loyal Grizzlies here. Thank you for being here. It's a Friday. My word. Are you gonna make it to the end of today? We are an hour behind the live court feed, and the court is still continuing right now. And it is already 5:30 Eastern time. So yeah, it's 11:30 p.m. for me. So, and we've still got at least an hour to go. Probably an hour and a half at this rate. Let's see how it goes.
Suicide, homicide, that if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And if a victim realizes that their perpetrator's capable of hurting them, they're going to go along, or they're going to, get on a jet and fly somewhere real far away.
All right, tell us, if you would, what the impact of a child has on these dynamics.
So the impact to the child, or having a child in the scenario?
Having the child in the mix.
A huge impact. I found women who, certainly want to protect themselves and do this compliance, but when there's a child involved, and if they have a strong maternal instinct, they're going to sacrifice themselves to stay in a relationship. I've worked many cases, to my surprise, where there was no reporting of the violence or domestic abuse occurring, and so the woman, the mother, wouldn't seek a divorce, because they knew, typically in our state, if there's no extreme reason, criminal history, drug history, violence, etc., it's going to be a 50-50 custody. So I've had women who have stayed in the relationship, taking the abuse, because she's so concerned that she wouldn't want her child to be alone with that perpetrator. She sees him as a brute or a bad role model, etc.
And might that type of a scenario play out with the woman acting happy in an effort to go along and be in the company of the abuser to protect her child?
Without a doubt, that's the whole scenario, and and there are women that are better at it and more sophisticated at it than others. I'm just finished working a case where her family, as I interviewed, I won't make this long, but there was abuse. He's in prison. She was pregnant. She gave birth while he's in prison. She stayed with him. A couple of years later, she was running his business while he's in prison. She finds out he's getting out early in 3 months. She commits suicide. She hangs herself because she was so afraid of him coming back. The grandparents, the maternal grandparents, have the child. I'm working on that custody issue and the criminal cause. But the point I'm making is that when I interviewed the parents, the sister, the friends, all these people before the suicide occurred, they didn't know how bad the relationship was. She wouldn't show up to family gatherings, or she'd come and go, or they wouldn't see him. She was totally hiding all that extreme abuse that she was going through. The family didn't know about it till the end, before he was charged and went to jail. So she went to great lengths to hide because she was scared of him. And I believe her going along with him and running the business was all out of fear also. And then she couldn't face it and decided to leave us.
A few questions, if I can, as it relates to domestic violence abusers. What have you found in your experience and education as it relates to their ability to charm and deceive others?
Yes, I found this in a majority of the cases. They want to project an image, again, hide the abuse. Sometimes that's their strategy to deceive others because they don't want to be found out. Also, I might add that the recidivism rate, when I was running the BIP classes, I was always surprised. I'm getting the same guy back again, that there's a personality issue here that hasn't been solved per se.
Why are you surprised? Obviously, right? Obviously. Yeah. And this is it's not really relevant to this trial. I would guess the judge is not going to allow this in. I might actually run a poll in a moment. So we have things to do while we listen.
With some men, and that there's a tendency to abuse over and over.
Is there a unique pattern of denying, rationalizing, minimizing, or blaming the victim that's typical?
It's not only typical, it's in a majority of the cases that I've ever worked. I see this almost in all the cases, I'll say. And if we look at the Duluth Power and Control wheel, there's actually, at 5 o'clock, minimizing, denying, and blaming. It didn't happen. It wasn't that bad. It was her fault, which, as I've explained in the past. So that's very typical. It's also a form of gaslighting that's been in, I think, the news the last 10 years or something. So it's a form of control and gaslighting a victim.
Does it include suggesting that the problem stems from the victim's mental health problems?
Definitely. That's a very common theme. It's also gaslighting, and also it's in the power and control wheel, using emotional abuse. About the third line down, making her think she's crazy. So it's a destabilizing technique. If you've got so much influence over me that you convince me that I'm crazy, then maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's a self-esteem killer.
Give us an idea, if you would, of the barriers that exist to these women leaving the abusers.
Fear of being harmed, certainly, if they report to victims. Barriers to leaving can be, as I mentioned, cultural upbringings or norms, roles. A lot of victims are financially dependent upon their perpetrators and don't know what else to do, and they don't necessarily have any other resources. Sometimes when I do trainings, I confront my audience, especially when I've got law enforcement or victim advocates, about their expectations of victims leaving that, perpetrator. You expect her to walk out on the street with 4 kids and she doesn't have a credit card and no family, and and I kind of go into this a little deeper. I'll avoid doing that now. The fear of losing their children. So sometimes victims have experience with DCF. They understand what can be consequences if it's reported to DCF. So they don't want to report because, and I've been party to this in a lot of cases and termination of parental rights cases I've been involved with, that if she's staying with the abuser and a child, and I like I mentioned, I taught a class for DCF to men and fathers and mothers, and also trained on this a lot, that exposure to a child to trauma is trauma to that children. Separate from the traditional child abuse that we think of hitting the child or not changing the child's diaper, not having food, but actually subjecting the child to the yelling, the screaming, the abuse is trauma to that child. So if a female doesn't report and she's found out, then that can be considered a failure to protect. Now all of a sudden, and she's still a bona fide victim. So now she's being held accountable. Her children might be removed. She's got to go see people like Bruce Ferris for counseling. She's got to do all these classes. So and many know this, so they don't want that to be out and about. Also, sometimes I've had women, they still love him. They see the good in him. They feel he didn't have a good childhood, or it doesn't happen often, or maybe I created the problem.
So you mean these aren't split-second decisions?
What specifically?
Do they vacillate sometimes when children are involved?
No.
Should I leave? Should I stay?
I like to think it was an evolution to leaving, but what's the motivation? If you're in that isolated situation of just he's the one, he's your world. Where's the education? Where's the involvement? That's what the role of a lot of our domestic violence shelters are in outreach, and is to involve and educate. And yes, here's services you can have. Here's someplace you can safely go. But that denial that violence will happen again is not uncommon. That feeling that it was her fault. Religious reasons. I'm always kind of surprised that, and I mean no ill towards any religious group. I don't mean to say that, but
Marnie's like, objection. Witness is waffling on. Sustained.
found sometimes ministers or churches, very concerned about marriages or not getting divorced, and they actually recommend or counsel people to stay together that are hurting each other, and so that's an issue. This idea that he will hurt her if she leaves. In this quote, I'd rather see you dead than with someone else, is not uncommon. And also the total power and control continuum and the use of that to control their partners.
Is there a particular time in these kinds of abusive relationships when violence is most likely?
Definitely. The most violent time is when she goes to leave and he knows about it, or he's there.
In other words, when he forms the perception that the realization sets in that this is the end?
When she eventually puts her foot down and makes that clear, and I know from my certifications doing fatality reviews with Johns Hopkins University, and the danger assessments, there's a high probability of fatalities or extreme bodily harm at that time. It's very dangerous. When we do many shelters and victim advocates that might be affiliated with the state attorney's office or wherever, they try to establish a safety plan with victims, and that plan will include, when you leave, it's when he's not home. Don't do it when he's home. And also have a safe, unknown location to go to. I have many stories I could tell of women being hunted down and actually killed because of he knew where they were. And that just the trauma of that.
What if he drove them to where they were and helped them settle in? Just making an example.
I don't, even though I work in this field and I've been doing it for 20 years, it's hard for me to conceive that cloud over me of being subjected to being violently hurt. And if I am, who's going to raise my child? And will he hurt my child also? It's overwhelming for those victims. And I certainly see that in my practice, my counseling practice.
So let me ask you this as we close. Given your education and experience as a law enforcement officer, tell me, is there a general bias against females by males?
I think there is. Some of it's different social, ethnic groups, different cultures. Like I think I mentioned earlier, ownership of women. I've had, without mentioning the countries, I've been in, like I say, Gainesville is a little stewing pot of people from all over the world. I've run into men who actually thought it was okay to abuse their wife because they thought she belonged to him. And I said, sir, this is America. That's not how it works. So this ownership can be cultural. It can be dictated by social norms, what their parents did. Certainly the media and entertainment plays a big part towards women and male roles in our society.
And where can this bias be found?
Everywhere.
Everywhere
in society.
Including our institutions?
Including institutions.
And would those institutions include law enforcement?
Law enforcement, and of course I worked in law enforcement, and I was always surprised at how I constantly had to I actually became a little internal affairs detective for my officers who didn't understand domestic violence and had biases. And I was always surprised of the biases and found sometimes they were personal. An officer's going through a divorce, so all of a sudden he's at a crime scene and he treats the female badly because of his own world, not enforcing the law appropriately. But yes, it can be, and also not everyone reacts the same way as a victim to domestic violence, and especially with other people. Some people have developed a very fat affect. In other words, they don't show emotion, and that's their coping skill. They actually shut down. They do this dissociative sort of thing. Other people become hysterical and exaggerated in describing. So every person is different. Just because you...
I'm going to object to narrative and not responsive to the question.
Sustained.
All right. Lastly, do uninformed professionals, in your experience, cops, judges, lawyers, counselors, often fail to recognize the signs of domestic violence?
They do, and sometimes it's because they're not obvious and they're hidden, or they don't understand the dynamic of domestic violence, and they don't necessarily understand that that victim was in fear. And though it may not show, they may be smiling in a photo, or their family or someone doesn't know about it. That doesn't necessarily speak to what was going on.
All right. Now, would you be able to relate these principles to the facts of a domestic violence case with any kind of reliability?
100%.
Have you done that before?
Routinely.
Is that what you, in fact, do as a professional?
It's one of the major things I do. I might put as a footnote, I'm a therapist. So sometimes clients come to me and I'm helping them with their anxiety and their depression and generalized mental health issues. But many of my clients, because I focus on domestic violence, I'm helping them understand, or the perpetrators, I'm helping them change their attitudes, usually through what I call cognitive behavioral therapy, and I could go on and on.
All right. Could you make that application and its reliability by studying the facts and documents relative to a particular case?
Actually, this is one of my professions.
All right.
I'm hired by the state for cases doing domestic violence assessments, and sometimes I never get to interview some of the parties. Maybe they're not available, they're in prison, et cetera, in private practice, and also, like I say, through DCF, I've been hired. So I look at the characteristics, what fits, what was there a display of a weapon, was there all these different things. And
would you be able to do the same application with the same reliability through a series of hypothetical questions?
Certainly.
All right.
And if I can, I would admit that I can't.
Yep. Finally, let's talk about battered spouse syndrome for a moment. Are there any characteristics in tradition?
I'm rolling my eyes because the judge has made it so clear that this case is not a battered spouse syndrome case. I know also domestic abuse, domestic violence. He said it so many times, but now Ashley testified. It opened the door And here we are at the Daubert hearing as well. I don't know if the judge, I'm sure the judge won't allow this, right? But let's see what happens. Also on the poll that I have, I say, do you think the defense proved that deadly force was required? 10% say yes, 78% said no, and 13% so far said not sure. Okay.
Traditional battered spouse syndrome that might distinguish it from an otherwise domestic violence abusive situation?
Good question. So basically the abuse is the same. I think what makes battered spouse syndrome or battered wife syndrome, different terms through the years, different is oftentimes the victim still lives with the abuser, and there can be a history of extreme violence or violence occurring and traumatizing the victim. But the techniques of power and control and compliance and fear and how they hide it and all those things are completely the same.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever testified as an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
No, I have not.
Do you consider yourself an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
I consider myself an expert on domestic violence, not necessarily the BSS uniquely. I haven't been recognized by a judge in that doing that. So I think that for me, there's really no difference other than that distinguishing fact, whether they live there or not, or whether there's been physical violence or not. It's still the same dynamic. The victims are the same.
But you could recognize the law might make a distinction between those two things, an expertise in those two things.
Well, I think I'm expert enough to understand that. I just haven't testified uniquely in BSS.
And did you did you speak to Miss Benefield?
I did speak to her.
And for how long?
I spoke to her multiple times with a Zoom call.
Okay, my question was how long? How much time did you spend speaking to her?
It varied a little bit, an hour. Most of the times it was 2 hours.
I need you to add it up. Did you speak to her 1 hour total, 3 hours total?
Oh, total time?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry if my question wasn't clear.
I'm going just by memory. I'd be guessing a little bit here, so I apologize. Could have been. I'm just trying to. Could have been 15 to 20 hours easily.
So you spent 15.
I was going to guess 10. Okay, 15 to 20.
15 to 20 hours speaking to Miss Benefield.
I did.
Okay. And did you review paperwork in this case?
A lot. That's how I came to my conclusions, uniquely from the paperwork.
When you say uniquely from the paperwork, are you telling this court that you spent 15 to 20 hours with Miss Benefield, but you didn't base the opinions that you gave previously in a depot on that time?
That's true. I did not do an assessment of her. I was not hired to do an assessment. I did not produce an assessment.
Well, what were you doing for 15 to 20 hours?
Some of it was being a counselor, and some of it was I have a reputation to keep, and I wanted to understand some. Was this really a victim? So kind of got into a routine of understanding some timeline with her about what occurred and how did it fit the facts that I was reading about.
Well, wouldn't that say if what you just said is you needed to determine if she was a real victim, then it must have come into your decision making about this case, with that assessment you made. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question,
Well,
please?
you just testified that you spent 15 to 20 hours in Miss Benefield, and part of that was to make an assessment on whether or not she was a real victim. And
No.
so,
Not to make an assessment, as I compared the facts that I knew from what I was reading, I wanted some validity, and then some of my time was being empathetic and listening to her. But my conclusions I've come to that
I'm going to raise a red flag. Let me know what you think. But if it's like, don't worry, I'm just here to empathize with you. I don't know, man. Was that professional hours? Is he trying to date her? I don't know. Sorry if that offends someone. I'm just like, whoa, you just like spend time. Some official, not some not so much official. Oh dear. Maybe I just heard wrong. Let me know.
talk about in the deposition were 100% from the discovery. Those were the items, and I could list them for you if you'd like.
did they include the stand your ground motion filed by Mr. Taylor and the defendant?
At the time, that was one of the items. Certainly, if I subtract that from what the things he quotes in the standard.
Yeah. Kathleen says, who supplied the materials that were reviewed? That's a good question as well. Wow, okay.
Your ground were other discovery items. Doug admitting to shooting the gun into the ceiling, him telling that to his priest, and phone calls and texts. So I didn't need the stand your ground paperwork document to find all those bits of information that I found through looking at discovery.
Well, so the portions of the stand your ground about what happened that night were not in discovery. That Mr. Benefield took a bladed stance and did this.
No, I didn't. Those items were not part of my conclusion. I could tell you I have 13 items I used uniquely in discovery that it came to my conclusion on, and it didn't include. And I never spoke to Ms. Benefield about what you just said about bladed stance. I never talked to her about that.
Well, you said you spoke to her to determine if she was I guess to determine her veracity. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's one word, but I never spoke to her about the event of the shooting. Never.
Okay.
She writing down red flag. What? Isn't that why you would be speaking to her? Or what?
Did you speak to her about the other things that were in the stand your ground hearing and the discovery from things that had occurred in the past?
I think some of the things did. Yes. As I think about as she's going, basically I did some timeline understanding when they met up until before the event, and some of those items were in there.
And did you develop an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Benefield was a battered spouse? Like as far as battered spouse syndrome, if you would say that she suffered from battered spouse syndrome.
Yeah, I did not determine that. I determined that she was a victim of domestic violence, and that Doug was the perpetrator of that.
Based on
all the discovery and how it fits in with the continuum of power and control, and her compliance, her fear, etc.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Tell us what you reviewed.
I reviewed a deposition that Doug gave, and I had a written version. He makes admissions. He talks about the gunshot. He talks about punching the dog, throwing the gun, punching holes in the wall. There was a letter to his pastor where Doug admits punching a hole in the wall and shooting the gun in the ceiling. There was a domestic violence injunction in South Carolina prohibiting mutual contact, and the text of that. A really important piece of evidence for me was Ashley wrote a letter on September 18th, 2017, when she separated, outlining domestic violence that Doug did to her. I have a copy of that if you want me to go through the items, but she outlines, without necessarily being a domestic violence counselor at all, she talks. It all fits very discreetly into what power and control and what abused women experience at the hands of their abusers. And also for me, if I might say, that was a frozen moment in time. That wasn't something that she said after I met her or something like that. This was from, 2017.
And were you struck by the terms of basically art that she unwittingly included in that letter as it relates to domestic violence and the power and control continuum?
It was, it's a letter that I can use in training other people to counsel domestic violence victims, or if I was to work with a group of batterers, et cetera. It's classic.
Okay, what else did you review?
Deposition of a neighbor who caught Doug at night in the yard. A text of Doug admitting to putting a tracker on Ashley's car. I mean, these are all items that show ownership, that, stalking sort of items. A text from his ex-wife documenting him physically abusing her on her honeymoon. So this gets into his character. And
I object is not responsive. The question was, what did you review, not his opinion about.
Curious Luke says, it was only at hour 12 that we opened the cheese and wine. Right?
That's fine. Go ahead. Overruled.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
So here I have all this experience dealing with perpetrators being a perpetrator to multiple victims. Sometimes when I was a detective, I would, besides my therapy work, and I see that as I interview victims, but quite often my routine, I work day shift. So I come into the department, I go to a detective briefing, I look at cases where the suspect got away. My job was to review probable cause, go make the arrest, or get the warrant. That's what I did. So the first thing I do is I run that perpetrator's name, and I find out there's an injunction, and I'm looking at the charging document that the officer left, and there's no violation of injunction in there. But then I open it up in the court system, and I found it's a different victim. So I found there's multiple victims. And also, to be fair, I'd open up her, the victim's information, and I would find that there's an injunction, but it was with a different guy. So there's some serial victims, some serial offenders. So basically, the fact that he is very strong, and I know we talked about it in my deposition with the assistant state attorney. This text message from his ex-wife documenting how he abused her on a honeymoon was appalling to me, but it was not an unknown probability, and also it spoke to who am I looking at here. So that was one item. If I could continue. Of course, there was an injunction in Manatee County and some narrative. Dr. Russell, a forensic psychosocial mental health evaluation, I read, I think it was April 30th, 2020. She describes the abuse and domestic violence that Doug did against Ashley quite eloquently. It's quite clear the things she discovered in she did interview and come to that conclusion. So I found that kind of enlightening. There were telephone calls and documentation between Doug and Ashley. I've got a date of August 16th, 2019, where he was, controlling, intimidating, amidst of being outside her house, following her. He was gaslighting her.
Damn, this guy's like gulping water in the mic. Now he's like half burping in the mic. Sir, back it up from the mic.
Pulled a gun on his ex. There was a threat that he was going to kill himself with a gun, and there's more in that without pulling out the document. There was a very significant WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug, and in that there's statements about being armed, that he talks about warfare, rage, exterminating them, murderous mood, anger to take them out, a warrior side would be,
We've seen the whole context of that conversation.
Testosterone rage, talks about killing bad people. So let's say we could say, was this all true, or was this techniques that to put her in fear of him? Both could be true, actually. I found that very. Dr. Broder, I read his testimony and that he gave, and it was clearly domestic violence was present. There was definitely power and control tactics reviewed by him. The mic blow up, the gun incident was, and I have a quote here, was certainly a frightening experience for Ashley. Doug's temper, yelling, screaming, punching holes in walls, and Mr. Taylor's cross was in that transcript I read. And
well, Grizzlies, we have reached the stamina round of this trial. Usually happens with a Daubert hearing. Okay, so a couple of people have dropped off. They didn't make it. They're like, can't do this. But we're in it, right? We're going to watch this day together.
As you spoke to Dr. Broder, angry temper, very controlling, highly manipulative, very intense. The holes punched in the wall, fired a gun in the ceiling. There was an appeasement. That word was even used by Ashley, apparently by Dr. Broder, as a strategy with Doug to protect her child, keep him at bay. This is the very issues I've been talking about. And there was text about him kicking the dog and throwing the cat between Ashley and Doug. So all these elements right here, I got my conclusion from. I didn't need anything else. And this is clearly what I base my determination on.
And would you conclude, based on what you know, that Ashley was an abused woman?
Definitely.
Would you?
And I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Taylor. Abused woman is to say one thing, but abused woman who was in compliance mode, that didn't want to poke the bear, that was afraid of what might happen if she opposed him. That's what I get here.
And how, if at all, would that explain, for example, Ashley agreeing to go on a parental exchange
between Doug Benefield and her daughter Emerson. Ashley, in the week leading up to the shooting, exchanging friendly, lovey-dovey text messages with emojis and things like that. And Ashley at a restaurant with her mother and her child Emerson in the company of Doug, acting happy.
Totally, doesn't oppose my theory at all, or what I believe was going on. It may be that there's one thing I can say. Ashley did show, from what I've read here and what you're presenting to me, a sophistication to, and maybe that's her performance side for being a ballerina or whatever, I don't know. But she could put up a good front. And this was to keep that warrior side of Doug at bay. She was concerned and afraid, and she was very afraid for her daughter. This is the mother factor. You know, her getting in that, I guess you referred to the first visitation.
Yes, at the sheriff's office.
Her going along, that's much like I talked about that wife that stays with the abuser to protect the child. The idea of letting him, have custody at that time without, and I don't think, if I remember from documents I read, they didn't have that. He didn't have a lot of exposure to Emerson, and so that was definitely the mother, the maternal instinct, wanting to protect her daughter, and at her own expense. But that's nothing. I'm a parent. I take a bullet for my kid. It's not about me. It's about protecting them. I think that mothers do that. That's what mothers do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Johnny says, Bruce, can you please elaborate? Yes, please elaborate. It was too short, that.
Mr. Ferris, it's always a little bit dangerous when the court has questions, because certainly I'm the neutral party here. But in this kind of situation, in a Daubert hearing, I'm both the finder of fact and the decider of the law. So there are a couple of questions I have. I have said this multiple times. Mr. Taylor, I probably said it in hearings with you. I know you two have heard it. If you object to one of my questions, object. Please put your objection on the record. I have actually sustained objections against my own questions before. So, I tried.
Sorry, I'm laughing because the judge has got his neck snapping back, like whoosh. Please object if you need to. I love it when he does that. We saw that yesterday, right? Are you saying I excluded information? Because I didn't exclude any information. Now he's like, you can object. I love that.
Try to be intellectually honest, and if it's in retrospect, I realize that's not a good question.
You have been good about that, Judge.
First, I did not receive a copy of your CV in evidence. It may be in the file somewhere. Is it attached to something so I can find it?
I can give you a copy.
Any objection to me receiving a copy? I assume it's filed somewhere, but I don't know where.
Judge, may I make a statement briefly? In my past experience, when my CV is presented to the judge, oftentimes I'm shown a copy of it to verify that that's the complete version.
Sure, want to see it?
Yes.
Absolutely. I'll say, Mr. Taylor, there's markings on it.
Yes, sir.
You don't need it back? Is it in the court file?
I don't know if it's attached to the deposition. Let me take a look.
So here it is.
No, I'm informed we don't believe it's in the court file.
All right. And so, sir, this appears correct?
Yes, it does. Thank you for letting me look at it.
State, the copy that I've been given looks like there's highlighting where someone was making notes to highlight certain things to talk about. There's a couple of pages where there's some red pen markings where something has been circled or underlined. Any objection to me taking this and reviewing it?
If I may, it's the defense's burden. My only concern about your asking questions is that they have arrested their witness, and I understand what Your Honor, I have a guess as to what your questions will likely be, but that is my only concern. I don't know what objection that would be, but.
I mean, don't forget there's also the general improper. So, you object away.
Yeah,
You know me, I don't mind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
3 or 4 words of each.
Sorry, I want to skip a little bit there.
All right, and then you had gone through a list of 13 things that you had reviewed.
Yes, sir.
And I was writing them down as we went, and I'm taking notes. I only got 12.
Okay. So do you want me to briefly?
I do. I don't want the narrative portion.
No,
I just want you to tell me.
Or you tell me. Okay, I'll tell you.
No, it's got to be the other one. You have to say to me.
I'll give you the first 3 or 4 words of each. Number 1, deposition of Doug. Number 2, letter to pasture. Number 3.
A little slower.
Okay, sorry. Number 3, DV injunction from South Carolina. Number 4, 9/18/17 letter from Ashley. Number 5, deposition of neighbor. Number 6, text of Doug admitting. 7, text from ex-wife. 8, the DV injunction. That's Manatee County. Number 9 was Dr. Russell. 10 was the telephone calls between Doug and Ashley. Number 11 was the WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug. Number 12 was the Broder testimony. And number 13 was the text kick dog through cat and between Ashley and Doug.
Can I just ask to clarify, you said phone calls between Ashley and Doug, what did you say?
Yes, from 8/16/2019, I have a transcript of phone calls between them.
You have a transcript of phone calls?
I believe so.
1.5 speed right now.
No. All right, that's all the questions I had, surprisingly. State, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and is he free to head on back to Gainesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I released from my subpoena?
No, this is just a proffer.
Okay.
We're doing a Daubert hearing, so I imagine Mr. Taylor still has you under subpoena.
We have high hopes you will be returning early next week.
Okay.
So stay in touch.
Okay. And so I'm still under my subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate your attention.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend. Don't forget you've also got your wheel over here. Or is that yours?
That's theirs.
Okay.
You got your wheel, sir. Take your wheel and get your ass out of here. I'm just joking, but it's like, oh, okay, we're done now. But he's still under subpoena. It's weird that he asked like a few times there. So I'm still under my subpoena. Why? Who do you want to talk to, sir? Are you doing interviews after this? Seems like it. Don't do interviews. I'm glad he's still under his subpoena.
I got mine. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Safe travels back home.
Yes, appreciate it.
Wait, we're looking to go right at the perfect time, aren't we?
Yeah.
I want to stop and have dinner.
Or pack up my hotel room and put my blue jeans back on, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna pack up his. This guy's very funny on my word. He's gonna pack up his hotel room and put his blue jeans back on. Okay. All right, he's heading out for the night. He's gonna have to tell the paparazzi outside. Sorry, can't comment right now.
All right, the witness has left the courtroom. Did you?
I'm telling you, man, this judge, is he a grizzly or what? Like the way his face, he looks like we look, right? Like it's just like, okay. Right, now let's deal with, that was the proffer. So it's part of the Daubert hearing. Now it's the Daubert hearing, okay? So I'm guessing that the defense will argue why they need this witness in. And then the state will have to give their arguments why they don't.
Do you have any other witnesses' testimony or evidence you wanted to put on for the Daubert hearing?
No, sir.
State? Did you have any evidence, testimony you want to put on?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, I'm ready for argument.
Okay, Daubert hearing time. Also, with Legally Blind says, I thought you would like him. He certainly had interesting stories. She She seemed very knowledgeable about DV. You mean he? I didn't say I didn't like him. He's just a bit long-winded. Daubert hearings can be like that sometimes. All these proffers, right? If you live in my time zone or eastward, or yeah, it's not yet westward, not the UK, then happy Saturday to you. Thank you for being here live with me.
So 702 of the Florida Evidence Code, Your Honor, incorporates the new Daubert standard, as the court knows, provides if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue. A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify about it in the form of an opinion or otherwise if, and the court knows the three requirements, sufficient, if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods, and three, the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably under the facts of the case. The state's theory of prosecution, although it was changed this afternoon from the release of the Broder report to the injunction that was set for the 30th, as its predicate the specific behavior of Ashley Benefield in the week leading up to the shooting. And included in those text messages, as was the video at the restaurant, as well as the state's focus on how Ashley Benefield behaved in the presence of Douglas Benefield, but behaved differently when she was by herself, and how she led Douglas Benefield to believe that she wanted to reconcile, but in private, she clearly disclosed that she did not want to do that and wanted the relationship over. And finally, the instances where Ashley Benefield, as a result of the parental time sharing, accompanied her daughter, Emerson, and went with Doug, that Stephanie Murphy testified to. They were the picture of tranquility, that Ashley was very pleasant, happy to be in Douglas's presence. So what we know, and what the record reflects, based upon Mr. Ferris's testimony and the Duluth Power Wheel and its model for the evaluation of domestic abuse, is that this is a classic sign of an abused woman who is in compliance, who indulges in, as Dr. Broder used the term, appeasement. Go along, get along. It keeps the beast at bay. And now, that element having been injected by the state in their case in chief, we, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, are prepared to meet with expert testimony explaining to the trier of fact, the jury in this case, exactly why the state's evidence of Ms. Benefield's compliance can be dismissed, can be explained, because this is the MO of abused women, women suffering from domestic violence, especially when a child is involved. So, here's what, as the court knows, the Oquendo decision said, and it's the second DCA decision, referring to battered woman syndrome. Again, the notice we filed was notice of battered woman syndrome, but I footnoted it because two elements are not present. Those two elements are that Ms. Benefield had left the home and that she had not been physically battered by Mr. Benefield until the day of the homicide. But, as the court heard from Mr. Ferris, it's inconsequential. It is the same syndrome. It is the same abuse. It carries over, and it explains under Duluth Power and Control Wheel why Ms. Benefield would engage in those kind of text messages 1 week before the shooting, why she would appear happy at the restaurant, why she would accompany her child at the parental time sharing with Doug, why she would try.
Please not get behind me. I'm sorry.
Why she would try to get along, go along.
You, but I don't want to behind you.
So here's what the Oquendo court.
We've got about 45 minutes of the court day left for today. Sadie Neal says, I don't doubt that Doug could have been an abuser, but the fact that he hadn't ever hit her, and from the photos it didn't look like she was hit that day either. I just don't see how she feared for her life. Even if she feared for her life, I don't see how deadly force was absolutely necessary that day.
Court said. Well, actually, before we go there, we should go first to the Supreme Court case of Kathleen Wyan versus the state of Florida. This is the case I cited to the court earlier in a memoranda, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It was an appeal from the 2nd DCA.
Oquendo.
Yes.
I am here. I'm just stretching my legs again because, damn, been sitting here for a long time. So I'm here, watching here with all of you.
No, this is Wyan. Kathleen Wyan, the Supreme Court of Florida. I'll get to Oquendo next. And the Wyan decision, Your Honor, was March of 1999. The Supreme Court rejected the 2nd DCA's position in the Wyan case and instead embraced another circuit's decision, and it turned on the following question: whether or not there should be a duty to retreat as it applies to a spouse in the marital home. The Second Circuit had insisted on giving the instruction in a homicide case. The Supreme Court said, hey, look, we've learned quite a lot about domestic violence, and we're uncomfortable having a duty to retreat imposed upon a wife because of domestic violence. And it would render the wife's ability to defend herself in the face of battering and domestic violence ineffective. So we're going to reject that. We're going to retreat from our earlier decision that held there was a duty to retreat. And this is what they said about why. It starts on page 1052. And the topic is Section B, Implications for Victims of Domestic Violence. And they talk about how much of the public policy in this state has changed based upon increased knowledge about the plight of domestic violence victims. It is now widely recognized that domestic violence attacks are often repeated over time.
Sorry to pause there. If you guys aren't seeing my comments in the chat, it's at 1.3 speed, okay?
And escape from the home is rarely possible without the threat of great personal violence or death. During repeated instances of past abuse, she has retreated only to be caught, dragged back inside, severely beaten again. If she managed to escape, other hurdles confront her.
While you're taking a breath, how is Wyan help me decide the Daubert question?
The issue is whether or not he has the credentials. I think we're past that. Unless I'm missing it, I think he's eminently qualified. I think the testimony is such that he's identified the syndrome of domestic violence, and he's explained that it is identical to battered spouse, the only difference being that the wife is not in the house and she has not sustained physical beatings. So this case in Wyan goes on for several pages talking about how domestic violence, the evolution of public policy, and the recognition of the plight of victims of domestic violence needs to be addressed and should be addressed by virtue of expert testimony. When you take that into account and you recognize what the Supreme Court is acknowledging, Judge White, about the timeliness of domestic violence, which is the overarching umbrella, battered spouse and those two components coming underneath it, you then go to Oquendo. And in Oquendo, they serve it up perfectly. Under Florida law, battered woman syndrome is not a legal defense, but rather is used to explain the woman's experiences and state of mind to the jury. In the context of self-defense, it is used to show that because of the prior conduct of the batterer, the woman reasonably believed that taking the batterer's life was a real necessity. And then they distinguish post-traumatic stress disorder. And they hold, as such, unlike PTSD, it is possible for battered spouse syndrome to be relevant in a way that is consistent with the objective, reasonable person standard for the justification of self-defense. So we...
Ooh, sorry, paused him there. Hold on. Oh my word. Okay, we are 38 minutes or so behind. Quickly, just want to say the poll results. Do you think the defense proved that deadly force was required on that day? 13% say yes. 71% say no. 16% say not sure. Interesting. Okay.
We know in a homicide case, based on the law and the jury instructions, Ms. Benefield is entitled to introduce specific instances of conduct of Douglas Benefield that are consistent with violence. We have endeavored to do just that throughout this trial thus far, with considerable resistance, but I think we finally started making some progress once the court felt the predicate had been laid. We cannot, this jury must understand, and both the case law that I cited to Your Honor clearly says that it is a proper subject for expert testimony, domestic violence. These jurors must understand why a woman would do what the state has alleged she did, and as a result, they should find her guilty. That is to say, getting along with Douglas Benefield and the text messages that they put into evidence. So, given the credentials that he's established, given its reliability, given the tests that it's been vindicated with and that DCF employs, the Duluth Power Control Wheel throughout the state of Florida, given the fact that this is a domestic violence matter involving self-defense with specific instances of domestic violence, how can I successfully defend if I cannot explain to the jurors the essence of the state's case as to why Ms. Benefield is a malingerer in effect? That is to say, if she acted happy 1 week before the shooting, if she went ahead and got in a car with Doug when they were exchanging temporary time sharing, if she acts happy at the restaurant, then she obviously wasn't scared of Doug. And that's the whole issue.
In a different state. Lived in a different state. He even drove, just one angle. I'm looking at one angle, one side of the fence of this, based on his argument. The reason that it's people are like, what, is because he lived in South Carolina and she lived in Florida. And then they were planning to move to Maryland. And it's like, do you want to move in? Okay, actually, no, all of that. I don't know, man. It's just like, I understand his side of the fence too and what he's trying to argue. My word, we can give him that. He's got stamina to bring this in all the time, no matter what the judge has said, right? He's like, oh, this was brought in. Yeah, by your client testifying. What a day that was.
That's exactly what was at play on September 27, 2020, and why Ms. Benefield's perception of Douglas Benefield was so fraught with fear. Otherwise, I'm left with a case that there is, in fact, a substantial explanation to explain that conduct that the jury doesn't understand, as indicated by the case law in the Florida Supreme Court, and will have no idea why Ms. Benefield would have acted that way. and it's an element that the state introduced. We were trying to meet it. That's our position.
All right, thank you. State?
Thank you, Mayor.
Judge, I'm going to try to bring it back to Daubert, but I do want to address Akendo because it frames my arguments. Sorry. Under the Okendo case, or Oquendo, however you say it, the court carves out, as we've discussed at length, and I know Your Honor knows, carves out an exception for battered spouse syndrome, where it's talking about that that it's an objective standard. Self-defense is an objective standard, not a subjective standard, and that the one exception for that, and under Okendo thus far, is battered spouse syndrome. They discuss the definition of battered spouse syndrome, and part of it says, the main part, mental state so that she could not be responsible for her actions. Rather, the testimony would be offered to show that because she suffered from the syndrome, battered spouse syndrome, it was reasonable for her to have remained in the home.
The judge is always like, please slow down. The poor court reporter is like, okay, maybe I'll slow her down a little bit too here, okay?
And at the pertinent time, to have believed that her life and the lives of her children were in imminent danger. The Whelan case also defines battered spouse syndrome. It says...
You want to spell it?
Sorry. It's a case Mr.
Wyand?
Oh, I'm sorry, Wyand.
Whatever, however you want to say it.
Weiand, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It says, I was looking for the page, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think it's on 1054. It says, as the expert evidence demonstrates, there are many reasons battered women do not feel free to leave the battering relationship. This woman might have been isolated from her family by the abuser. She may not be able to afford to go, and she may realize that leaving is more dangerous than staying. And the reason I cite that is because the state's argument is that despite Mr. Taylor's efforts to make this about battered spouse syndrome, despite his footnote, that is not what this is about. This is them trying to get an expert on domestic violence. This expert, Mr. Ferris, while very educated in domestic violence, is not a battered spouse syndrome expert. He does not say that this defendant, although I find it incredulous that he spent 15 to 20 hours with her and reviewed things that the state doesn't even know what they are, that he only based his opinions on those documents not meeting with her. But nonetheless, if he were evaluating, the reason that's important and the state asked is because if he's evaluating her for battered spouse syndrome, which he clearly wasn't because he admits he does, that's not what he was doing. There's only two options for that, and your Honor's aware of that. That one, if she's evaluated, then they have to file notice and we are allowed to evaluate her. That's not what we're operating under here. So the other one is that their expert must not have evaluated her. And the state would argue that no matter what Mr. Ferris claims, that's an evaluation. The things he did were an evaluation. I believe the case actually, I think it's Hickson, but I could be misspeaking, even says that they're not supposed to be familiar with the facts of the case. He's clearly familiar and has formed opinions, personal opinions, and professional apparently, about the facts of this case. And the reason that's important is because the state would argue that this defendant has failed to meet her burden under Daubert, that this expert is an expert in battered spouse syndrome, that the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, and that it's a product. I don't think he met any of the prongs as to battered spouse. As to domestic violence, I would admit he certainly has the skill and knowledge. But even then, I don't think that the methods were reliably, it says the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of this case. The facts he got were incomplete and evidently biased because some of them include items that were never provided to the state, including transcripts of phone calls that the defense felt were appropriate. So the state's argument is that, one, the only option for them is battered spouse syndrome. They have certainly not met the burden for that. Under Okendo, the domestic violence should not be admitted. And two, that they did not meet their burden under Daubert because they did not satisfy the prongs of Daubert for domestic violence if it were admissible. And I don't know what they expect Mr. Ferris to actually testify to. I think 75 to 90% of what he said today is inadmissible. Stories about other people, those kind of things. The state is of the opinion that his opinions that this defendant is a victim of domestic violence are inadmissible. That's an inappropriate opinion for him to be making. And finally, the main prong that they have not met in the state's opinion is that it says, if the scientific, and I'm citing Booker, but it's from Daubert, the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or determining a fact at issue. The state has put forth motive evidence and evidence of how she was acting in the weeks before this murder, and it certainly goes to her depraved mind, but the concept of domestic violence and even the concept of the Duluth power and control wheel are not foreign to the average citizen. That this, an average juror, and this expert, scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge would not be necessary to assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence. The evidence is clear, and the jurors are people who are of normal knowledge, and it's a common domestic violence situations, and the idea of power and control, honeymoon phases, those kind of things are common knowledge. So I know I said a lot of ways in which we object, but I don't think, ultimately, I don't think they met their burden under Daubert for battered spouse syndrome, certainly. I don't think they've met it for domestic. But even if Your Honor finds that they have, the state would argue.
Yeah, she said depraved mind. Oh, my word.
Argue that Okendo would keep that testimony out of this trial, as it's an objective standard, not a subjective standard. Thank you.
Oh, he's big mad now.
Rebuttal?
Yeah. Mr. Ferris was asked directly if he evaluated Ashley Benefield, and his testimony, which is the only testimony that's been brought forth in this hearing, was that at no time did he conduct an evaluation. He was not hired to do an evaluation. With respect to the state's statement about motive evidence, motive is not an element of the offense. However, self-defense is certainly a material element to be considered, and there is, according to the information that is discussed in the Supreme Court opinion, Your Honor, it is not, and decidedly not, a subject for late testimony. They could not make it more clear that there are many aspects about domestic violence. In fact, the words that they use in the Supreme Court opinion is that judges and juries do not understand and would benefit from expert testimony. I would suggest to the court, drawing a distinction between Daubert and the case law on battered spouse syndrome, I would suggest that, given the facts of this case, an expert such as Bruce Ferris, who could educate the jurors on the impact of an abused relationship, domestic violence, in and of itself would be enough to provide expert testimony to counter the state's position and the issue that they raised about the go along, get along. I think it's clearly beyond the scope of lay people to understand that. And I think that expert testimony would help explain it. So Daubert, of course, doesn't apply any less under those circumstances. However, it would not be restricted to the extent the court wanted to draw such a narrow line and say, for example, okay, well, this is not battered spouse syndrome because for it to be battered spouse, you absolutely must have the abused party living with the abuser, having had physical beatings. If the court wanted to draw a line that narrow, rather than include it under the umbrella of domestic violence, I would still submit to Your Honor that the testimony from Bruce Ferris clearly met the Daubert standard for admissibility, and I would call him as an expert witness on domestic violence. And if the court really wanted to narrow it even further, as it relates to a woman who would choose appeasement and go along, get along. Coincidentally, like I think we had 4 psychologists testify in this case so far, and every one of them have used the same terms to describe this phenomenon. I think I need and I should be entitled to be able to explain that to the jurors, and I'm not going to be able to do that without expert testimony. So I think the state combines Daubert with the case law, and Daubert is the procedural vehicle for allowing expert testimony.
All right, I do have some questions.
Yes.
I end the week, kind of as I mentioned, at the hearing we had regarding Mr. Ferris before the trial started, whether it was last week or the week before. On July 11th, at a hearing, you said this was not a battered spouse case. On July 12th, you filed the notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome. What is this? Are you arguing battered spouse syndrome or not?
Okay, Judge, once again, I filed that notice with a footnote in the title, Notice of Intent to Rely Upon Battered Spouse Syndrome, footnote. And the reason why I told the court this is not a battered spouse case is because technically, Your Honor, battered spouse requires those 2 elements. I shouldn't even say it requires those 2 elements. Those 2 elements are generally present in the battered spouse cases that we've seen. So in my footnote, I said, as it relates to domestic violence. So I wanted to cover both scenarios. I wanted to cover expert testimony to explain this phenomena under battered spouse as it relates to domestic violence, because it's the same syndrome as you've heard. It's the same mentality. Everything about it's identical. But I also felt at the same time entitled, upon meeting the Daubert standard, to just call an expert on that particular issue. And this expert's eminently qualified to explain that kind of behavior. So Daubert is, again, the procedural vehicle that qualifies whether or not the expert is capable of meeting the standard. And that would apply whether it was to battered spouse or just as domestic violence.
All right. So we've got the case law that we've all been discussing for the last couple of weeks regarding battered spouse syndrome, the notice that's required, why it's a carve-out, why it's allowed when Okendo doesn't allow PTSD, other cases don't allow significantly impaired intelligence, mental health issues. When I say mental health issues, I'm not talking insanity and so forth. I'm talking about diminished capacity, right? Essentially diminished capacity, because we're looking at a reasonable person. Do you have cases that do not use the word battered spouse syndrome? They use domestic violence victim of domestic violence, and that is allowed in self-defense cases.
Would it be any different, Your Honor, than a criminal case of culpable negligent homicide, the issue being the trigger pull and the weight that it would take in order for the weapon to fire, and you call an expert to testify that the trigger in that particular gun was set to a particular level to try to explain to the jurors why that gun might discharge, and you're not necessarily negligent because of the discharge. Other weapons, if you banged against the wall, might not discharge. This one has a hair trigger. The defendant turned, hit the banister, the weapon discharged, shot and killed somebody else. If that expert met the Daubert standard, why wouldn't that expert's testimony be admissible to explain that? To try and explain to the fact finder who would not have that knowledge that indeed this could be nothing more than an accident that does not rise to culpable negligence, and therefore the charged individual is not guilty. And what I'm saying to the court is,
You guys are doing such a good job hanging in there. There's about 2,500 people here that you've just been staying here in the stamina phase of this trial day. Thank you so much for being here and staying here with me. We've got about 15 minutes left of this trial day.
that evidence of domestic violence, if it meets the Daubert level, I should be entitled to defend and explain to them why she would engage in this type of go along, get along.
So the answer is no, you don't have a case.
I do not have a specific case on
And she explained it to herself when she took the stand.
that point, no.
Caliber, thank you for saying that. Normally, if you do see comments disappear about, any substance, if it's alcohol, or smoking, whatever it is, they normally get deleted here in this community because there's a lot of people recovering here as well. So Caliber said pouring drinks and puff up pass are triggering just like DV. It's no different to me in my honest opinion. True, Caliber, and that is why, in case anyone wonders, why do those comments get deleted sometimes? That's why. We don't want to trigger anyone with that type of language. All right, Judge.
Facts and evidence.
Ooh, it's talking, you're talking. Here we go.
And so the court knows I instructed Mr. Ferris not to evaluate Ashley Benefield. I had planned, if it came in under battered spouse, to follow the Heenum option, whereby he would be given a series of hypotheticals based upon facts and evidence.
Excellent segue. That was my next question. I didn't keep track on the clock how long Mr. Ferris testified about the general properties of domestic violence, the Duluth wheel, the cycle of violence, his numerous anecdotes, personal anecdotes, and relatable anecdotes. So if I'm understanding correctly, you are going to seek for him to offer an opinion that Ashley Benefield was an abused person and Doug Benefield was an abuser. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. That was for purposes of the hearing that we had. It would be my plan, if he comes in under the Heenum approach to battered spouse, Your Honor, to just have him educate the jurors about domestic violence and specifically ask him about the compliance aspect that would allow a woman to engage in the type of behaviors that the state has raised the issue about and injected the evidence that they have. I could then give him hypotheticals based on facts that were in evidence under the battered spouse syndrome exception. Or alternatively, were he to come in just as an expert on domestic violence, I had him review the discovery materials. As the court knows, he submitted to a deposition by the state under the Heenum approach or under just domestic violence expert. The state, as it says in the case law, would have had the option to get their own domestic violence expert. They haven't done that.
My ultimate question was, at one point you asked, can you relate these concepts to a domestic violence situation? Yes. He can study facts and documents. Can you relate these concepts to a situation where you study the facts and documents of a particular case? Yes. But you're saying you're not doing that way. You're doing hypotheticals. He's not going to render any opinions in this case.
Correct.
Specific to this case.
If it comes in, yeah, under battered spouse syndrome. That's correct, Judge. I would follow the Heenum approach.
I think it's Hickson. Are we talking about Hickson?
No, I don't think it's Hickson. I'll get it to you.
I know it's not. So I would like to hear us that when they go allow it once we're done.
Speeding it up so we don't miss if they start talking. Okay.
Yeah, it is in Hickson, but the case is Heenum.
The question is this. He spent so much time on these Hornbook issues, and the question was asked, can you apply these principles to hypotheticals? But I didn't hear a single hypothetical that's going to be presented, so I could even hear him and consider him and listen and see if he applied the principles reliably to the scenario. So I have no idea, how am I going to make a ruling when I didn't even hear the hypotheticals?
Well, the hypotheticals would be based on evidence in the record.
I understand.
I took him up to that threshold and I asked him, could you reliably apply these principles to a series of hypothetical questions if asked? He said yes.
So why didn't you ask the hypotheticals so I could hear them and make a ruling?
Well, I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based on what we know is record evidence. For example.
Exactly. What's in the record? What's been admitted?
Correct. But
is it your position that all 13 of those items have been admitted into evidence?
No.
So I would need to hear the hypotheticals to know what you're going to ask about.
Okay, so I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based upon shooting the gun in the ceiling. Actually, I would ask the hypotheticals based upon the evidence that the state has presented to create the issue. For example, I would ask, in a week's worth of text messages were to be exchanged leading up to a shooting that show emojis and friendly banter back and forth. Would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? I would then ask, would a woman who shares a child and the husband has a right to joint custody and the woman agrees to go along with the husband when he is with the child, would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? And he would explain in response to those types of hypotheticals why it wouldn't be, why this issue of compliance exists and is so prominent in domestic violence cases or in battered spouse syndrome cases. mean, the hypotheticals, I think, are readily available based on what we have, record evidence. Now, I might also add, Judge, we've only called, I think, 2 witnesses, so there may be more that's in.
There may be more. I wonder when closing arguments will be. They've got this case on the calendar until next week, Friday. But the defense said that they think that they would be done, like resting their case, by Tuesday or so. So maybe closing arguments on Tuesday? So many questions. I know we all have those questions and we don't have a crystal ball. Like, I wonder when closing arguments will be, and I wonder how long it'll take the jury to deliberate, right? And will it be a hung jury, or can they come to a unanimous decision? 6 jurors, okay?
In the record, but to the extent that I'm interested in it, it will relate to this issue that the state is teed up about acting friendly and not being fearful being in the company of the individual. It doesn't mean that they're not fearful.
Come on.
Once again, Your Honor, I had him review the discovery documents in the event he came in as an expert on domestic violence and was going to speak to that issue.
Ooh, got less than 5 minutes left. What are they going to decide? Look at him. Sorry, did you see him tapping the pen? The judge is like, oh, Willow is liking that. Yes, that's what the guy was doing on there. Tapping the pen. This judge is probably gonna like, stop doing that. Battery said if he gets his expert, he won't close until Friday. That's a good point.
Sir. All right, State.
I guess based on that line of questioning, I'm still not sure what the answer is to your first question, which is this a matter of spouse syndrome case or not? I would argue that it is not, that there's been no showing that battered spouse syndrome applies in this case. And I think that's my first argument. As to the hypotheticals that we did not hear today, the state objects to the hypotheticals being offered to this doctor, because under Hickson, if this were battered spouse syndrome, which is really all we have for guidance, it would have hypotheticals are available to someone who has not evaluated her. And I think because I know he said he has not evaluated her, but the fact that he read 13 items in this case, he's wholeheartedly familiar with what the defense believes the facts are in this case. And I think it would then be inappropriate for him to be asked hypotheticals based on what is in the record, because clearly he got a lot of things that are not in the record. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you for letting me be heard.
If you know the answer, don't spoil it. Do you think the judge will make a decision now or on Monday? And if he makes a decision now, do you think he'll be like, all right, he'll allow the expert in, but only with hypotheticals, or he will not allow the expert in? I wonder. We've only got a few minutes left. So let's see. Waiting for that decision. Well, I hope we get it. Maybe they just end the court feed and we won't know. No, don't do that. We need to know. Also, a lot of people saying, you know, Court TV was also just here saying, love this judge, right? I would say he's, for all the trials that we've covered here at Grizzly True Crime, top 3, huh? Because Judge Dorrow, Judge Diener, and Judge White, those are like all top judges, right?
Okay, anything else we need to take care of before I let you go?
Nope.
When do you plan on calling Mr. Ferris?
Like to call him first out Monday morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you think we'll be rolling over the weekend? For Monday? Is there anything, I did have one question, is there anything in here on Monday morning before us, or can we leave some of the things we've been leaving?
I'm not aware of any hearings Monday morning.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Look, a few seconds left. What?
Make sure that one's turned off. It'll run the back.
Thank you for having the hearing for each other. I know it's been a long day, but I think it was good.
Where is he? So is he allowing it? They're like ending the day here. What? Okay, somebody, book mama, somebody tell us what's happening here. Are they gonna decide over the weekend or what? Oh my goodness. Gee, mommy, thank you so much. She said coffee for stamina. Thank you so much. I need that. And that's it. What? Tell us. Daubert interruptus. I know, right? Stefan, what was that? Why are they doing a Daubert interruptus for us? We want to know the answer. Oh boy. She's not looking amused there. He said yes. That was like so quick though. Did he rule? Is that it? So he's gonna come in on Monday morning or what? I don't know. I think that's what it means. Like, when do you want him to testify? Monday morning, first thing. That was very deciding Monday. Becky B said deciding Monday. I wonder what time on Monday are they deciding? Come on, man. Judge. This is like too much. It's a bad kind of cliffhanger. No. We want to know, how much stamina do we need to build up for next week? Because if that guy's if he's gonna testify, oh my word, we're gonna be there for a while. And we're going to need to drink lots of coffee, okay? Yeah. Kim Watt says, Judge is over it. And tell him no on Monday. That would be cool as well. So I've thought about it, and also no. Obviously, the judge is allowing a lot of this because he doesn't want to... He needs to do his job properly, right? And he can't allow room for appeals. So, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just guessing that's what's going on there. Okay, if there's always lots of lawyers in chat, so if there's anything that I say that you want to correct it here. Okay, tell us. We love your insight and everything. So, okay, everyone, that was a very long, very busy day. Oh my goodness. I'm going to make timestamps for you. I mean, now it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh my word, but I always, every time after the stream, I make timestamps for you, so I'll do that right now once we're done here. And then I will see you soon again, maybe tomorrow, if I have any energy left for tomorrow. Because I'd like to talk about some other cases that I've been covering as well. I will see you this weekend, put it that way. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Wishing you a wonderful weekend ahead. Make sure you look after your mental health as well. And thank you for spending the day with me. It was great. Lots of you stayed here the whole day. You need a stamina certificate. Thank you very much. I'll see you this weekend, and then we'll be back for this trial, day 5, on Monday. Okay? Yeah. Marie says, please, not a Dr. Lewis. Yes. Yes. Stay safe, everyone, and see you then. Bye.